Good morning. Dum. All right, Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for this jam, bro. This absolute bop. All right. Dun 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 dun. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get some TikToks ready here. Just one. Okay, let's see. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Whoop, wrong button. Hello? Pausing music in 1, 2. That was such a big abrupt pause. Oh my god. Ugh. That messed me up, bro. I touched the wall earlier today and shivers got sent down my spine and it ruined my whole morning. So we're starting off on a great footing here. This is called sensory issues. When you touch the wall and it's so cold it ruins your whole day. Yeah, well, here we are, okay? All right. Dobar dan. Good morning. Good day. How are you? I've got my Cerebita today to pump us up through this conversation, guys. We're starting off with a rough one, so everyone hold on. And then, I want to visit little Dean Withers today because we'll see how this boy is doing. And also, he says, I left these MAGA Karens speechless. Let's talk about using the word MAGA Karens. I've been thinking about this idea of a Karen lately, okay? Then we're going to see an interview with a narcissist, for funsies. Then this little video by this little content creator is going crazy right now. Everybody's watching it. My Discord asked me to watch it. It looks good. And she recorded it allegedly on a tape and then put it on YouTube. So very interesting decision, girly. Okay, very interested in that. And then I couldn't fit it in the title because I ran out of letters, but Discord asked me to watch this podcast with Hank Green, just certain sections of it. So I have 3 sections we're going to watch, not the whole thing, just these sections, and we'll call it a day. I think it's going to be a good one. Okay. Ooh, okay. Get ready. This one's intense. This one might also hurt some feelings. So, there's a content creator named Connie Chen. I don't know if you guys have seen her on TikTok at all. This is Connie, and she's been showing up a lot on my For You page, and I don't have a personal opinion on Connie in general. I don't watch her. I haven't, I've just seen her on just recently in the last week have really been seeing her. So I don't have an opinion of her yet. I will say the couple of TikToks I have seen, I have found myself not identifying very hard with her work, but yet she uses progressive language. She is queer. It's in her bio, at least. She has the rainbow emoji. She is progressive, but there's something about her communication style that I think doesn't sit well with me. I don't know if she's neurodivergent, but she is giving. Okay. And so, there's something to be said about, just the way this video came off. Now, I don't know if I should poison the well and give my feelings beforehand, or if I should just let you guys watch it. I think I'm probably going to let you guys watch it first and see if you notice anything that stands out to you. Let's do that. Okay. Tell me what you guys think about this. So just to start it off, so we get an idea, the beginning picture here is I got 99 problems, but my yellow teeth isn't one. Then the comment she's replying to, which I do not believe she reads throughout this video, so I'll just read it ahead of time, says, "Hi, Connie. I really like your page and videos. I do want to offer some advice, and please don't take it negatively. You may want to whiten your teeth. They look really yellow in your videos. Doesn't take away from your content, but they are pretty noticeable." Connie wrote on her TikTok description here, you can see this large paragraph, okay? She wrote, "White beauty standards teach us to police each other's bodies and call it care. Skin whitening, hair straightening, teeth whitening all preach the same lie. Be whiter to be worthy. Please," okay. "This is anti-blackness internalized. This is purity culture theology. Jesus did not require bodies to be fixed before they were holy. The kingdom is now, and in these bodies as they are. You are not a project. I am not a project. We are made whole." Okay. I don't know what that means. I tried to look up her content to understand where she's coming from. I don't think she's a Christian, but maybe. I'm a little confused about the perspective. On her main page, she says conceptual artist, theology witch, and retail therapist. What does theology witch mean? Does that mean she's like a theologian? Like she is religious? Okay, so watch this video and tell me what you think about her thoughts, because I'm so curious.
Me that I have really yellow. I got a DM from a black woman telling me that I have really yellow teeth. Being a woman, I know you're not surprised. This is just what's going to happen. We've lived in this patriarchal system long enough to know exactly what parts of us need fixing. No one is walking around oblivious of the body parts that don't fit in the traditional white beauty standards. Yes, my teeth are not the whitest part of my body, and it doesn't mean that my teeth, like your skin, is what needs whitening. They've been selling us whitening for centuries. Skin whitening, hair straightening, and yes, teeth whitening. All of it says the same thing. You need to be whiter to be worthy. This is important to talk about because this is about how white beauty standards get so deeply internalized that we start policing each other. This is about how anti-blackness teaches us that our natural features, the color of our teeth, our hair, our nose, our bodies need to be fixed, whitened, straightened, managed to be acceptable. This black woman knows what it's like to have her body policed, to be told that you are almost acceptable, almost professional, almost beautiful if you just fix this one thing. And still, she sent this message because this is what white supremacy does. It gets inside and teaches us to do its work for it, to police each other, to pass along the message that our bodies are projects that need perfecting before we can be seen. This is the same logic that purity culture has always used. It's the same voice that told the bleeding woman that she was unclean, the same voice that tells women that their bodies are almost acceptable, almost holy, but first they need to be cleansed. The message is always that your body is what stands between you and holiness. And it makes me wonder, what kind of world did she grow up in, where they learned that love comes with these conditions, where I really like you automatically comes with here's what's wrong with you. She's doing to me what was done to her. Somewhere along the way, someone told her that her body wasn't quite right, that love and acceptance would come after the fix, not before, that love looks like correction, that care means pointing out flaws, that helping means making each other more palatable for the white gaze, for the male gaze, for the gaze of a world that was never built for us anyway. She internalized all of that so deeply that now she thinks she is being helpful. Don't take it negatively, because in her world, it isn't negative. It is just truth-telling. She doesn't see it as violence because it was never named as violence that was done to her. When you tell somebody that their body needs fixing, you are recreating the temple steps that kept women out. You are playing the priest, deciding whose body is holy enough to approach the altar. So yes, we've got work to do because we don't have to keep living like this. We can choose differently. I am not available to be your project, and you are not available to be mine. I am not here to be palatable, and neither are you. We are already whole, already holy. If you enjoyed this, I invite you to join my Patreon community where we are deconstructing and reconstructing women in the Bible. I also teach a class called Faith Deconstruction 101, Leaving the Church Without Losing Yourself. The links are you know where.
Okay, so lots of thoughts. I already see you guys talking about it. I also just want to double check. She's a Harvard MD Ivy. Is that medical? What is MD Ivy, guys? I don't actually know what that is. What does this mean? You guys got to help me. I don't know what that means. So, okay, she's got thoughts. Underground? What does it mean? Does anyone know what that means so I can understand where she's coming from? Master's in something? Okay, so I don't know what the master's is in. Okay, so again, I agree with some of the points, right? I agree that her body is not up for debate. I agree that we are not each other's projects. I agree that she can have yellow teeth if she wants to have yellow teeth. I agree that a lot of our grooming habits come through marketing or white supremacy. I agree in a lot of that. I personally found her response a little... Okay, hold on. Oh, Discord said Masters in Divinity. What does that mean? Deviation Masters? Oh, okay. I don't know what that means really, to be honest. Okay, so I found her response to be a red flag because she made it about this Black woman who we don't even see. So I assume she saw her photo through the DM. But yes, in some ways, this woman should never have DM'd her. And in another way, your teeth are really yellow and it's quite unique. And though it's true our teeth are yellow, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a mouth that looks a little whiter. I use coconut oil to pull my teeth, and I find there to be like a great difference in my health and in the whitening and quotation marks of my teeth. I personally understand that teeth aren't naturally white as they get stained over years. I also understand that sometimes yellow or darker hues in your teeth can also convey unhealthy teeth. So it's kind of a balance where I do think some people might look at her teeth and think her breath smells, or think her mouth isn't clean, or think it might even be diseased. I think it might be plaque buildup, or it could be something else. I think that we do over whiten our teeth, and we do spend a lot of money putting in fake teeth that isn't even good for us. I think a lot of these things can be true. I think, again, like, this goes back down to, like, should you be shaving your legs? Personally, I think you should deconstruct why you shave your legs, and then I think it's okay to shave your legs. I think you should deconstruct why you straighten your hair, and then I think it's fine to straighten your hair. But like, if you deconstruct it and you understand it, then you can eliminate the guilt you have and the pressure you have to straighten your hair, and then do it because you want to and not because you feel a need to. And I think there's like that relationship we're missing from this conversation that I'm not quite sure I understand, given that in her description of this video, she says skin whitening, hair straightening, and teeth whitening are all preach the same lie. I, again, think there might be something to be said about someone who feels pressured to straighten their hair. As somebody who felt pressured to straighten her hair for most of her life and wanted to have straight hair and hated my curly hair. And then there's something to be said about the fact that I chose to wear my hair natural. And there's something to be said about the fact that if I straighten my hair, it's not the end of the world. You know, like sometimes a girl wants to straighten her hair just for fun, you know? So I think there's like, yes, we should have that conversation. When it came to shaving my legs, like I like shaving my legs, but I also don't care about shaving my legs. But also if we think about aesthetic, I do like things to look uniformed. And I waxed for so long that recently I decided to grow out my leg hair. And I was a little annoyed at how patchy it looked. And look, you can say either which way about where that comes from, but like, I'm not the biggest fan of patchy beards or patchy leg hair. So like, fuck it. I'm shaving my legs when I want to, and I'm not shaving it when I don't want to. My armpits, I shave every day because I have sensory issues. Okay. I don't go down on people who don't trim their pubes or shave or wax because I have sensory issues, but I don't care that your pubes exist. If you don't want me to go down on you, grow it out, girl. But if you want my mouth to be anywhere near there, I can't have hair in my mouth. Okay. So all of these conversations are a little too reductive for me to take into consideration, like the reality of a lot of our experiences and a lot of how we like consume, like not everything is a beauty standard, but everything is connected to the beauty standard. So let's talk about why we do what we do. Okay. So again, maybe this woman should never have reached out to Connie. And yet maybe Connie, I don't know, the way she lectured this woman felt really obnoxious to me. Like, you know, as a Black woman, you should know, as a Black woman, this, as a Black woman, that, don't tell her what to do. Okay. Like a part of me felt like, why are you going so hard into this woman who just basically reflexively gave you maybe advice that, yeah, maybe was not her place, but why does her Blackness have anything to do with it? And why are you lecturing her about her Blackness? It just feels so inappropriate to me, right? Like, I just did not appreciate that. Now, I'll say this, sometimes, I get comments on my Instagram. Like I got one a while back, and if you were this person, no judgment, because I have no issue with it, but I got a comment from somebody that said, hey, Brittany, if you're worried about your forehead wrinkles, here's a product you can use, something like that. And somebody responded and was like, I think Brittany is okay with forehead wrinkles. Like it's a sign of a well-lived life. And then it was like this whole thing. And I was like, pause, guys, I don't care that I have forehead wrinkles. And can I do something about that? Okay. Like I don't care that I literally have forehead wrinkles. Though to be fair, I have had insecurities enough about it, right, that it has been something I've thought about. And can I do something about it? And the insecurity, by the way, because I think this is twofold, I have dealt with a lot of my insecurities over life about why I feel a certain way. And I do also believe, and I don't know if this is my autistic brain, that I do like things to look a particular way. And when they don't, it's upsetting to me. And so, when I look at my face as an example, I want my face to look a particular way. Okay. When I look at my body, my hair, the way I look, I do want it to look a particular way. And when it doesn't, it's annoying to me. But I also do need to challenge myself and deconstruct it from the expected standard, right? So I think there's something to be said about, like, to be honest with you, Connie felt defensive. And the reason I thought this video was interesting is, like, I think she was defensive, but she wanted to come off like she wasn't. But to me, this read as defensive. And maybe I'm wrong, right? I do not know Connie. I do not know her belief systems. I do not know what she's thinking. But it just felt a little bit too, like, attacky at the Black woman. And for her to be like, you're a Black woman, you should know better. It's like, why are you saying it like that? It felt defensive. Versus her actually making a point like, hey girl, thank you so much for messaging me. I hear you. This is why I'm doing it. And I don't know why you decided to suggest this to me. And I do think it's a little inappropriate, but let me just tell you from my perspective, I'm doing it as a way to counter white supremacy. Instead of this Black woman doesn't know anything about white supremacy, this Black woman is being, internalized Blackness, anti-Blackness, like, like you don't even know this commenter. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even know her. And then you went in on her and you gave her a psych eval. You know what I mean? It just felt really inappropriate. And I was like, okay. And maybe she does. Maybe she's used to it. Maybe she's had 1,000 people write her and maybe blah, 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 blah. But it just felt like very inappropriate. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I want to give Connie the benefit of the doubt. I don't know her. Like I said, I think this is like the second or third TikTok I've seen from her. It just read the wrong way to me. And also, to be fair, I do have the kind of relationship with my friends and family where we openly talk about the way we look. Like, I had a friend message me the other day and talk about their face and some of the things they want to change and plastic surgery and the way they feel about XYZ and the way they feel so much more confident with X, and we talk about mouths, we talk about, wrinkles, we talk about fingernails. Guys, fingernails. I'll give an example. In no time in my life would I feel comfortable painting my nails if they were any shorter than this. The only reason I paint my nails now with this bright of a color or even feel bold enough to do it is because my nails are somewhat grown out. But if my nails were any shorter than this, I would feel really weird about it because I don't like the way it looks. It doesn't look uniform. It doesn't make sense to me. Or the fact that I even stopped biting my nails because I saw my wedding photos and I was like, ew, my hands look gross. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna grow out my nails. Like, it's something that, yes, should always be deconstructed, but yes, can also be some part of, like, some parts are you. So here's the dilemma. Which parts are from society and which parts are you? Because this irony of like, oh, we can never escape our conditioning. Well, then you doing this whole like I have yellow teeth thing is not even about you. You're making it about them. You're not even centering yourself. You're centering white supremacy. Do you actually want yellow teeth, girl? Like, do you want yellow teeth? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that what you want? Because if it is, that's okay. But do you really want them? Like, is that really, you wake up, you're like, you know what I want? Yellow teeth. That's okay if you do. But are you only keeping your teeth because you feel like it's a statement against white supremacy? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And we'll never know. Like, that's the thing. Like, we'll never know if this is who she wants to be or who she feels like she has to be. Because that's the thing. I don't know what her deconstruction journey has been like. And that's why I say to you, like, deconstruction to me doesn't necessarily mean a specific outcome, but it should let you know more about yourself. You should, deconstruction is to examine it, to take it apart, to look at it in detail, and to put it back together again. So truthfully, if she was like, yes, I feel sexy, I feel smart, I feel good, I feel strong, I feel like this is how I want to look, this is how I would naturally decorate my avatar, great. Except her language stood out to me because she said, this is a purity culture theology. Jesus did not require bodies to be fixed before they were holy. The kingdom is now in these bodies as they are. You are not a project. I am not a project. We are already whole. First of all, did Jesus not heal the cripple? Did Jesus not heal the cripple? Second, who cares about Jesus? Thank you. Third, okay, this whole like, you are not a project, I'm not a project, we already made whole. What do you mean by that? Does that count for any surgery, for all surgeries? Where's that line? Where's that line? Okay, so again, I don't think Connie's a bad person, but I felt like this left me wanting. Okay, this left me wanting. I am confused. I don't get it. Now, to your comments. Discord says, let's see, Discord. Let's start with you guys. You said, Discord said, I thought commenting on her teeth was rude, but she went off the rails a bit. Okay, actually, and I do think it can be rude, for sure. Like 100%, I just want to make it clear that I do think it can be rude and inappropriate. And caveat, I don't think it always applies all times, but yes, I think generally, if you see an insecurity in a person or you think there's something wrong with a person's body, you should probably keep it to yourself. Including the person who told me about my forehead wrinkles. Like, girl, with peace and love, my family calls me Gordon Ramsay. I know. You know what I mean? Like, I know. I do know. I get it. I see it. So Connie's right there. It's not like we don't know. I know, girl. I can see it. So in some ways, it's like, guys, people know what they look like. Okay? And I agree with that. But if you're a family friend or someone comes to you or somebody says on the internet, like, hey girls, I'm working on my skincare routine. Do you have a suggestion? Then that's something else, right? But like, people know what they look like. So Connie knows what she looks like. Prior to seeing Connie, like in this video, never thought in my life to reach out to her about her teeth. I just made a note of it and moved on, right? And that's the other thing. Now, here's the thing that I think people aren't willing to have a conversation about, which is like, when we talk about hygiene or care and all of that stuff, it has to be deconstructed, yes, from white supremacy. But even more than that, it has to be deconstructed from our trauma as well. It has to be deconstructed from tradition, the way we're raised, the way we're made to think about things. Like, this is why extrospection is my favorite topic, because it forces you to ask yourself, like, how do I actually think or feel about this? And can I even separate it? Can I learn who I am separate from the world? Do I even exist separate from the world, right? And I think that that's what's really the question that's so hard to answer, because it takes a lot of work to figure it out. Like, so much of my life growing up, I can pinpoint exactly the moments I would lie about who I was or pretend I was otherwise, or cognitive dissonance because I wanted to appeal to the group in front of me, regardless of who they are, even separate from white supremacy. Guys, queer communities, people of color, like our friends and family, women, It's called like social pressure. The question is, what do I really want? And then, like, what is the perception? What do I really want? And then how do you also cope with the reality that, like, regardless of what you want, people will judge you, and you have to decide if this is like a survival issue. If it's a matter, like, example, if there was a matter of like, you could make 10K more a year if you just straighten your hair, it might be worth it to some people. It might be not worth it to others, right? Like, I make decisions every day as a content creator not to play certain YouTube games because it's not worth it to me. But let me tell you, I'm leaving like money on the table. Okay. But I'm okay with that. But I would never not understand why other people do it. And sometimes I wish I could do it and feel comfortable with myself, but I can't. But that doesn't mean I need to like look at those people and be like, whoa, because like it might not be their values, but also I would ask them their why, right? Like, a lot of people are comfortable with things that I'm not comfortable with. But that's, you know, sometimes a disadvantage to me as well. Something as unethical as I was just talking to a friend of mine about this, where like, as neurodivergent people, we tend to switch it up very often, which is really bad as a YouTuber. As a YouTuber, you really want to have like the same format for everything you do for like a long time. You know, my partner and I were just looking up series, like TV series and the longest running series. And like, you think about Jeopardy, and there's thousands of episodes of Jeopardy. Jeopardy is the same always. It's Jeopardy. You know exactly what you're clicking on. Changing the format, it's upsetting to people. That's really hard for me to do. And if I could do it better, I would be a better YouTuber. Good Mythical Morning just celebrated like, I don't even know what 1,000 episode, like 9,000 or something. It was like a stupid number. It was like I don't even know what the number was. But I was thinking about like, oh yeah, they've done the same format, this show, in a very typical, like expected way for so long. I don't know if I could do that. And that's leaving money on the table, but yet it's not like an ethical issue. It's just like a personality difference. But you know what? This is the way I would like to talk about like yellow teeth. I don't want yellow teeth. I'll be real. I don't want it. I don't want super white teeth either, but I don't really like yellow teeth. And also, I can't imagine how my teeth would get that yellow unless I was really not taking care of myself, because I do not bleach my teeth. I do not go to the dentist and get it bleached. I do not do at-home kits. I mean, I've done them in the past way before, but like, what are you doing to your teeth that they're that yellow? And then if it's a natural predisposition or an illness or something like that, okay. But also, it's just hard for us to relate to it because we're thinking like, how would my teeth even be that yellow? Right? So it's not, that's where other people are also coming from. So they think like, it's the same way like nurses reach out to you online and go, hey girl, I don't know if you know this, but you have a bump on your neck and it might be like cancer. And then it's like, okay, should you have not said something or should you have said something? And I understand you're thinking, okay, but Brittany, that's cancer and this is aesthetic. Yes, but sometimes aesthetic is like cancer. If you don't change it, you're going to die. So, okay, there's something about that. Okay, does Chris and your family be roasting you? My family does roast me, including my partner. I hear it the most from my partner. Wow, Gordon, you're really out today. Gordon Ramsay. It's true though. And look, I did have insecurities about it. I really did. Like, I really had insecurities about it. And then I was like, you know what, girl? I don't care. We're doing split bang. Because genuinely, like, I was like, I don't care anymore. We're doing split bang. And like, look at me now. Look how cute I am. But also I'm on a retinol regimen. I'm on glycolic acid. I have like my little routine. I'm moisturizing. I'm drinking water. I'm taking care of my skin. All of these little things that I do. Yeah, like maybe somebody would say, oh, you're like giving into white supremacy. And maybe I am. But I would hope not. I would hope I just feel good in myself. I would hope I'm just showing up and feeling good about the way that I, you know, that the outside matches the inside. Right? I don't know. Right? Okay, let's see. Chat says, I groom myself to boost my confidence and make myself more comfortable in my body first. It's not to please other random people. What do you think, Brittany? I mean, I don't know, like if that's even true, but I hope so. Like, I hope that we're doing it first for ourselves and then the benefit of others. Like, obviously, you know, even when we talk about partnership or beauty standards or expectation, like, I am very sensitive. I'm very like sensory sensitive. I'm very texture sensitive. Like, what if I'm with a person who grows out their bush and they're like, well, I don't want to shave my bush. I'm like, okay, cool, don't. But they're like, but I expect oral sex. I'm like, okay, but I can give you oral sex if you don't shave your bush. And then they're like, wow, now who's in the right, who's in the wrong? Am I the asshole because I'm like, oh my God, Brittany, it's just hair, get over it? Or are they the asshole because they won't shave? None of us are the asshole. We're just not compatible. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, I feel like that's the problem is like, maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe I don't have any sensory issues and I just want you to shave your pubes because I think that's like the proper aesthetic, which should be deconstructed because it's not, right? It's like someone's armpit hair, or even like when you date guys who shave their armpits, you know, that's a whole thing where girls won't date men who shave their armpits because it doesn't fit the gender stereotype. And I've always dated men who like trimmed or shaved or did something. And they've always been like, hey, are you still attracted to me if I shave my armpits? I'm like, yeah, bro, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. It's like, that is a conversation I've had with multiple male partners, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know, guys, like, there's something to be said about the way we have this conversation, right? And Chad said, can it be genetic? It maybe is genetic, right? Like yellow teeth, like I said, yellow teeth are the default teeth because it's usually a consequence of just existing in the world, right? You drink coffee, you drink teas, you know, you have stuff that stain it's a stain, right? But without bleaching our teeth, some of us are less interested in that stain. That's how I think of it, like a stain on the couch. It doesn't matter that your couch is a stain. It's not a moral issue. I still don't want a stain on my couch. Okay? And my teeth are a couch and I don't want there to be a stain. So if it was really, really bad, I'd probably go get it professionally fixed. But I'm lucky that my teeth are kind of fine right now. But yeah, that's how I see it. You have a stain on your teeth. You have a stain on your couch. Okay? As long as the stain is clean and it's just the aftermath of a stain, I'll sit on your couch. But also, what if that stain isn't actually clean? What if it's like crusted over and actually dirty? I'm not sitting on that couch. I'm not making out with that mouth. So then there's some level of play there. Like if I saw somebody with really yellow teeth, I would first ask about their hygiene routine. Like how many times do we brush our teeth? You know, what's going on there? What's going, you know, and I don't blame people for being concerned, but also, yes, teeth aren't, you know, just white if you are living your life. Like I drink coffee, girl. You know, So I don't know. I feel like it was a little too defensive for me to trust the narrative of this video, but yeah, chat says teeth are not naturally white. Enamel is transparent. Yellow does not mean a lack of hygiene or genetic condition. It's just teeth. It's 100% colonial standards, unfortunately. Okay. But hear me out. Hear me out. What does white mean? Because most people I meet do not have actually yellow teeth. And I don't know what everyone is doing, but I don't think most of the people in my life have yellow teeth. They have some hue of between white and yellow, but you know, some people do not have yellow teeth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like globally, like I don't meet a lot of people who have like, and I don't think all these people are bleaching. You know what I'm saying? So then a part of me is like, yeah, they have some sort of like, again, and I don't mean to come for her at all. She has a uniquely yellow mouth. Like it's very uniquely, it looks a little, and again, listen, she went after that black woman. So I kind of feel like now I'm going to have to examine you a little closely, girl. But like, it is like uniquely yellow. Like it almost looks like I can't even see the distinction between her teeth. And a part of me wants to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a uniqueness to it. Maybe it's the lipstick she's wearing too. Maybe the lipstick causes her teeth to look more yellow. Maybe it's a lot of things though. Cause when I wear purple, my teeth look more yellow. So then like you see this and like, it would be hard for me to see if my siblings look like this. I'd be like, hey, you look so cute. I love you. Also, what's going on there? You know, like it's so interesting. I'm not judging you. I don't think you're immoral. I think you're beautiful. I'm just like very confused. Like, how did this happen? What's going on? And if you have a medical issue, oh my God. But she didn't say she had a medical issue. She said this black woman has inherent anti-blackness and is giving into white supremacy. That's what she said as her, and she's a public figure, girls. We don't know her, right? That was her response. My teeth are fine. You're anti-black. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, wait a second. You know what I mean? So that's why now we have to go now we have to be even more critical because I'm like, wait a second. You know? So again, I'm not, okay? I never want to, and I don't, especially moving into 2026, I don't want people to go for people's looks like this. But I also like, Chad said, Discord said, Brittany, I think your definition of yellow teeth is different from most people. Hold on. What does that mean? Hold on. Let's look at pictures. Okay. Okay, let me see here. It's so zoomed in. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. So this picture is interesting. So, okay, like they don't have to be super white. Like, you know, the one on the, hold on, let me click on this. You know, this one here, that's not too bad. This isn't too bad. This one's like a little too yellow for me. I'll be real. This is crazy to me. This is a little too much for me. Okay. Like this yellow is like, it's just like it's a little much for me, but it doesn't have to be this white. You know, this white, this is fine. You know, if you scroll down, let's see. If we scroll down, like, honestly, this is kind of fine either way. Like this guy here, whatever. Like this one here is fine. This one here is fine. But this one here, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, are we not concerned? I'm a little concerned, you know? Okay, this one here, again, like, it doesn't have to be this white as a response. Like, you don't have to go that white, girl. But, like, you know, maybe we'll talk about it. You know, maybe we'll have a good conversation. You know, again, oops, I don't know what I just did. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but we'll use it. So this one here, obviously, our girl has been through it, and I love her. We want to give her the care she needs. But, like, can she not get her teeth fixed, for fuck's sake? Can we not make people feel beautiful with their mouths? Because let's be real, guys. Teeth, people judge you. They don't give you jobs. People are afraid to, like, yes, a lot of it is conditioning, but a lot of it is also just, like, Some people got really fucked up teeth. Some people did not get dental hygiene as a kid. Some people are full of cavities. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, let people feel good about themselves and get their goddamn teeth fixed, you know? Like, come on now. Oopsies. Hold on. Go back. Oh God, what happened? Oh, look at this one. Like, okay, look, again, like, I don't need you to be super white, but what are we talking about here? That is uniquely yellow, you know? Like, that is uniquely yellow. You know, it just feels like, you know, some teeth are fine, but generally, like, you know, like, look at this one. Like, again, I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad, but like this corner tooth here, this one here, like, I see why she would want to fix it. I get it. Like, look at it. Okay? I get it. I'm not going to make someone feel bad for wanting to fix it. You know, and that's the thing is like, I don't want to make people feel bad for looking at themselves and saying like, oh, I don't like the way this looks. Girl, change it. As like, I get it. Change it. I just think it's like, why are you making people feel bad? You know? And look, maybe it's because everyone's imagining this is what's happening. It's like a plaque buildup, right? But that's the question. Like, you don't want to have, you know, I'm like, how does she know the difference? This whole, like, your teeth are not meant to be yellow. Like, girl, what is this? That's kind of like, I'm sorry, but, and again, it's just the video probably, but like, I think the concern is like, hey girl, what's going on with your teeth? You know? Hey, look, we're already living in a world where conservatives aren't brushing. So can we please lock in? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you guys know there's a whole movement of conservatives that aren't brushing their teeth in a typical way? And or don't believe in this idea of like keeping their mouth clean because God does it naturally. So I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, yes, I agree. We don't have to hyper bleach. We should deconstruct white supremacy. And also, so let's just for context, because I know we do this when we do these kinds of videos. We've been talking a while. People have probably come in who weren't here in the beginning. Some time has gone by. Our feelings have kind of shifted a bit. Let's go back to the original video and rewatch it with this new conversation in mind, okay? So just a reminder, this is Connie Chen. I haven't seen a lot of her content. I'm sure she's a very nice person. She got a comment from a viewer who said, "Hi, Connie. I really like your page and your videos. I do want to offer some advice, and please don't take it negatively. You may want to whiten your teeth. They look really yellow in your videos. Doesn't take away from the content, but they are pretty noticeable." Connie said, "Oop, I got to unmute it, Brittany."
I got a DM from a black woman telling me that I have really yellow teeth. Being a woman, I know you're not surprised. This is just what's going to happen. We've lived in this patriarchal system long enough to know exactly what parts of us need fixing. No one is walking around oblivious of the body parts that don't fit in the traditional white beauty standards. Yes, my teeth are not the whitest part of my body, and it doesn't mean that my teeth, like your skin, is what needs whitening. They've been selling us whitening for centuries. Skin whitening, hair straightening, and yes, teeth whitening. All of it says the same thing. You need to be whiter to be worthy. This is important to talk about because this is about how white beauty standards get so deeply internalized that we start policing each other. This is about how anti-blackness teaches us that our natural features, the color of our teeth, our hair, our nose, our bodies need to be fixed, whitened, straightened, managed to be acceptable. This black woman knows what it's like to have her body policed, to be told that you are almost acceptable, almost professional, almost beautiful, if you just fix this one thing. And still, she sent this message because this is what white supremacy does. It gets inside and teaches us to do its work for it, to police each other, to pass along the message that our bodies are projects that need perfecting before we can be seen. This is the same logic that purity culture has always used. It's the same voice that told the bleeding woman that she was unclean, the same voice that tells women that their bodies are almost acceptable, almost holy, but first, they need to be cleansed. The message is always that your body is what stands between you and holiness. And it makes me wonder, what kind of world did she grow up in, where they learned that love comes with these conditions, where I really like you automatically comes with here's what's wrong with you. She's doing to me what was done to her. Somewhere along the way, someone told her that her body wasn't quite right, that love and acceptance would come after the fix, not before, that love looks like correction, that care means pointing out flaws, that helping means making each other more palatable for the white gaze, for the male gaze, for the gaze of a world that was never built for us anyway. She internalized all of that so deeply that now she thinks is she is being hopeful. Don't take it negatively, because in her world, it isn't negative. It is just truth-telling. She doesn't see it as violence because it was never named as violence that was done to her. When you tell somebody that their body needs fixing, you are recreating the temple steps that kept women out. You are playing the priest, deciding whose body is holy enough to approach the altar. So yes, we've got work to do because we don't have to keep living like this. We can choose differently. I am not available to be your project, and you are not available to be mine. I am not here to be palatable, and neither are you. We are already whole. Already holy. If you enjoyed this, I invite you to join my Patreon community where we are deconstructing and reconstructing women in the Bible. I also teach a class called Faith Deconstruction 101, Leaving the Church Without Losing Yourself.
Okay, so again, like, I agree that the original woman should not have said something. I also disagree with this idea that she has any right to lecture this Black woman about being anti-Black, because nothing in this comment tells me anything about this Black woman. I do not know anything about her. So maybe she knows her, maybe she understands her, but I don't know how from this comment you could even understand this woman's relationship to Blackness. Like, you know, it just feels so crazy to jump to all of those, like, and it's, again, she is a content creator. She's responsible for the content she makes. She's a relatively large content creator. So I'm going to just like not infantilize Connie here. And again, we're not going to go for her looks. We're not going to insult her intelligence. It's not about that. It's about how inappropriate I believe this singular TikTok was, which she posted on her page, lecturing this woman about her own anti-Blackness. But like, how do you know that? How do you know she's suffering from anti-Blackness? What about this comment was that? Now, at most, she maybe was inappropriate about commenting about Connie's looks in general, but also like, you know what I mean? You know, there's just that conversation. So, okay, now let me just do this. Let's look at her comment section. This person says, actually, your teeth should match the whitest of your eyes. I don't know if this is true, right? If they're darker, it indicates saturation issues or plaque buildup. I don't know if any of that is true, right? Chatter says, I'm overweight. I'm fascinated by people, even doctors, who feel a need to point that out, as if I didn't know and I haven't been advised for 4 decades how I might fix it. She liked that comment. I'm an AAPI with genetically yellow teeth that varies in people. That various people have told me I need to whiten. It's always felt like a racial thing. I couldn't articulate it, and you just did. Thank you. Now, so I have a theory that her teeth are naturally yellow. Like, she has a very yellow tooth. And so she's defensive about it because she can't do anything about it. And because she can't do anything about it, she's decided she shouldn't have to do anything about it because of white supremacy. And that's why she had the audacity to call this Black woman anti-Black. Because unless you have, because I can't imagine a person, again, her teeth are uniquely yellow. They are very distinctly yellow, and I don't know if it's on camera or the way that it looks, but it just felt like if you didn't have to have those teeth, would you? Genuinely. And then if that's the case, you do want them, then why are you coming at this Black woman for being Black? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were really loving those teeth, and you're like, these are just my teeth and I really like them, I don't know why you're going so hard on this woman. And again, if this had, I would never think to comment on her teeth. Just FYI, I feel like now I'm in a position where I have to comment on it. Because you just made it content and now I have to comment on it, but I would never have commented on her teeth before this. Do you know what I'm saying? It's very interesting. And then it's like, I feel weird. I feel like, what happened? And it's only the way she went after the original commentator. Now, this is interesting. Chat says her teeth look clean. They're just yellow. Interesting. Agree to disagree. I think that's what's stopping us from understanding each other, because in my mind, they don't just look yellow. And so I'm like, hey, what's up with that? Because I've seen so much yellow teeth in my life, like so many variations. I didn't think that personally, but that's the thing. That's what she's probably trying to deconstruct, is like, actually, my teeth are actually really clean. They're just really yellow. But it's such a unique hue on camera. And I do think camera lighting can make a difference, right? That a big part of me was like, oh, like, look, let's be real, girls. If this, you know, if this was somebody we really hated, people would go right for her teeth, because you know what I mean? But at the same time, we don't hate her. We don't have to go for her teeth. I don't want to go for her teeth. I don't even want to talk about her teeth. But again, when we have this conversation, it's about perception. And I feel like the one thing we can all take from the end of 2025 is as we move into 2023, or sorry, oh my God, 2026, we should accept that like when people reach out to us, in the same way this woman shouldn't have told you your teeth are yellow because you maybe should have told this woman she harbors anti-blackness for writing you that comment. Because I don't know how you would know that. You could say, I think it might be this, like, hey, thank you for writing. Actually, no. Even if she said it in the nicest way possible, how could you say that? Like, even if she meant it in the nicest way possible, in what way could she say, like, hey, I think this might be like anti-blackness, but what part of this comment screamed anti-blackness? Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm confused. I really like your page and your videos. I do want to offer some advice, and please don't take it negatively. You may want to whiten your teeth. They look really yellow in your videos. Doesn't take away from the content, but they're pretty noticeable. She is saying, hey, just based off the standard of society and the expectations, they are noticeable enough to distract people. And though it doesn't take away from the content, it might be for some people, and or in case you didn't know, which is, she knows, girl. You don't have to write her that message. She knows. Okay? But nothing in this paragraph would make me think like anti-blackness. You know what I mean? I would just be like, oh, you're overstepping. I get it, girl, but you're overstepping. It's just such an interesting like conclusion. And then for her to be like, I'm a teacher, I'm a guide, I'm a leader. Well, you're leading me into anti-blackness a bit, girl. Like, is that where you want to lead people? I don't know. Okay, now here. Sometimes teeth become stained or discolored. Skin generally doesn't stain unless you're really not taking care of yourself. I don't think this has anything to do with racism or patriarchy, or else British men would never be told or else British men would never be told their teeth are yellow. I was going to say the British don't have an infamously good reputation about their teeth, huh? Let's see. This comment says it's nonstop. Wait till you get old. It's the worst. Thank you for speaking the truth. This says, I think a lot of people don't know that genetics play a role in how yellow your teeth appear. The perception is that yellow teeth is due to poor hygiene, but it's more related to genes and genetics and age. Sure, right? Like, okay. Her chat said, I was struck by your comment that I like you. I was struck by your comment that I like you comes with, here's what's wrong with you. My mother was raised in that environment and still evaluates every person with whether they look like they've gained weight or lost weight. Therapy has really helped me see and appreciate who people are instead of their outside. The dilemma with that is that you say your outside doesn't matter, but again, your protest against that standard is to protest other people's outside. You demonize straightening your hair, you demonize whitening your teeth, you demonize things. So again, I agree. Like, I would never recommend that someone's skin whiten their teeth, generally speaking. I'm sure there's some person on the planet in which that would make sense, but generally speaking, I would never think to whiten your skin. But I would think to straighten your hair or whiten your teeth if you want. Generally speaking, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It can be that big of a deal, and that's what you need to deconstruct. Is it that big of a deal? Am I doing this for a really bad reason? Am I doing it to be closer to whiteness? The problem with this conversation is like, I think we forget how fun it is to have different kinds of hair, how fun it is to have different kinds of aesthetics, how great and exciting it is to be creative with the things we can do with our hair. And sometimes that looks like straightening our hair, and sometimes that looks like curling our hair, and sometimes that looks like braiding our hair, and sometimes it looks like coloring our hair. And so there's also that conversation too. Like, there's always this conversation about age in women where like women are forced to dye their gray hair. But what if they wanted to dye it blue or pink? Oh, now it's radical and it's cool. Right? And I think there's something to do with that, right? Chad says, bloody hell, does that have anything to do with whiteness? Yeah, like, look, guys, I agree with her premise. I need you to know this. I agree with her premise that everything is connected to white supremacy. Based off of the world we exist in now, the standard of white supremacy has changed. So even what people find acceptable has changed. I agree that teeth are often bleached white because people think that's what healthy is, but you can have the most bleached white teeth and have the most disgusting, unhealthy teeth you've ever seen in your life. Okay, disgusting, no judgment. Okay. So again, I agree. It's like being thin doesn't mean you're healthy. It's this idea that being obese, like, or being fat means you're unhealthy. It's like, let's have that conversation about how we're gauging healthiness. So yes, I agree we need to deconstruct all of it. But again, the only issue I had, if this woman had just made, if Connie had just made the video without bringing up this woman's anti-blackness because there's no evidence of it, I probably wouldn't have been that big of a deal, and I probably would never have talked about it on stream. And that's what's interesting about being a person, you know? That's what's interesting about knowing why we do what we do. And that's the thing that I will always find fascinating. Yeah. Now, Chess says whitening is both class and whiteness. So white of affluent people, rich people have nice, white, clean teeth, and those who don't are peasants or trash. And we can't afford dental. So our teeth look fucked up and we can't afford dental. So let's be real. You kind of want to be rich enough to afford dental. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a blind there. Yes, we don't want to whiten our teeth to say we're not like the peasants, but maybe we want to get dental health care so we don't die from fucking, like, guys, teeth decay is connected to blood clots, cancers, death. Like, you can die from bad teeth. So I also think there's that role that plays into this where, like, some people like don't want to be anything like rich people, so they reject all of their cleaning habits and all of their hygiene, except to say that, like, guys, rich people do know something about hygiene, but not everything rich people do is about hygiene. You know? So that's the thing that we have to think about. Okay? Is like, okay, let's talk about it. Let's go through it. Chat said teeth whitening is only aesthetic though. Yes, like generally speaking, whitening your teeth is aesthetic, but what's wrong with some goddamn aesthetic? You know what I'm saying? Like, the aesthetic isn't the problem. If you like the aesthetic, whiten your goddamn teeth. If you don't like the aesthetic, don't whiten your teeth. Right? But also, let's talk about like the best ways to do these things. You know? I think that's the problem, is like she's making it sound like whitening your teeth is always giving into white supremacy. Straightening your hair is always giving into white supremacy. And I'm like, no. Now, this chatter said, I'd never noticed your teeth, but after hearing her comment, I agree. They're not as white as I would expect. I've used teeth whiteners a lot on my teeth to get the color they are, removing coffee and smoke stains that I've collected, which were not hurting anything. I had not considered that let's see, TikTok changes the text on the screen, so it kind of chops up words, so it takes me a second to realize what they were going to say. I had not considered that was a beauty standard, just as made up as skin whitening and eye whitening. I don't know what she meant by that. Until you pointed out in this video, my whitened teeth are back to being a little stained after a couple more years, and they've gotten darker, I'm sure, but I think I'll never whiten them again. Yeah, okay, this goes back to, you know what this sounds like to me sometimes? It sounds like when girls wear high heels and lashes and nails, and they're doing it for men, and then women are like, you're only doing that for patriarchy and men. And then women take it off and they're like, I just feel so much more in my feminine divine. I just feel so good in my feminine. I don't do this for a man. I don't have to wear nails or heels. And then you have a group of girlies that are like, I like having heels and nails and big lashes and whatever. So can I not have them now? It's like, hey, like, I was watching these girls dance on TikTok, and the girls were like, you know, in heels and makeup, and they were looking sexy. And then someone said, not a man in sight. And I said, exactly. Let's be real, girls. If men didn't exist, we'd still be out here with nails and heels and lashes. Not all of us because we're women, but some of us because we like them. And also lots of men like heels and lashes and makeup too. So then there's that thing where it's like, hey, can I have it? Like, you have to deconstruct though. Why am I doing this thing? And then you can come to a conversation about aesthetic, right? Chess said aesthetic is foundational to white supremacy and patriarchy though. Aesthetic is foundational to culture. It signals to one another. Guys, what do you mean by aesthetic? You think black people don't have aesthetic? You think global populations around the world don't have aesthetic? You think Iraq doesn't have its own aesthetic? You know, what are we talking about? Wait, am I misunderstanding? You think only white people get aesthetic? Am I confused? Maybe I misunderstood. You can clarify, because maybe I'm not getting it. So obviously, you know what I mean? Like, aesthetic. So the question is the aesthetic you're playing into white supremacy, which is a conversation we should have, right? Are you playing into the aesthetic of white supremacy? That's the question. Now the question is, but here's the problem, because sometimes I'll see black populations and they'll have blue eyes or some variation of skin color. Maybe they'll even be white, like skin color, or albino or something interesting. And somebody will say, oh, this is from your white side. And they're like, there is no white side. we look at even people from the Middle East, people will be like, oh my God, your family has red hair. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, is that from like your Irish side? What Irish side? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that means, but like, I don't have any Irish in me as far as I know, bro. It's like they actually think like black people can't have red hair or Iraqis can't have red hair or, you know what I mean? Like there's like this confusion about where things come from. So all I'm saying is instead of assuming you're trying to be more white, make sure they're trying to be more white. Because like not everyone's trying to be more white. You know what I mean? Some people just, you know, so again, when we have this conversation, I get it. I understand her positioning. But also, you know, and obviously like everyone deserves like love and care. And I think that's so important. Like everyone deserves love and care. And it's like when your kid comes to you, bro, like you got a middle schooler, like I did with my mom, and I said, please let me shave my legs. And she said, no, I want you to get comfortable in your skin without shaving your legs. And I said, fine, then I'm not wearing shorts. And she said, why? You should wear capris. She never let me wear shorts, let's be real. She made me wear long pants, but you know, the ones that go below the knees. And she'd be like, I don't want you to have to shave your legs. You're only 12. And I was like, but I don't want to go out without my shaved legs. Like, I don't want to. P.S. That did not help me. It just made me like hate dressing up and hate I didn't want to look cute. I didn't want to wear girl clothes. And I was like, fuck it. I'm wearing boys clothes and I'm only covering up my body. And then I went into full like boy mode. Big baggy sweaters, jean pants, I never wanted to be a girl. Because anytime I tried to be a girl, I wasn't allowed to be the girl that I wanted to be. Listen, not all girls need to shave their legs. Not all girls need to be girly, but the girl I wanted to be looked a certain way. And that's what maybe I'm being too autistic about this. When I want to look like something, I'm trying to look like something. And if I can't pull it off, it's very frustrating. So it's like, as a little kid, all it made me feel was like my mom had more control over my body than I did. And that was really annoying. Okay. Also wasn't allowed to wear makeup until I was 18, right? So it's just like, you know, and so it goes back to this, like, I personally do not want yellow teeth. I don't want super white teeth either, but are my teeth yellow? Like, would you guys call my teeth yellow? You can tell me, you can be honest. You don't have to lie to me. Are they yellow? I feel like they're off-white. I feel like they're off-white. You know? And so like, that's like, you know what I mean? But I do that. I take care of my teeth. I do it on purpose, you know? Like, you know, I try really hard. Like if my teeth looked any yellower or darker, I would want to change it, you know? So it's, you know, it's kind of one of, I guess I'm also very sensitive about my mouth. I don't know if you like are similar to me. I'm very aware that my mouth exists. I don't know if this is, again, autism. I'm like very aware of what my mouth is doing at all times. And it's a really weird like feeling. And I'm always aware of what like my skin feels like. And I don't know if it's sensory, you know, things. Oh, Chad said probably your job too. Yeah, probably my job too. Right. Like, but I'm always aware of like what I feel, maybe because I'm very expressive. Like I have a very, like, I've been told my whole life, like, oh, like, you know, you have such expression on your face. Like people are always telling me what I look like, you know, but at the same time, I also like to feel clean. Like I love, you know, when you're making out with somebody and you both just brushed your teeth and everything is so clean, and maybe you brush your teeth, but you also drink some water and your mouth is like cool and luscious and it feels so good. You ever like go throughout the day, you ever end your day and put your teeth, like move your tongue over your teeth and you can feel all the stuff that's built up over the day and you just love brushing your teeth and you're like, oh, and I don't even like brushing my teeth, but I love when I'm done brushing my teeth. I don't even like brushing my teeth, but it's after and you touch your teeth with your tongue. You're like, ooh, you know, when you go to the dentist and you get a cleaning, you're like, I can feel every individual tooth. It just feels so good. That's how I want to feel, but it's also how I want to look. Okay, it's how I want to feel and it's how I want to look. And so I can be personally pretty sensitive to aesthetic, like the way you look. In a sense, if it's something you can't help, I love you. But if we can do something about it, girl, let's do something about it. Because when I look at you, all I'm imagining is like the layers of gunk. Because it's your mouth. You're smoking, you're drinking, you're eating. You have all of this buildup through the day, and that's all my brain processes. You know what I mean? But that's okay. Again, and I think, you know why this is so personal? It goes to like to home care as well. You know, the other day we talk about a lickable home. You know, we talk about like, what things look like and what they feel like, and can I lay on the floor? Is it clean? Like, there's a lot of judgment families feel with like how clean their home is. You don't want to go so extreme that your home is unlivable and I can't even sit there. But you also don't want to be so dirty that you excuse the fact that your dog took a shit on the carpet because you figure like, what are you going to judge me for it? And yes, I've been in those homes. Yes, I've been in homes of people who have like urine and shit on the floor, or baby food, or like food splattered on the walls. Or look at Asmongold. Do you want to be Asmongold? Like, come on. At some point, we got to be serious. Is Asmongold protesting white supremacy by having a dead rat in his house? You know what I mean? Sorry. And Asmongold, by the way, was so neglected as a child, he had to have his teeth removed from bad dental care. That's what it feels like to me, you know? Chad says, why do you think whiter equal clean? Where does that come from? Well, we already talked about it, right? There is propaganda to say whiter teeth or cleaner teeth. That isn't true. We know that, right? We've already talked about it. That is propaganda. We know that's not true. Which is why, again, I don't think you necessarily need very white teeth, but very yellow teeth, very brown teeth can be not always an indicator of something unhealthy happening, and or could just be your genetics. But I don't think it's wrong for us to assume something bad could be happening, because like usually if my teeth go that way, something bad is happening. I don't have genetically yellow teeth. So if my teeth were that yellow, I'd be like, oh my God, I'm dying. Something bad is happening. So again, it's not a universal experience, but it is my experience, which means it's somebody else's experience, which means it makes sense that my brain would automatically assume something bad is happening, because it would be if it was me, but it doesn't necessarily mean it would be if it was somebody else. So other people who have naturally yellow teeth are very like, that's okay. I'm not judging you, girl. I get it. It happens. But it's also, I think, fine for people to be concerned. It might be like bad, like your teeth might be rotting, like, because that's how we're taught. We're not experts in dental care. We're not experts in these things. So it makes sense that with our limited information, we might be like, hey, are you okay? Hey, is your teeth okay? Right? So again, we know there's a propaganda to teach us about what white teeth are, And so that's all I'm trying to say is like, I feel like the video, again, we shouldn't have to pit these people against each other. I don't think she should have commented on her teeth to begin with. And I don't think that woman should have assumed she was anti-black, because I don't even know what the fuck she got that from. And also, even if you deconstruct white supremacy, you might still want to straighten your hair and whiten your teeth, and it's fucking fine. Okay? You can deconstruct white supremacy and still enjoy straightened hair. You can deconstruct patriarchy and still want to be a sex worker. You can deconstruct patriarchy, but you have to be honest with yourself and not lie to yourself about whether or not you've really deconstructed and whether or not you really want to do it. And this is very dependent. So, I think what happens is often people are lying to each other more than not, right? Like people are lying to themselves. So the concern is like, oh, you're just lying to yourself still. You still just don't. Like, this is still just like training from white supremacy. It could be. It definitely could be. But also, are we ever free from white supremacy? I think we are through meditative practices. If we can deconstruct religion and hopefully be free from it, if we can, then the idea is like you should be free from those constructs, at least in the privacy of your home, for fuck's sake. It's like the men who say women only wear makeup for men. Women never wear makeup for themselves. It's like, we know that's not true. And I feel that way about everything else. Yes, you could just be wearing makeup for men, but also not necessarily. But only you know why you're really doing it. Yeah. Woo. Chat said, okay, chat's having an interesting conversation with each other. I just want to comment on this. You said now apparently white teeth, being in shape, being respectable, etc., are all associated with whiteness and the opposite of black. And that's like anti-blackness. I will say, and this is what I've learned because I've been recently watching videos on like cartoons made I don't remember where they're from, somewhere in Africa, but it was like cartoons made for black populations versus America and their depiction of black populations. And like, yeah, like that's the part of white supremacy that's so interesting. So, okay, I have a theory. Oh, this is really deep theory status. Okay, I'm not going to look at chat while I say this, but if you think I'm wrong, just tell me. Okay, ready? I have a theory that Americans, all of us, have a really hard time, even as we're deconstructing patriarchy and misogyny and racism and all that stuff, of not only, like, we can only do it through the American lens. We actually are not deconstructing further enough. And the more you deconstruct away from America, because that needs to be deconstructed, America needs to be deconstructed, you realize like the world is having a different relationship with self. So when I saw these cartoons, is it like a black family and the dad's like really fit and he's really tall and the mom's like beautiful and elegant and the kids are all cute and everything's cute and everyone's wearing nice clothes and the hygiene on point, the fashion on point, everything's beautiful. And then you go to an American cartoon with a black family and it's so racist and it's so like purposefully offensive. It's so bad. And you're like, oh my God. And then you realize, like, imagine you're a kid internalizing that. Imagine you're a whole country internalizing that. You think hygiene and good fashion and looking presentable in quotation marks is only for whiteness, because in America, that's what we've been told. So then when you see it in other people around the world, you think, oh, they're suffering from white supremacy, when it's like, that's just like looking good. And so I think there's something to be said about the way Americans, specifically even minorities, internalize like this relationship with deconstruction, which is like, yes, you've deconstructed your relationship as an American to America, but have you deconstructed the fact that like other people around the world have a standard of beauty or hygiene that is like their standard? Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not to say that, you know, I think maybe that's why this like TikTok rubbed me the wrong way. It's like an insinuation that first, black people don't come in all shapes and sizes, like they're a monolithic experience. You know what I mean? Like black people don't just all look the same. They don't, so like to say that, oh, this is anti-blackness from this woman is just like, oh, like that's such a big leap, right? And I think that's why this is so hard, because, and this is why deconstruction never ends. I will be deconstructing until the day I die, because it will never be done. I'll never be over it, because there's so many bubbles to deconstruct, right? Excuse me. And so that's the problem I have in all this. Now, Chad is saying the Asian woman, Kanye, was being anti-black. Listen, I feel so weird about saying it, but it did give anti-blackness to me, to which is why I wanted to talk about it. Because I was like, why did she say it like that? But also, there are black icons, black commenters in her chat agreeing, right, with her. So then I'm like, okay, maybe this is speaking to some part of the world. And I think that's so valid. But also, you know, what does that mean? Because it's, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's a little reductive, but it's not, but it's something, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm glad it spoke to you. I'm glad it spoke to people. I'm glad her comment section feels like really seen by this. And also though, you know, and also though, like we really are here for such a short time on Earth, and we are obviously products of our environment. I also do believe, though, you have to be very careful about the way you, quote, rebel against the standard, because then are you even doing it for you? Is this even what you want, or is it what you think you have to do to counter white supremacy? Because then at that point, you're still centering white supremacy, or you're still centering men, like the women who are like, I'm off men. I'm not dating men. I'm going to start a commune with my girlfriends. Is that because you're of men, or is that because you were going to do that anyways? If you had perfectly great relationships with men, would you still do this? Or are you only doing this because you don't have a good relationship with men? Then in my brain, that's still centering men. You know what I mean? And I think that that's what it is at the end of the day. Like, I can't trust Connie's TikTok as her truth. Like, it's her truth, but I doubt her. I just think, I don't know. But then what do I know, right? I don't know her. So I'm just saying as an idea, I don't know. You know? Chess says she associates flaws with blackness. Well, I think she specifically said, to be fair to Connie, that the black woman who wrote her was associating flaws. Oh, wait, chat. Okay, hold on. Oh, you're saying that Connie is saying, as a black woman, you should keep your flaws. Oh, versus Connie thinks she's saying that you're not flawed, so you shouldn't fix anything, which is what Connie thinks she's saying. Hold on. Because Connie is saying, but then she said the kingdom is now and these bodies are as they are and you are not a project. Jesus did not require bodies to be fixed before they were holy, and yet he healed the cripple. Yeah, so, yeah, chat said it felt like she was associating flaws with blackness when I heard it too, and I felt offended. Well, yeah, okay, hold on. This is so much fun, girls. I'm having so much fun. Let's try again. Because, we also have bias and prejudice too, and because like I was really activated when I first heard it. My partner, I was like, you gotta watch this TikTok with me. I was activated because I was like, hey, this makes me mad. And then I was like, why does this make me mad? Let me redo it. Now, chat said, is Connie Christian? She doesn't identify as Christian in any of her bios. And she also has a program, which is why I keep playing it at the end, saying that she has a class on deconstructing religion. But I don't know if she identifies as a Christian. Because that would also make sense, because obviously, but she can't. Because the Jesus stuff is so weird. You know what throws me off about it too? Let's see if we can find it, because Christianity is a patriarchal, well, also white supremacy, but a patriarchal construct. Let me see here. Christian Love, Holiday Surviving Guide, Christian Love. Let's see, Christian Love. Let's see. There was one about being gay and Christian, and I think she's gay as far as I know,
I was brought up in a loving Christian family and in a wonderful church, but was always taught that homosexuality is a sin. I'm struggling with my own Christian and queer identity at the same time. For some reason, I cling to the belief that it is a sin because any argument that it isn't always seems to me like it's not God-fearing. I need us to sit with that for a minute. Any argument that it isn't always seems like it is not God-fearing. This person is clinging to a belief that causes them pain because letting go feels dangerous spiritually. And I want us to honor that tension because that is real. The fear is real. And here's the question I want to ask. What does the fear protect? Because sometimes what we call God-fearing isn't about God at all. Sometimes it's community-fearing. We're afraid of losing our people, our place, our sense of belonging. Sometimes it's certainty-fearing. We are terrified of the instability that comes when the answers we were given start to crack open. And sometimes it is self-fearing. We are afraid of what it means about us if we were wrong, if we are wrong, or if we let ourselves want what we want and be who we are. The real question, I think, is not do you fear God, but which God are you fearing? The one you were taught about? The one that you are encountering now in your own body? And if you know this feeling, you know what I'm saying, but is it even bad to fear something new? Because the thing that you've known, you know that it is bad. Let's talk about the sin framework for a second, because that entire framing depends on a handful of Bible verses that have been filtered through centuries.
So it sounds like she is a Christian and she gives a queer perspective of Christianity. How can she talk about feminist theology and then talk about Christianity? Right? So it sounds like, okay, let's go back to this.
Links are you know where. I got a DM from a black woman telling me that I have really yellow teeth. Being a woman, I know you're not surprised. This is just what's going to happen. We've lived in this patriarchal system long enough to know exactly what parts of us need fixing. No one is walking around oblivious of the body parts that don't fit in the traditional white beauty standards.
I would just like to say, I do strongly believe, because we're animals evolved on a planet, though, that we care about aesthetic. I just think we care about the wrong aesthetics. I do think we know that like birds are out here dancing for each other, and like beauty is treated differently in non-human animals. So I don't understand this like obsession with like eradicating our relationship to aesthetic, because I think aesthetic is so important, right? But I agree that we should deconstruct the ones that are not helpful. Like we want to suffer wisely. We don't, but we will suffer, but we want to suffer wisely. Like same thing with like beauty, like being beautiful or having aesthetic or looking a certain way. Cause like aesthetic isn't just about beauty. The word beauty is really interesting because like aesthetic and beauty to me are different things. And yet they go hand in hand, but they are different. So that also plays a role in how we're expressing our relationship to like decorating our homes or decorating ourselves. Like sometimes I do just feel like a bird who's collecting shiny things and decorating her home with it, right? Like this is my nest and I made it really shiny, right? And then the question is like, why do I want to make it shiny? You know, that's a good question, you know?
Yes, my teeth are not the whitest part of my body, and it doesn't mean that my teeth, like your skin, is what needs whitening. They've been selling us whitening for centuries. Skin whitening, hair straightening, and yes, teeth whitening. All of it says the same thing. You need to be whiter to be worthy. This is important to talk about because this is about how white beauty standards get so deeply internalized that we start policing each other. This is about how anti-blackness teaches us that our natural features, the color of our teeth, our hair, our nose, our bodies, need to be fixed, whitened, straightened, managed to be acceptable. This black woman knows what it's like to have her body policed, to be told that you are almost acceptable, almost professional, almost beautiful, if you just fix this one thing. And still, she sent this message because this is what white supremacy does. It gets inside and teaches us to do its work for it, to police each other, to pass along the message that our bodies are projects that need perfecting before we can be seen.
Okay, you guys are commenting on the whole like black skin is not the same thing as yellow teeth. Now pause, because let's focus on this. So we do know that propaganda tells us that yellow teeth bad, white teeth good, for no other reason than an aesthetic reason, except caveat, technically not true. Except caveat, technically not true. We know that yellow teeth that are yellow and not a certain type of yellow. Okay, again, let's go back to the yellow teeth versus white teeth pictures. Okay, we know that yellow teeth, not necessarily bad, but a certain level of yellow, we're like, hold up. Wait a second, are we dealing with a disease? Okay, and that's the question. Like, is this not a disease? And if it's not a disease, what's happening here? Because I rarely see people with teeth this yellow and something isn't going on. Drug use, backfire from medication, illnesses, a bummer predisposition. Like, what's happening here? Okay. So yes, like regular yellow teeth, not a problem. Okay. But discoloring in our skin can indicate cancer, but not all discoloration in our skin can indicate cancer. So it's like, I get what you're trying to say, but also, you know, like I love that doctor who shows us the difference of cancer on black skin versus white skin, because we're so white supremacied out that even our cancer pictures we get online or in our doctor's offices are on white skin. So it's like, fuck. But also, you know, when people are like, you know, skin coloration is not meant to be fixed. Yeah, but is it from cancer? Like, yes, I agree. Like, I don't necessarily have to change the dark spots on my body, but also, are they cancer? Because, like, I just want to know. So I do think from an animal perspective, we know that some differences in our skin or patterns can indicate sickness. The question is, do we have enough discernment to actually know the difference between judging someone by how they look and actually being concerned about the way people look? Hey, your skin's a little pale. Hey, you're a little yellow. Hey, like you look a little different. Hey, you're sweating a lot. You know, like some person might be like, I can't believe you're pointing out that I'm sweating a lot. I know, I'm insecure about it. Yes, but is it an indication of something bad? Right? And then it's like, okay, let's talk about it. And look, in America, where healthcare and dental care are two different things, I get it. Girl, if I'm being completely transparent with you, I'll be so transparent with you. Are you ready? I will be so vulnerable with you. I hadn't gone to the dentist in over a decade. And I had so many cavities that just like were not bothering me, and I didn't think about it, and nobody said anything about it until one day it got bad and I had to go get it done. But I couldn't afford it. It was like $3,000 something. And I was like, girl, nobody has $3,000. And then I was like, I'll put it on a credit card. I'll figure out what to do. And then I got my teeth completely fixed in Croatia. Yeah, this was recent. I had not gone to the doctor for so long, the dentist. And also, I was already busy paying off medical bills. So I was like, I already have medical bills, and now you want me to have dental bills? And look, if I had to do it over again, I would have fixed my teeth the moment I was having problems when I was young. But I didn't have the kind of problems that made me think I should go. I just had like, you know, the same color teeth, but I had cavities. And no one in my life talked to me about my cavities. So as much as people would be like, oh my God, that's so ignorant. I can't believe you didn't know that. Yeah. And so it's like one of those things where what I want you to do is, again, it's like you shouldn't have cavities. Your teeth shouldn't be a certain level of yellow most of the time. You shouldn't have plaque buildup. Your gum shouldn't be bleeding because you rarely floss. Like, there are conversations we should be having about what you should expect, but we don't even know it because we're not going to the doctor. You know? So again, when we talk about aesthetic and feeling good about ourselves and how we show up, the truth is some part of us intuitively know there might be something wrong with me if my skin looks blotchy, if I'm having problems. Like, at some point you're going to say ingrown hairs are tied to white supremacy. Look, girl, I don't want ingrown hairs. I don't want bumps on my skin necessarily. Like, let's talk about it. Like, yes, it can be tied to white supremacy, but you also exist outside of it, right? You exist outside of it. Now, you might say in one part, like, oh, Brittany, we can never be erased from it. We can't be, like, we're not allowed to exist outside of white supremacy. I think that's why I talk about the levels. That's why I do the work that I do. I agree. Most people will never be able to know they exist outside of the planet or outside of the world, or never be able to really value who they are or get to exist as outside of the burden of being compared to other people or white supremacy or oppressors. I agree. And yet, I think you can, though. And I think that's the challenge that humanity isn't ready to come to, which is like, you are neither defined by white supremacy nor controlled by it, but you are impacted by it. And yet you can't escape it, and yet you exist outside of it. And all these things have to be true at once. So yes, whitening your teeth to hide your rotting mouth isn't going to change anything. You still have rotting teeth. Having yellow teeth doesn't mean your mouth is rotting. But also, okay, like, you don't have to do anything about your yellow teeth. You don't. If nothing is wrong, if it's not killing you and you're healthy, don't whiten your teeth. But also, you can't be mad that other people want to whiten their teeth. You know? Because at the end of the day, like, there is an aesthetic here that people are allowed to engage with if they have the right reason to do so. Same with plastic surgery. Okay? Same with plastic surgery. Like, same with bleaching our hair or enjoying any kind of aesthetic change. Like, there are things that have been denied to people because even though they want to engage in it, they go, that's for white people. You know, one of my favorite subcategories of young Black people is the ones who love Paramore and rock music, because they're rarely represented in music. My favorite, like, creators on TikTok are the Black band creators who, like, scream emo and stuff and do emo music, because I'm like, you never got this. You were never represented. You were never there. You were never allowed because it was, quote, for white people. And yet we know that that's, you know, that shouldn't be denied to them. And them engaging in it doesn't make them less Black. You know what I mean? But that's the problem, is like, it's almost like insinuating that Black people, brown people can't engage in fun, can't engage in expression, can't engage in anything that is typically white. So yes, I agree that whitening your teeth might be linked to white supremacy. And I think if you want to whiten your teeth, whiten your teeth. Okay? Discord said it's crazy, which is crazy because a lot of Black people started a lot of many of those trends. I believe that too. So again, I do agree that there could be a tie to white supremacy. I don't think it's always tied to white supremacy, and only you can know if you've done the work to deconstruct. Only you can know if you've done the work. But again, for Connie to have the audacity to call out this Black woman as being anti-black, where does she get off? I'm sorry. Like, I'll say Myron Gaines is black. His anti-blackness is showing. We know that about Myron Gaines because he literally says the N-word at people and wears a Ku Klux Klan hood and makes friends with white supremacists. What did this commenter do to make Connie feel empowered enough to tell this woman, you have anti-blackness going on? You know? I think that's the question that needs to be answered. Okay? Right? Chad says, why is it tied to white supremacy to whiten your teeth? Black people have white teeth probably more than white people. I think it does go back to like that classism thing where like white people have mostly held capital and rich people have better access to like hygiene resources and dental care. And then that trickles down to like, wanting to whiten your teeth and wanting to look like a Abercrombie and Fitch model might be some connection to white supremacy. But I just think like, again, it's not that black people don't have white teeth. But Connie saying whitening your teeth against your natural predisposition is what's white supremacy. So then she's saying you shouldn't change your teeth. But there's a story about it was a cooking show. I don't remember if it was Gordon Ramsay or somebody, who knows. But this black lady was on it and she would do this when she smiled. She'd be like, oh my God. And then he was like, I don't remember what cooking show was on, but he's like, we noticed that, I think it was Queer Eye. And every time she did that, she goes, we noticed that you do this every time you smile. And she goes, my teeth got messed up when I was a kid. I'm missing a lot of my teeth. I don't feel pretty. And they got a sponsorship to get her teeth done. And I just thought that was such a beautiful gesture. That was so kind of them to help her get her teeth done. And I think that's the same for me as whitening your teeth. I think it's very related. I don't think it's always related. I don't think it's always necessary, but I think it's very closely related for me personally, that like, if you genuinely would feel more alive and in your body and more in tune with your spirit to smile without doubt, let me do whatever is necessary for you to do that. Because once you eradicate that insecurity in people, they get to free themselves from even the process of getting something done. But not everyone who gets something done, right, it doesn't deserve it. Like, I think there's just this idea that like, I don't want you to internalize like, oh yeah, I'm not getting anything done because I love myself more than you love yourself. It's like, you don't get to say that. You don't get to say that if you get your teeth fixed, you love yourself less than I do because I didn't get my teeth fixed. That's not necessarily true. I would argue that in some ways, not getting your teeth fixed is a sign of not loving yourself in some circumstances. And this is what it all comes down to. It's not one size fits all. I'm never going to make that prescription. You have whatever relationship with your teeth you want. For some people, it's loving yourself. For some people, it's not. But no one is a one size fits all, period. And I just feel like making it sound that way is so not helping. I just don't think it's helping. Yeah. Chad said, I think some people align wanting to feel beautiful and having insecurities with being morally or ethically flawed. Yeah, I think some people feel like, wanting to even feel good or wanting to do something is a sign of like, oh, you just want to do stuff. Like, you just want to can't you just be happy with the way you are? You know what this reminds me of? Oh, you really want to tie this back to something that I think completely connects to my childhood? My parents saying, you're perfect the way you are. Why do you have to go to therapy? You're fine the way you are. Your brain is not broken. There's nothing wrong with you. Why do you even have to go to therapy? This is what you sound like to me sometimes. Not everybody, but sometimes you make it sound like you're perfect. God made you perfect. She even says that she brought Jesus into this. Jesus does not require bodies to be fixed. With peace and love, mind your business. So in the same way this black lady should have minded her business about telling her teeth were yellow, you need to mind your business about people changing their teeth. Okay? So you can have a comment on it. You can make a comment about people, but sometimes I think we need to mind our business both ways. You know, I knew a girl who got her nose job done, and her like boyfriend and family were really negative about it. Oh, you looked better before. Why'd you get your nose done? I can't believe it. And I was like, hey, like that is unnecessary. Keep your mouth shut. Okay, if she wants to talk about it later, if she wants to have a candid conversation about it, but she looked beautiful, by the way. Like, she looked literally beautiful both ways. I don't know what the conversation was about, but they were mad at her. Ugh, you looked beautiful before. I can't believe you did this. That's not helpful. How is that helpful? You know what I mean? I don't get it. But then again, if this woman, for whatever reason, wants to feel like she can regret her nose job, I also think that's fine too. Like, you're obviously just a mean person. Okay? I think it's mean. Like, it's the same kind of meanness of telling people they should lose weight. You're being mean. Be quiet. Okay? Be quiet. Okay? And again, I get it, but also. So from a human perspective, again, we're all so flawed and we can only work to be a little less bad every day. And that's it. The end. Any last comments? Any last thoughts on this, guys, before we move on? Ugh. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yo, this is kind of like carbonated a little bit. It makes me a little burpy. I'm so sorry. It's like a little carbonated, this little drink. I don't even like carbonation, but something about Cedevita is like a little bit like, you know? I feel like it always makes me a little burpy. Chat said I definitely used to, like even this last year maybe, that if somebody got a nose job, it was because society might have convinced them they don't love themselves. So silly. Well, you know what? Thinking that is so normal though, because it was our counter to the expectation. So obviously growing up in the world that I grew up in, the expectation was like, why wouldn't you get your nose done? But also, I didn't not get my nose done because I wanted to rebel. I just didn't get my nose done because, again, I'm not convinced I would look better. Look, I told you guys, and I mean this so much. If I could guarantee that I would be prettier and feel more like myself by getting my nose done, take my money. I'm just not convinced. So why would I get my nose done? Now, I'll tell you this. I'm still convinced that I'm going to get a facelift, like a little one. I am. I'm still so convinced. This little thing is happening already, like, you know, and I think I'm just going to probably do one of these. Really subtle, like, you know what I mean? I am so loving the recent facelifts. They're so fucking good. Like, I'm dead. Like, I'm not going to lie that a part of me is like, that's so fucking, bro. Like, again, I think like plastic surgery is kind of like getting tattoos done. I know people don't, but I do. And that's your business. That's not my business. Don't talk to me. Okay? It's like the same to me. And I know people are like, oh my God, it's different. It's surgery. Go talk to your mom about it. Okay? But it's like one of those things where I do think like some people just, and I get it. We're all going to die, by the way. But I think in the same way, okay, this is what I related to. We talked about this on stream yesterday. Just like the same thing of like, nothing's going to change in our lifetime. It's always for the future. Or humans are always going to be this way. Doesn't mean you give up. I think it's nihilistic to not want to have fun while you're here, to not want to dye your hair and engage and get tattoos and do surgery and have fun. Like, I think it's also nihilistic to be like, I'm just going to love myself natural. With peace and love, girl, take your natural and have fun with it. Because like, mind your business. Because like, it also feels like, okay, girl, you do you. But like, also don't come for me. Because it feels like I have one life here. I want to have a little bit of fun. Okay? And then I'm going to die. But also make sure the fun you're having is deconstructed. It just feels like sometimes there's like this, you know, oh, I think I'm better than you because I'm natural. And I know this because I hear conservative women say it all the time. Conservative women love to brag how natural they are. We don't wear makeup. We don't get plastic surgery. We don't wear those, tattoos. We're natural. God made us natural. Good for you, girl. Not interested, okay? Thank you. You know what I mean? Not interested. And like, again, if you do that, great. But I don't like the judgment. I'm better than you. I don't dye my hair. You know, I don't do this. I don't do that. You know, we have to do things for the right reasons. And the right reasons are about you and your values. And that's what it is. You know, that's what it is. Yeah, Chad says I want a tit lift so bad. I feel yeah, dude. Like, bro, if you people want to get stuff done, people I know who get breast reductions done, awesome. You know what I mean? Gender affirming care, awesome. It's all the same to me. I think that's what it is. It's like, yes, we could all be doing things for the wrong reasons. It's just about like, is it the wrong reason? Have we done the work to make sure it's not for the wrong reason? And that's going to take time to figure out. So, I'm sure Connie's a nice person. I'm sure she means well. But also did not appreciate that TikTok, will not be watching her content. Not for me, but hey, wishing her well in this, in this world. Okay. Okay, let's watch this video. So this is Dean Withers. He has a new video out. And the reason I wanted to cover this is, one, we're not exactly Dean Withers fans here. I think he is too liberal for me to find him interesting. He's also pretty young. And not that that's technically a bad thing, but Dean tends to be a debate bro. I'm not a fan of Dean, but he has a new video out. I just realized he has a YouTube channel. I didn't even know that. Or if I did, I didn't process it because I always think of him as a TikToker. Is that I left these MAGA Karens speechless. And a big part of me has been re-examining this idea of a Karen because it does sound pretty... It plays into the misogyny belief that women are just crazy and they're just always, and I agree, I've used the word Karen. I'm like, oh my God, you're being such a Karen. But really, like, let's talk about that a little bit. And let's see, like, is that true? Is it just a good... obviously he's using it for clickbait, right? But like, is this helpful? It's interesting. Let's see. I'm sure these women will be very frustrating since they're going to be conservative, but let's see.
Excuse me, ma'am, we're with Patriot News. You look like a real patriot. Do you mind stopping for a quick interview? Oh, fantastic. Well, welcome. What's your name?
Thank you. I'm Lindy Ann Hopley from South Africa.
Really? And you're here today to celebrate Charlie Kirk and support Trump?
Well, I'm here because I'm a patriot, which I believe a patriot is someone who's willing to fight for their country because they believe in it.
Okay. So a patriot, somebody who's willing to fight for the country. Do you think Trump's a patriot?
I do believe he's a patriot. That's why a lot of people don't like him. Those who don't really like to, we have a big, coming from South Africa, I know what a communist takeover looks like. And so it's very obvious that they've been trying to take over the country. People were sold out to China and to other countries to try and get them to come in and really come and destroy this country. And so I think it's just people that say, hey, we want our Christian Judeo values here, and we're going to stand up and we're going to keep fighting for those.
Okay. So broadly, what does a communist takeover of America look like?
Well, communism is where someone believes that they're higher up than the rest of the people, and they're trying to make everyone subservient to them, If you've been around the world, it's pretty obvious where people...
Look, I don't know much about communism and capitalism, but I'm pretty sure that's capitalism. I'm pretty sure that's a capitalism.
People have come in and they've really ruined the country. They're all about themselves. I would say it's like high-level narcissism.
Okay, so here's my question. If a communist takeover of a country looks like a high-level narcissist that wants to gain control and power, then make others subservient to themselves, I'm not going to lie, Lindy Ann, I think that you just perfectly described Trump. Let's think about it. First and foremost, high-level narcissist. Of course, the multi-billionaire guy who...
He's doing a gotcha. He's doing a little bit of a gotcha. I don't love the gotcha take, but I have noticed myself getting burnt out on watching men like trick people or be highly sarcastic with them in public. I used to love how The Daily Show did it, and I still kind of like how The Daily Show does it. But this energy is like not my favorite, but it's okay. I'm not judging it too harshly. It definitely works. It's very clickbaity, but it's like the point of this conversation is not to help conservatives. It's to make the left feel good about themselves or the liberals feel good about themselves, right? So as long as we understand we're watching this content to feel cathartic and not to actually like change anyone's mind, I think that's fine generally. Is it the best?
Owns private estates and many of our who owns private estates like Mar-a-Lago down in Florida, who spent his whole lifetime saying that he is holier than thou. Literally in some scenarios, comparing himself to Jesus would fulfill that role of being a narcissist. And then just
missed what I said about what those people, the heart of the leader is not for the people. And it's been very obvious. So for me, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. When I came to America, I wasn't pro anything. I'm pro the kingdom of God. I'm here to see his kingdom manifest. And I have...
this is, I think, what's really important about what I think a lot of these women will talk about today, because I have a feeling they're all going to be Christian women, is again, Christians will tell you to fear the Muslims, but what you really should fear is patriarchy. And what you should really not, actually, you shouldn't even fear anything. You should prepare and be wise about it and discern. But there is like, this is getting more intense. And I'll just tell you from personal experience with my own family, girls, it's getting worse. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. I got the tea about how Christmas went because, you know, I'm not engaging right now with my parents unless they're able to have a better conversation about and girl, it's getting worse. The reports I got from the siblings, oh, it's getting worse. And I'm like, oh, how can it get worse? But it is. It is getting worse. And I'm like, this is it, baby. This is it. Everything they say about, like, you know, being afraid of people and being hateful and bigoted, girl, it's getting worse. Okay. And I just sat there. I'm like, this is it. This is just what it is. Like, can people learn? Not unless they want to. You know, Chad said when your siblings report back, she literally, my sister calls me and she's like, do you want to know? Is it going to be upsetting? Should I tell you? I was like, tell me, I'm ready. She goes, well, you'll feel validated because it's pretty bad. I was like, tell me. And I was like, girl, it is worse than I thought. I mean, it's not that surprising, but it's like worse than I thought. And I was like, it's so bad. Like, I can't even, you know, that stereotype of conservatives want to protect the kids, but then victim blame children. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. And I was like, and that's it. Those are your Christian values. To blame the children instead of the predators. Whoa, that's it, baby. We've made our decision. It's too late, girls. Like, when you're that stubborn and that old, that's it. And these are some of the most, like, you see the beauty in your family. Like, you see the beauty in people, and then they say the ugliest shit you've ever heard come out of a person's mouth. Nothing worse than a person you know in a certain light who's the kindest, sweetest, most generous, say the ugliest shit you've ever seen come out of a person's. And you're just like, and that is why I say philosophical evil. That is what philosophical evil is. It is like, you won't even take ownership of how ugly that sentence was. You go to church. You want to go to confession and tell the priest what you just said. You know, that was so gross. And that's the point. That's why I have a feeling a lot of these women will be adjacent to that bubble. And that's what I want you guys to recognize. Like, what I recognize in my parents is like, I'm so grateful for the healing I've done and the therapy I've gone to. And now I can just see, like, my parents as like what they are, which is like people with flaws on a journey. And I can only ever do the work to make sure that I don't become stagnant. And I hate to say it, but they're like the goal of kind of like what you don't want to be when it comes to bigotry. And it's really important that we use these people as examples, even the ones we love the most, to say even your loved ones can be this way. So we have to do something about it. Now, the one piece of good news I got out of Christmas, which is great to hear, is I had whispered in my brother's ear a better way of communicating his point so he doesn't end up using language that dog whistles like white supremacy or negative, because like white supremacists are using this language to dog whistle. And then the family was having a discussion and they were all being very like, you know, white supremacist, lenient, oh, he's not a Nazi, that's just the media kind of language. And then my brother was like, actually, and he said something and my sister went, oh, I know that was Brittany's influence. And I sat there and I'm like, that's all we can do, girl. All we can do is influence and give tools and see who uses it and see who doesn't. Not surprised that this particular brother used the tool, but also very impressed all the same because he didn't have to. He was the only person pushing back on everybody. And I sat there and I was like, I'll take it. I'll take the win because I think that's what it is. That's our job. Our job is to put our resources into people who are listening and willing and to ignore everybody else. And at the same time, I think all of these people need housing and education and healthcare. Okay? So that's what it is. That's the good news out of Christmas, is that I do think it matters for the few that are listening, but everybody else, it is what it is, you know?
A dream in 2020 that President Trump was in the Oval Office praying, and this was confirmed by prophets before. I didn't care if he was a Cyrus, if he had personal issues. God showed me in a dream that he was the one that he was going to use to turn this country around, to bring revival. In my dream, there was President Trump. God showed me what looked political, what looked like a Satan's takeover will be a revival.
Girl, with peace and love, with so much compassion, with so much respect, she sounds like those guys at the street corners who are like, the sky is falling, God is coming. Ma'am,
And that dream actually manifested at Charlie Kirk's memorial. So I know you introduce yourself as Patriot News, but clearly you're here just to stir things up. I want to tell you, Jesus is king. He's the way out. My focus is not President Trump. It's not this one or that one. We need the power of God to manifest on the earth again, and that is why we're here. If anything, Charlie Kirk said, I want to be remembered for my courageous faith. And as a Christian, I see people jump out of wheelchairs, blind I see. I never believed in God. And now I have a passion to see other people come into the revelation and the freedom which Jesus paid for. God just uses these people, but it's all about Jesus, and that's why I'm here. And I believe you. And if you don't know Jesus, I want to encourage you. He walked into my room. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I was wilder than the zoo, but he picked me up. He turned me around, and he gave me a new identity. And that's what Jesus can do for you. Bless you guys.
I just have one last question. One last question. I'm very familiar.
I actually saw cancer healed last night. I had a word of knowledge. I had a fire in my neck, and I told the pastor, I feel fire. He said, that's where I have a tumor. Prayed for him. His pain was instantly gone. My father was an atheist, high-level narcissist, billionaire, and guess what? He saw deaf ears open right in front of him in the street, and I led him to Jesus 4 days later. No one is too far away. This is about revival. This is about such a time as this. Get off your butt. Go preach the gospel. Heal the sick. Cast out demons. That's what we're here for. That's what Christianity looks like. Not a fight on the street. We got bigger fish to fry. The kingdom is coming. Are you going to be a part of it or not? Bless you.
I have two questions.
Whoa! Okay, first of all, that girl, she was here with, you know what? That is some passion, girl. I love I love her passion, you know? But my queen, okay? She was really focused. You know, we love a good focus, okay? But also, you know, when she said my father is a billionaire, I was like, Elon? Is Elon her dad? You know what? She was going for it. Honestly, she was smart. She picked it up really fast though, right? Discord said, I've seen people use Karen to the point of white women's entitlement. I'm not familiar with Bubbles using it for misogyny, so I'm confused by the insinuation that it's misogynistic, unless you're talking about white people using it in a way I'm unfamiliar with. As far as I know, Karen was meant to describe like a white woman who, you know, the kind of white woman that just like complains for no reason, is aggressive with like workers, who is entitled, who does all that stuff. But as far as I know, it's now universally being used for everybody. Women who are like bitchy, women who are annoying, your friends who are like, oh, you're being such a Karen. As far as I know, Karen has now become just a universal way to say that type of woman, a type of woman who's annoying, right? So though we know what a Karen is when we see it, it's now just become a universal, like, you're being such a Karen, like you're ruining the moment for us. So I do think it's transformed to be like very adjacent to misogyny, in my opinion, and like a very like, you know what I mean? But him even using it as an example of that. He says, oh, these are like MAGA Karens, speechless. So he's using it in this way right now, right? Because why is she not a Karen? Right? Like, what about her is the Karen stereotype? She's not. But he's calling her a Karen, which is the form of misogyny that I'm talking about. Why is this woman a Karen? Because she just said what she said. Isn't she just a conservative? Isn't she just Christian? Isn't she just... And that's why I'm thinking, okay, now the word Karen is for women I don't like. I don't like her. She's a Karen. Which, to be fair, we already saw. Remember when everyone was talking about, like, people being Karens, but they were actually having like medical health problems? I think it's like one of those things where like you think someone's just like causing a ruckus or someone's having an issue, but obviously someone's having like a mental health problem. We have to just be able to discern what we're looking at, you know? But that was a lot, you know what I mean? So we don't agree with anything she just said, obviously, right? But yeah, chat said, I think any negative term regarding women will turn misogynistic eventually, same as pick me. Yeah, I agree with that. Exactly. The word pick me is so good if you really think of the being a pick me is so psychologically devastating. Any woman that is a pick me is a victim of patriarchy. It is so devastating. Right? To be a pick me, it means you have so much internalized misogyny, so much hate for yourself that you are being a literal pick me. That's why when people use it just willy-nilly, I was like, that's, you know, it was such a good term that could have helped so many people. And same like Karen, not so much. Karen, I feel like was just a very specific type of person we know, you know? But now it's become this over, like this use of like women I don't like, right? Chat says there's a male version called the Darren or Kyle. I think I've heard those two, like the male versions. So again, also I just want to say the opposite of like a woman is not a man, the opposite of a man is not a woman. That's my new theme for 2026. Thank you.
before you head off.
Witness.com.
Do you mind if I ask you just 2 questions before you head off here, ma'am?
I'm so good, thank you. You need to give your life to Jesus and do something.
Well, I
great with
think
your
that Trump
life.
does. I mean, he was held civilly liable for the
Did she just touch him?
off here, ma'am.
I'm so good, thank you. You need to give your life to Jesus and
Ma'am, keep your Jesus hands away from me. You know, she just thought she was putting the spirit of God in him. You know?
do something
Well, I
great with
think
your
that Trump
life.
does. I mean, he was held civilly liable for the essay of a woman. Is that Christ-like? I guess we'll never learn. Well, I was asking her, you know, she was saying that, you know, there's a Christian. Well, I informed her that in 2023, Trump was held civilly liable for essaying a woman named Jean Carroll. I asked her if that's Christ-like.
Oh, now you're asking me. Okay, repeat the question.
I mean, do you agree with a lot of what she had to say? I mean, I heard you clapping in the background and saying that we need a Christian revival, we need Jesus put back into this country, and Donald Trump is helping with that. Do you agree with her?
I have less to say about him and more of what she was saying about what she believes. I mean, you can tell that those are her godly thoughts coming through her. So yeah, I liked what she had to say.
Do you like Trump?
Do I like Trump? See, these are the questions where you get put in the corner and then you're like pegged with all these labels and everything, and that's what's wrong. Go on.
I'm just asking you if you support the president, that's all.
Oh, do I support our president?
Yeah.
I mean, people will run their mouth, but
What?
I feel protected.
You feel protected by Trump?
She feels protected. Okay. I think this is really, really important to pay attention to. The feeling of being protected is actually so important under patriarchy, right? Like, that's the thing. That is very normal, and that is very important. Like, we all want to feel safe. We all want to feel protected. And it's interesting what situation makes you feel protected. And that's the question we should ask ourselves. Why does this situation make me feel protected? What about Trump's administration makes you feel protected? And that's what allows you to deconstruct, if you can, why I feel protected by this thing. And that's what I think women should pay attention to. And look, I understand that under patriarchy, a lot of these women, remember how privileged you are to even be in this audience right now? Because it means you are way past any of this, right? Just to be here in this chat means you don't even have to deconstruct. Imagine you're starting from where they are and you have to deconstruct all of that shit. Now, of course, a lot of us had, but let's be real. Like, if I'm being completely transparent, guys, even when I say I used to be a conservative, I was never like this, right? Like, even the worst shit I ever said about women, I was still doing the opposite. I was still a conservative fighting for gay people and trans people. Like, I never had to deconstruct whether or not trans people were valid or gay people were valid. I was a gay kid. So it's like a completely different experience being like 45 years old and realizing, like, do I not need a man? You know what I mean? Like, just like put that into perspective. But it makes sense why women under patriarchy have been told their whole life, men are dangerous, men are predators, right? We've actually been talking about this in my own family because we talked about this yesterday on stream a little bit, but like, my brother doesn't want the kids to be alone with any adults without another witness there, but specifically, especially men. And it's funny that you won't let your kids be alone with a man, but you'll let your daughters marry a man. And the question is like, why are you so afraid of men and yet men are our protectors? What is this weird dissonance that conservatives experience where men are our protectors and they're our predators? And it's like, we need to talk about men as a system, as a group, instead of men, the individual. And let's talk about why we have so much fear. And we should have a lot of fear, right? You're going to be hurt by people you know. It's going to be a man you know, probably. So it also is great that we want to protect kids from male relatives, from male people, from that. But it's not just men, is it? But especially because it's men. But also, when do you learn to trust the men in your life? And if you can never trust any of the men in your life because they're men, then why would we then say men are our protectors? There's like this weird journey that we all have to go on to really like, what does this mean? How do I feel? And look, I feel this way with like really turfy or turfy adjacent female groups, I'm going to put female in quotations here, where they're like, I'm just building a gym for girls, or I just want a place for women. I just want a place for this, which is funny because from a queer perspective, I just want a space for people who have deconstructed gender and expectations of gender so we can all feel comfortable going to the gym with glitter on. Like, I just want a space where we can be in the changing room with people that have deconstructed, but have like really deconstructed, that have really worked on it, that are really neutral towards naked bodies, or really able and capable to understand the context of a social situation, or, you know, at least do their work and due diligence of like understanding, like read the fucking room. And I say that as an autistic person, but also read the goddamn room. You know, we've all made those mistakes, but like read the room, everybody. And so it's like, yeah, like I would love to live in a world where those things are possible. And I do think with the right group of people, they are. And sometimes, somebody comes in, you got to kick them out. But like in general, it's interesting what we think our goals are when protecting people. Oh, I'm going to protect people, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to protect, this is what I'm going to do. And that's why I think it's interesting that she feels protected, but valid. But also, let's talk about it,
I feel protected.
I don't think that any American woman should feel protected by Trump.
Well, good thing you're not a woman.
Well, considering the fact that in 2005 he sat down with Howard Stern and boasted about unconsensually walking into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls.
You have someone who's like, you're trying to say what I should believe in when you're not a woman, so you have no clue.
Well, I mean, I think that men can say that it's wrong to essay or exploit women.
Whatever you choose.
Well, is it fair for me to believe that it's wrong to exploit people, including women?
Exploit people. Go on. What does that look like?
A good example of that would be a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman is in to further unconsensual sexual
Do you
conduct.
know what it's like to be a woman?
I don't need to know what it's
You
like to
go-
live as a woman in order to know that it's
Sure you
wrong to exploit them.
Every day you go out into public, you are exposed by how you present yourself, how you respond to things, the comments, the looks, everything. It's not one man that is the problem. It's maturity. It's a level of maturity. So
Wait, can we just agree that a man is a problem when they exploit women?
women exploit themselves by how they present themselves.
Okay, so you're basically saying that if a man furthers unconsensual
Wait, she was so close though. Listen.
is a problem when they
Maturity. It's the comments, the looks, every click you are exposed by how you present yourself.
Listen.
Every day you go out into public, you are exposed by how you present yourself, how you respond to things, the comments, the look.
Exactly, girl. Because of the patriarchy. Let's deconstruct it. Wait, am I stupid? I feel like she's so close. Girl, you're so close. And then
Everything. It's not one man that is the problem. It's
it's the patriarchy. It's not one man that's the problem. It's the system. She's so close.
maturity. It's a level of maturity. So
Wait, can we just
Damn. And then she pivoted.
agree that a man is a problem when they exploit women?
women exploit themselves
And she lost it. Women exploit themselves.
by how they present themselves.
Okay, so you're basically saying that if a man furthers unconsensual conduct with a woman, that it's the woman's fault.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I said, can we agree that it's wrong when a man exploits women? And then you said women exploit themselves.
I'm saying it's not like one person. It's not one gender that does something wrong.
Wait,
It's
all that I'm saying
how
is
you
if
present yourself.
all that I'm saying,
It's an individual thing.
all that I'm asking here is if an
Yeah.
individual man rapes a woman, can we blame that man for raping the woman?
These are the questions that then you get stuck in the corner.
Wait.
Blame that man for raping.
Individual thing.
All that I'm asking here is if an
Yeah.
individual man rapes a woman, can we blame that man for raping the woman?
These are the questions that then you get stuck in the corner.
This is crazy. I'm just asking you if we could blame rapists for raping.
You're trying to get me in a corner to answer a question that I'm not going to sit here and generalize every little situation, every little scenario.
Oh, girly, it was not a generalization.
I'm so sorry.
You can't take a terrible situation and then clump it as like boom, boom,
No,
boom.
just listen to yourself. I'm gonna be honest. You sound insane.
Okay.
If you
No. See, this is why I don't like watching men talk, first of all, ever. But I don't like watching Dean talk in particular because he's so young. But like, you sound insane. I feel like we need to find women who's a woman who's doing on the street stuff. There's got to be a few, right? But maybe not. It's kind of hard, actually. But like, I want them to ask, like, this whole like, you feel insane. Even the way he's like reacting, he thinks he's on like, he's like over exaggerating what is this, a Mr. Beast video? You know what I mean? He's like, I don't like it.
can't say with a straight face very directly that a rapist is to blame for raping.
It's to blame for.
Yeah, if somebody grapes somebody else, you are crazy if you can't automatically and immediately turn around and say that it's their fault. It's never the fault of a victim, okay? It's always the fault of the perpetuator. I feel like this is common sense. I learned this in 3rd grade when the nun came into the classroom and showed us the dolls, but then yet here we are, 2025, I'm talking to somebody that maybe looks 27 years old, and you can't tell me that you think it's wrong for a rapist to rape. You can't tell me that you think a rapist is to blame for that misconduct and violence. This is crazy.
You know why it's not crazy? Because you're talking to someone who's gone through this experience.
You better be nice to her, bro. See, now I gotta defend these conservative women because I don't like the way he's talking to her.
Obviously, I would blame the person that did that to you. They were at fault. They were in the wrong, and hopefully you would too.
Blame that, but I also look back at that experience, knowing what was going on, and I put myself in a vulnerable position where I didn't have full control over the results of what came to be. So to sit here and put all these labels and peg all these people, That's also incorrect and wrong.
Oh. Okay. The conservative bubble is really just like so bad for your mental health. Oh my God. Oh, it's so bad for you. It's so bad for you. Habibi.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for the time, and I'm sorry that that happened to you. You have a good
Have a
one.
great day.
You as well. Do you support Trump?
Depends on what, it's very, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. Sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, that's, like with the AI, if he's federalizing AI, that's one thing I'm for sure not against. I do believe in state rights, and I do believe that, like, genuinely with state rights, then democracy works better. Especially if we're going to have a democracy where my vote or my voice is impactful, that's more likely to happen at a state or even, like, city level first.
Yeah. Do you think that a woman's right to vote should be up to the state?
Yeah, sure. Let's leave it up to the state.
Girl, you know, what's so funny? You know what's interesting about conservatives? Okay, here's a question for my audience. Do you think okay, how do we contend with the reality that we don't believe we always know better, but also the government doesn't always know better, but also we sometimes have to put laws in place because people don't know better, like gun laws? It's like, I want to give everybody guns, but you're not responsible with them. So you can't have them. And I know people are like, you're treating like adults like they're kids. Well, to be fair, and that's all of us, right? So she's thinking, because I know I used to be in the conservative bubbles, they're thinking, and I know you think it is a contradiction of theirs, that they're like, we trust ourselves to know what to do, right? And yet they want to put heavier regulation from the government on us, right? So there's like this weirdness that happens, this like confusion that happens between the two, the thoughts, because they don't understand that from the progressive perspective. Like, if we're so pro freedom, then why are we like regulating so much? But then the conservatives do the same thing. The question is like, where do we want government intervention? When do we want the government to take kids away? When do we want the government to imprison people? When do we want the government? And what we're arguing about is that. And the issue is like, in what world, as a woman, do you want to leave it up to other people to decide if you have the right to vote? And it's funny that men never get this question. When do we ever have the conversation about whether or not men should be able to vote? Do you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, okay? So obviously, I think in a truly wise and deconstructed world, we would accept that all of us are flawed and some of us will fuck up, and even the best intentioned people will have to go on timeout. But we are animals on a planet, evolved over billions of years, and none of us are wise enough to ever be the dictator. And none of us are good enough to ever say that we have the power over other people's bodies or rights. And yet some of us have to intervene when real harm is happening. And those things, that has to be the focus. Are we intervening because real harm is happening? Or are we intervening because we're afraid? And those are two different things, you know? Right? Okay, chat, you're being a little crazy right now. You said adults should be treated like kids. They've had their freedom and proved that they can't be trusted with it. And then Chet says, honestly, I'm beginning to believe this. Guys, you are not accepting that you are animals on a planet. When you start talking like this, you are giving into fascism. That is fascist. Like, that is what fascism is. You're playing into this idea. Like, who? What do you mean? Trusted by who? Okay? We want the most freedom possible while giving everybody those rights. The reason states' rights don't make sense is because you're taking away people's rights with states' rights. You're not actually giving people more freedom. If you leave it up to the states, you're denying people more freedom. We know this is true, right? That's why it's a bad idea, okay? Chet said it's authoritarian, not fascist per se. Okay, fine. You can argue systems. Like, call it what you want to call it, girl. Ain't no way, okay? And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can make a decision. Doesn't authoritarianism lead to fascism, though? Isn't it all the same at the end? Either way, it doesn't matter. The point is I want you to understand that, like, that idea is already you thinking you're better than other people. I do not think I am better than other people enough to control what they do with their lives and their bodies. I don't want to control what you do with your life or your body. And I know you're flawed. I see humanity. It's always been this way, right? So like, again, even having the thought, like adults are so silly, we need to do these things is the problem. That's what everyone thinks. That's what conservatives think. And I'm saying, stop thinking you're better than other people. Stop thinking that you are the one who gets to dictate what freedoms people have. Okay? And think about how to give people the most freedom while putting in the right forms of government to help reduce harm. We're helping to reduce harm. It's not about freedom for freedom's sake. It's about reducing harm. Okay?
I would be okay with that. I know that's kind of, might make me unpopular, but sure.
So what state are you from?
I'm from Minnesota.
So if everybody in Minnesota voted for women to lose the right to vote, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, I
So
think I would.
If you lost your right to vote, you wouldn't care.
No, I think, I mean, I know that sounds insane, but genuinely, I mean, less pressure off me. Then I get to criticize more, I won't
What if everybody in Minnesota wanted slavery back?
Then that would be up to the men if I don't have a right to vote.
But do you think that states should be able to legislate on the legality of slavery?
I mean, why are we bringing back slavery?
Is she memeing, bro?
That's not an answer to the question that I asked. Should states have the ability to vote for the legalization of slavery?
I don't know. I think
You don't know? Wait, so I just want to clarify this. Okay, the Union knew that they didn't want states to have that ability, and that's what led to the Civil War.
Hey, chatter. Don't say stuff like she doesn't deserve the right to vote. Is that serious? Am I taking you out of context? Guys, everyone, these are not rights that are up for debate. You cannot take away people's right to vote. You cannot take away felons' right to vote. You should not be able to take away anyone's right to vote. No one should have the right to be their vote taken away. Not pedophiles, not murderers, not white supremacists, nobody. Okay? Chat said it was a joke. Okay, noted. But like, that's the problem. Is like, the fact that felons can't vote is the most disgusting display of quote liberty I've ever seen in my life. Well, this is your liberty? This is crazy.
So who do you think should have won the Civil War? The people that didn't want states to have the ability to legalize slavery, the Union, or the people that did want states to have the ability to legalize slavery, the Confederacy? Who should have won?
I don't know.
So it's just a real toss-up?
For the Civil War, kind of. Yeah,
Just
I
kinda
wasn't
like-
around. I wasn't around during the Civil War, so I really have minute opinion about it because
So-
I wasn't there.
Yeah, you're not really sure, about the Civil War because you weren't around at the time or weren't alive. Were you alive during the Holocaust?
No, I wasn't.
So are you also kind of unsure if the Holocaust was good or bad?
I mean, I don't think it was good or bad. I think it was bad, but I don't think that it impacts me as the way it does a Jewish community.
Wait,
person.
but you're telling us that you do know that the Holocaust was bad, even though you weren't alive at the time. But then you just argued that you don't know if the people who wanted to turn black people into property, systemically limiting any human rights from being attained by themselves just to further their own socioeconomic positions were wrong, or bad. We're bad.
Yeah, I think using any person as like 3/4 of a one person is bad. I think, especially as a Christian, we should see everyone as equal.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay, I want us to both look in the camera while we just quickly go over this. You're Christian,
Trying to be, yes.
and you'd be okay with your state taking away your right to vote if that's what everyone in the state wanted to do.
If that's what women and men decided and they voted and
What? No, girl. If women decided to take away women's right to vote, I'd be okay with that. That's what she just said. So how do women get to change their mind and take back their right to vote? Do they vote on it later?
women voted to lose their right to vote, then
No, it doesn't. This doesn't require women. Let's just imagine that your state is 53% male, 47% female. If every man in that state voted for women to lose the right to vote, and then you lost your right to vote, you wouldn't care.
I mean, is my right to vote federally or state-wise, you know?
Well, you told us that you'd be okay with states having the ability to ban and restrict women's access to voting. Did you not?
Yeah, I'm all for state rights, but if we're talking about women voting, that's under the 19th Amendment, so that's a
You think that
federal...
should be repealed, though?
That's not what I'm saying.
Doesn't that impede on states' rights?
I don't know. Does it?
Well, it does, because it's a restriction against a right that the state used to have.
Can't, see, okay, that's the problem with these kinds of videos. You do at some point, to be fair, I think most people would probably have these similar conversations, but it's this girl just does not know anything, right? So it feels a little bit like punching down, but then I kind of feel that way about the debate space in general. And that's what makes debate spaces work, is you kind of are punching down, but at the same time, she doesn't, you know what I mean? She's she's just parroting whatever she probably heard growing up.
that they no longer have. So absolutely the 19th Amendment impedes on states' rights. I just argue that it's a good impediment. We should impede upon states' rights, and we shouldn't give them the ability to ban women's access to vote.
Like, him featuring this conversation does not make him look any smarter. You look like you're talking to a 5th grader, like, in terms of knowledge. Like, it just makes you look stupid for highlighting this interview. Because, like, you know, but it's not even funny. Like, at least on The Daily Show and, like, you know, Jordan Clapper and stuff, they, like, it's a joke. Or if they do interviews on the streets, it's like, obviously it's the joke. But, like, he's like debate broing them on the street, which feels like really weird.
Voting or black people's access to human rights. So I just want to clarify. I'm going to ask this question again. Please give the same responses that you did earlier. So are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm trying to be.
And you value states' rights?
Yes, I do.
If everybody in your state voted for women to
Why is he looking at us? Why is he even looking at us right now?
lose the right to vote, would you be okay with that?
I guess, again, it depends on, like, because it's a federal mandate right now, so it would be Congress that has to vote to lose it, and then it would go to a state. Right?
I'm saying,
So,
right,
like-
if the 19th Amendment never existed, if everybody in your state voted for women to lose their right to vote, would you be okay with that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I genuinely don't know, because I think it would depend on who's running. You know, everyone's going to feel more confident when it's like someone of their own party or someone of their own position. Like, of course, you're going to feel like, okay, whatever. But I do think that, like,
Actually, weirdly agree, chat. Chat said these women are being very patient with his tone. Actually, I agree with that. These women are being incredibly graceful and patient with his tone, which is so funny for me to say, since I think these women are, like, their opinions are so bad. But they are, like, funny enough, like, fighting. They're a little bit, like, people pleasing, but they're obviously, like, being very nice, and it's kind of annoying a little bit, you know.
genuinely, when it comes to like women's rights and things like that, if women didn't have the right to vote,
Well, hold on. Chat said this woman is, but the other woman got activated. But they weren't activated at first. At first, they were like kind of chill, but then they got like nervous and got anxious and they went into it. This girl feels like she smoked a blunt before showing up, which awesome, right? But it's like that kind of stuff that I think is so interesting about like the way people show. Like, I'm sure they know the camera's there. I'm sure they know like, oh, I got to look a certain way. I'm sure they're also thinking like, this is my one chance to get the word of God out, which is why that red dress lady went on. You know what I mean? But it is like sort of interesting. And I think this is where, again, I'm always like looking at patriarchy. Like, it will be very rare for me to, because look, at the end of the day, this is still a man, a white man, who is using like language that puts women at a disadvantage in order to go viral and make lots of money off of these women. And so a part of me does not respect the hustle. Like, a part of me does not respect Dean's hustle whatsoever. The left MAGA Karens, I left MAGA Karens speechless after proving them wrong. It's like, okay, relax with your title. You know, relax. So ultimately, like, a part of me knows, like, what dynamics he is playing into to even exploit these women to begin with to make this video in the first place. Which is why I wanted to talk about this video, because I saw the title and I was like, that's the misogyny. Like, that's the, see, these crazy women. These crazy women. And I'm like, see? And then now he's picking like these women, like the other woman. Anytime a woman has this conversation with people and a woman brings up her assault, that should just be the end of the conversation in a big way. Like, hey, I'm really sorry that happened to you. Honestly, I don't think we should be talking about this like in public on camera. Because I almost feel like it's a trauma response from a lot of them to bring it up, to say like, I've gone through something, but obviously like you haven't had a chance to, like, you're victim blaming yourself. You're saying you were responsible for your own rape. Like, girl, I respect you too much to put this on camera, like in some ways, but then the woman would say, don't infantilize me, put it on camera, but you don't have to. It's not their YouTube channel. You know, you could make the decision not to put it up there, you know?
then what responsibility would I bear for when stuff goes bad, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of the thing. That's kind of why.
And I say this now in hindsight. Obviously, I learned that because I was in the debate bubbles for a short time. It was the worst experience of my life, period. It was so bad on you. It was my worst YouTube experience ever. These people do not care about your thoughts. They do not care about your feelings. They do not care about your ideas. They just want to pwn and win. And I know this now. These are things I would do now that I've learned.
It's like,
Yeah, okay.
not like
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna cut this conversation here. I think that it's incredibly harmful and incredibly damaging to suggest that we should all permit and be okay with women losing their right to vote or states having the ability to re-legalize slavery. I also think that it's just insane to say it's a flip of a coin or a toss-up between who is the good guy and who is the bad guy, looking at the Union and the Confederacy. I think we should all be able to fundamentally agree that the Confederacy was in the wrong for.
You see, he's like monologuing at her almost to let us know what he thinks. He's not doing this for her. He's doing it for us, right? Hey, give me your opinion. Okay, well, I think this. Dean, you could have just made a video and stitched her TikToks. You know what I mean?
Wanting to legalize slavery. I think that we should all fundamentally agree that human rights should be protected by the highest level of government possible, so then states that were in the Confederacy don't have the ability to exploit them by legalizing slavery. And especially as you're a Christian, as you claim to praise Jesus and follow the moral teachings of the gospel, it's crazy to assume that you are the one telling me that you'd be okay if the Confederacy won the Civil War, that you'd be okay if states had the ability to legalize slavery, or you'd be okay if you lost your right to vote.
Yeah, but I think we're talking about two different things when you're like slavery versus like women's right to vote. Like one,
That's rights.
Okay, we can both argue that they'd follow under state rights, but you're like, well, you're saying that the Confederacy.
It's because she doesn't understand that taking away your right to vote is a part of like the justification for enslaving people that moves into all of this. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is just you want to watch weird people say weird shit video? This is just like, do you want to watch like people say, you know what I mean? Like, guys, I'm so sorry if anyone is taking her seriously. Like, with peace and love. What is she, 19, 20? I don't even take Dean seriously. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't you feel a little too grown to take any of these people seriously? Like, I'm not going to sit here and debate this woman. Be serious. Talk to me when you're serious, please. This is my new expectation for people. Talk to me when you're serious. Go away. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is not a serious person. This is a young person who has no idea what she's saying. She's parroting whatever she heard. She has no data to back it up. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like, I'm not going to make a serious response in this video here, in this stream here, as if, oh, her ideas are seriously needed. Like, we need to have a, come on.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm not for slavery. Can I just make that point blank period? Yeah. I don't think anyone, you know, like, how about in Dubai? They still have slaves. I'm not for that. I'm not going to go to Dubai.
Libya is a better example. There's an active slave trade in Libya. I appreciate you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you.
What the fuck was this video? Dean should stick to TikToks. I don't even like his TikToks.
Why these points are important.
But you're not racist, right?
No, I'd say that
Okay,
I'm not currently exhibiting racism. And the reason that I wanted to bring this up was because, you know, I recognize that, you know, like when I was 14, like saying that was like really bad. I also recognize that we should, you know, not take that lightly, because as soon as we start taking, you know, even like 14, 15, 16-year-olds saying slurs lightly, you know, that kind of makes it socially acceptable for kids to slur because, oh, well, they're kids. But like, what I've done is I have not only like had character progression, I've changed as a person and apologized for those things, but then I actively advocate against them. And I'd say that's the big difference between like someone like me that has done bad things, like been racist and said slurs in their past, and Donald Trump with these related issues from 1992 and the early 2000s, is he hasn't. And then I also would say that, you know, there is a difference between, you know, saying slurs due to racist socialization, learning, changing, becoming a better.
Wait, hold on.
14, 15, 16-year-olds saying slurs lightly, you know, that kind of that I wanted to bring this up was because, you know, I recognize that, you know, like when I was 14, like saying that.
Why did they blur that out? Because he said the N-word? Or did he say the N-word? You know, it's fine. Look, I want people to change and grow too, and obviously we have to create an opportunity for that to happen. I just think he's not grown yet or ready, but I think that's the point of growing up on the internet as well. I'll link his video if you guys want to check it out. I'm definitely not subscribing. Like, he's too young. He's not his ideas aren't well thought out enough for me. I get it. It's what it is. But I think there is something to be said about like just recognizing who you're watching as well. And not yourself getting activated at like people's bad arguments because of like who they are and what they're saying. Like, it's one thing to feel annoyed and it's one thing to feel offended, because you should feel offended, like in a principled sense. But also to recognize like, how do we prevent this? What is this? You know, and I just think like Dean's decision to join YouTube and this is the content he decided to put out is just another indication that like you're not ready. You're not grown. You're not ready. But he's trying to do it. He's trying to make money. He's trying to make it. I see him on my TikTok live every time I'm scrolling and he shows up. I'm like, this guy is always live, bro. It's fine. But it's what we're trying to do here is observe where he's at and process it for what it is. You know? I don't know. I just felt silly, but I had a feeling. I just wanted to talk about it because I was like, I have a feeling that exactly the reason I think this is not good content is the title alone is going to, prove my point. So there you go. Point proven. Point proven. Okay, now we need to take a 2-second break. And when we come back, we're going to watch an interview with a narcissist, which I think could be interesting or could be the worst thing I've ever decided to show you on this channel. Who knows? And then we're going to cover some more good stuff. Okay, I'll be right back. Samantha Dragonetti, links in the description. For the music.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Who is this?
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Dun, 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 dun. There's no music happening. Oh, there it goes. Okay, well, I'm going to pause it now. I was like, where's the music? Okay, I'm back. So, okay, let me see. Oh, my fibro is killing me. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's do this. Let's watch this video together. I hope it's good. If it's not, I'm going to cry. I just thought it could be interesting. Could be like a little change up, you know? How narcissists actually work. Let's see.
My name is Jacob Skidmore. I am known online as the Nameless Narcissist, and I have been professionally diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder.
Pause. This is a very unprofessional statement. He looks like a narcissist.
This is
His mannerisms and his aesthetic reminds me, again, this is so unprofessional. This is not a professional statement. This is just a girly statement of like, I know exactly this kind of man and absolutely should walk away from him. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm so sorry if you look like him and you're not a narcissist. I'm so sorry.
everything that I'm authorized to tell you. Everybody thinks that they know a narcissist. I personally have never met somebody diagnosed in real life other than myself, and I've never met somebody that I even suspected was one. The issue with how people use the term narcissist is that it's always to pathologize somebody's behavior because their behavior has hurt me in some way. I don't like hurting people for hurting's sake.
So maybe he's not a sadist, even though he's NPD, which, by the way, if, you know, God forbid somebody sees this channel and doesn't know who I am. And when I say God, I don't mean the one you're thinking of. We do philosophy through pop culture, and we're using real people's lives to learn more about our own. And of course, we do not think people with NPD are automatically bad or immoral people. They are people with their own traumas and their own problems. And we understand it and we are empathetic. And so we are never here to be a down with the narcissist channel, because I just think that's so reductive. And you are so much more than your medical diagnosis.
Narcissistic personality disorder specifically is characterized by grandiosity, a lack of reciprocal relationships, lack of empathy. Grandiosity, by the way, meaning basically, I think I'm better than everybody else, in short. It's like imposter syndrome on steroids. Since everything I do does go through this lens of what is this going to make people think about me? How can I kind of modify how I'm presenting in order to get that reaction that I need? We have a flawed way of viewing and interacting with the world. It comes with like a lot of cognitive distortions and defense mechanisms of varying kind of presentations. In the DSM-5, there's 9 criteria for narcissistic personality disorder, but you only need 5 to actually be diagnosed. The issue with that is kind of that you have like, I think it's like 200 types of narcissists, in quotes, that you can encounter due to how the diagnostic criteria kind of present. But that's mainly because the current diagnostic criteria is very focused on external behaviors that clinicians can identify in an office. I think the biggest difference between self-confidence and narcissism is where self-love comes into it. Because like a lot of people want to view narcissism through this lens of too much self-love. You love yourself too much. You can only have empathy for yourself. There is no self-love. There is no empathy for yourself when it comes to pathological narcissism. It's just grandiosity. I hate myself, but I'm better than everybody else.
Ooh, Chet says, do people with NPD mask, or do they not feel the need to? I can't answer this as like a clinician or something, but as a regular girly who's only read like 3 or 4 books on narcissism, I think it is a mask. I think that's why it's interesting. I do think they're masking a lot of the time. Like, I do think that's true. Like, again, I can't know this. I think reading up on mental health can help you just make sense of the people in your life sometimes, but it's really hard to get a diagnosis. So I'll say for myself, like, the person in my life who I think might be a vulnerable or / a narcissist or have some sort of a personality problem in that regard and won't seek the help through introspection. I think it's not just their diagnosis. It's their, like, they almost like they've masked so hard, or they've just, it's like they can't even face themselves in any regard. So the person that I see, sometimes I get a glimpse of like them, and a lot of the time it's like not them. And it's like, who's this? I think it's their mask. I think it is their mask, but I don't know. And then it's not quite the same thing as like an autistic person who masks, though I think ultimately it's always that desire to be seen a particular way. And that's where it kind of relates, is like we mask to be perceived in a particular way. And I think there's something there, right?
Could be like the tagline of it. Genuine self-confidence comes from a place of self-compassion, so self-love. I can say very confidently there's never been a time in my life that I felt like an ounce of love for myself. If at If anything, it's just this constant need to be better than what I am right now and then better than the people around me. And this anxiety that I'm kind of like falling behind in that race.
I believe that. I think that makes a lot of sense, actually. I actually think, guys, loving yourself is key to everything. Real love, not cope love, not capitalistic love, not face mask love, love. That's why I say the introspection, extrospection comes first with your relationship with self. When I say that, I mean really humanizing and loving yourself enough to grant yourself permission to heal, granting yourself permission to learn, granting yourself permission to change, right? Discord said they mask so hard that they can't see themselves to a pathological degree, question mark? Something like that, maybe, but I don't know, right? I'm not, again, I have to caveat this in case somebody who's not in my audience sees this and they go, Brittany Simon thinks I don't think I know what this means clinically, but from what I would perceive as the correct answer, maybe, right? And like, I do think that's what it is, right? Like, I do think that even the people in my life who I think might be suffering the most, and maybe even our NPD, who knows, when I look at them, I just wish they would learn to love themselves. But they deny it, but then they talk like they're the most important, the smartest, the most pure, the greatest, even though they've done so many bad things. They're like, I'm better than everyone else, and they're such a sinner, and they're such a bad person, and they're such a this. But then it's like they can't even look at themselves in the mirror. They hate the person that they see, and it's a self-fulfilling cycle. It's a really devastating, whatever that is. It's so devastating, you know, right? It's just like, and we know so much of this is childhood trauma, right? And that's even more devastating. That's why I say like these things are preventable most of the time. I do think we can prevent these things, but I think it takes like a lot of work and like a lot of like awareness from the parents and a lot of like, because remember we live in a world where parents are like, I fed you, I clothed you, I did enough. What do you want? But that's not enough, is it? Right? I think that's the problem.
By the way, I can't speak for everybody when we talk about narcissistic personality disorder. I'm not a clinician or anything. I just live with the disorder, and this is everything I say here is just based off
I appreciate that.
of the
Disclaimer.
research that I've done and me living with it, basically. It's hard to say for me, like when narcissism first kind of presented, because it's like this disorder is egosyntonic, which means that like
describes a thought, behavior, or feeling that feels natural, acceptable, and or aligned with a person's self-image. Oh, okay. Describes a thought or behavior or feeling. Okay, interesting.
I view it as normal. I view my behaviors, thoughts, and actions as normal, and
yeah, of course.
I think it's really hard to kind of distinguish, especially in my early years. But the first thing that I remember.
Oh, Habibi. I have such a soft spot for like. We all remember being a kid, bro. It was hard. You have all these thoughts and identifiers. You look yourself in the mirror and just like, oh.
Where that was like kind of more tangible was when I was like, I don't know, 8 or 9. I was at this funeral for a family member of mine. And I just remember being really frustrated and very like annoyed at everyone there because everyone was, you know, grieving. They're like crying and stuff. And I was just like thinking like, oh, these people are being so dramatic and performative because they feel like that's what they have to do, or they want the attention for themselves.
Okay, and this is why a lot of people think autistic people are NPD and NPD people might be autistic, because I think autistic people fall into this category sometimes where they're like, you're just doing that for the social script. I hate small talk. I want to have deep conversations. You guys are bots. And that's why I'm trying to encourage autistic people to stop saying this shit. Like, stop it. Like, you sound so fucking annoying. Like, let people talk about the weather. Like, let people build community by sharing small talk. Like, come on, girls. You know what I mean? So there's like this conversation to be had. Like, we have to remember that like socialization is so important, and people grieving, crying, happiness, like let them be. It's okay to say like, oh my God, I really genuinely feel this is annoying to me, but it's okay if you do it. It's okay to say like, I personally don't get stimulation from this, but I can see why other people get it. Right?
They're like trying to cry, make this funeral about them. That's rude. I'm a very polite person. I don't like that kind of stuff. We were on the car ride home, and I remember what my mom said, but she said something that kind of made me be like, maybe there's a little bit more genuine. Maybe I might be.
Okay, hold on. Let's pause a few things. I see a couple conversations happening in the chat. Even if Trump is NPD, it does not excuse his behavior, because NPD doesn't, guys, it explains your behavior. It doesn't make an excuse for it. So Trump isn't just a narcissist. He is also an unethical person, okay? Being a narcissist doesn't mean you will be unethical. It means you suffered from a trauma and you might be able to do the work introspectively to change the trajectory of your life. It's the difference between a person who's gone to therapy and the person who hasn't, right? Okay, so when we talk about people, we're explaining things. We're not making excuses for things. We can say, oh, bro, I was triggered. I'm so sorry. That's why I smashed that plate. My bad. I would normally not do that. When I am activated the next time, I will do my due diligence to make sure I do my steps to not smash the plate the next time. But now I have an explanation for why I smashed this plate in the first place. Let me make sure I don't use it as an excuse later and I change my behavior, right? Then all of us have narcissistic ego, meaning we have a high sense of narcissism, a high sense or a low sense or a medium sense. Like YouTubers typically, entertainers typically have a pretty healthy or not unhealthy sense of ego, like a narcissistic ego, right? Like, look at me. I think I'm smart enough and cool enough for you guys to watch me, but I don't think I'm so cool that I'm like the best, or like I think I'm grandiose, but I obviously must think something well of myself enough to be like, yeah, I could do this. Like, I believe in myself. And that's like a healthy sense of ego. You could call it like that. You know, you could call that like the narcissism, but I'm not a narcissist. Okay. And then all these things play into the conversations we have around, you know, again, remember the world is very uneducated. Remember that medical, like the DSM itself is arguing whether or not BPD should be changed, whether or not it should be CPTSD, whether or not these things matter, whether or not these words, you know, we're always as a community coming to a conclusion based off of data points of what this means. Narcissism is a collection of data points. BPD is a collection of data points. Autism, like guys, when I got my autism and my BPD assessment, it's not like they scanned my brain. They asked me questions, made me take a couple of multiple choice like tests, and went BPD autistic. Okay, thanks, bro. And then I got therapy and I'm chilling. But it wasn't like they gave me a blood test or something. So it's not the end of the world you get this diagnosis. It's just an explanation for what could be happening, but you are not a borderline. You are not a narcissist. Okay? It doesn't dictate anything. It just explains the lens, the filter in which you exist in the world. Like, I don't even think I am my autism. I just think it's a filter. And then the question is like, can I learn to either, you know, like have a better relationship with the filter? Right? Chat says, what happens if you were to give different answers depending on your mood? Well, that's the doctor's job, to make sure they give you enough tests with enough of the similar enough questions to make sure you're answering similarly every time, right? And to make sure, chat, stop asking me about women enabling Trump's behavior in the chat. I feel like you're a troll and I don't know if you are, but I don't know this username. And the way you're asking these questions makes me think you are one. So this is your warning. Because right now what you're doing is you've written like 5 comments about women in Trump as if women aren't victims to the patriarchy, as if they aren't literally made to feel like victims by the patriarchy, and as if they are not dealing with their own issues. So I will block you. Okay? Thank you. Okay, now, all of this to say, we are not diagnosing people. We are using real people's lives to learn more about our own, and we're always going to want to be more compassionate and more loving towards everybody. Trump could have MPD. He's also just a very unethical person. He obviously had a horrible childhood and he suffered, but he also is just an unethical person. Again, just because you're NPD doesn't mean you're a bad person. Just because you're BPD doesn't mean you're a bad person. Just because you're autistic does not mean, just because you're this does not mean. And also we must be introspective and deconstruct and show up in the world in a better way.
The odd one out here in terms of like not really feeling that grief and being, I wasn't being performative, but I was, you know, obviously, this is why I hate funerals. I'm worried that people are going to notice I'm not feeling crap. But like, obviously I was to some degree appearing sad, so that, because that was the thing that you do at funerals. When I got into high school, roughly, a little bit before high school, I picked up on like people who were a lot more outgoing or saying funny things. People were paying attention to them. I knew I wanted that. I wanted to be the person that could like, run a room and be charming and everything. And I remember I was like sitting at a lunch table and like the entire period, like I was the center of attention, making everybody laugh. I could not tell you a single thing that was said during that period, but I remember walking away feeling elated. I felt high because of just the amount of attention and crap that I was getting. It kind of stuck with me in that moment of, this is what makes me feel good, and I want to do anything I can to maintain that. The first time it was ever mentioned to me though was I was like 16 years old, and because of my home life wasn't great, the psychologist during that time mentioned narcissistic personality disorder. And
whoa, at 16? Very interesting, because like with BPD, you're not supposed to diagnose kids with BPD. You're supposed to wait till after like puberty and your emotions regulate. Like, it's interesting that MPD is not similar, but I don't know anything about MPD in this regard, about diagnosing kids.
You can get diagnosed that young, but most don't go that route.
Okay. He said most don't.
I remember he said something about me matching the criteria to a T or something like that. And I just didn't really care at the time because I was 16 and whatever. But it was always kind of in the back of my head after that, where I was just kind of like, maybe that's something I have, but even if I do, who cares? And if I do have it, that just makes me better than people. Yeah, I'm good at manipulating people. Yeah, I don't have emotions like the rest of you idiots. Yeah. At one point I called it was so dumb. I cringe like thinking about it, but at one point I was like, well, narcissistic personality disorder is basically the logical conclusion of human social evolution.
Oh my God. Does he also live on Reddit? That is every autistic little Redditor I've ever seen. MPD or autistic or just a Redditor, who knows? Isn't that every debate bro in this bubble though? Actually, the most logical conclusion is actually we should marry children because they're the most fertile and they'll make the best offspring.
Because in my mind, I was like, oh, this is how you have to operate to get ahead. All of my life feels like an act. Everything feels like performative to some degree. Even when I'm alone, I'm just very acutely aware of how I would be perceived in any given moment. Whether it be what I say or how I'm moving, how my head's positioned sometimes. Whenever I'm thinking about something, it's like I'm imagining me describing it to somebody else and what their reactions would be to me describing it to them.
What's funny is like growing up as a young person, I also had similar thoughts, but a lot of it is also just trauma. How many of us thought we had superpowers because we noticed every single move we did or every single move someone did, or we could notice a subtle change in a room and we're like, oh my God, I'm like a fucking Sherlock Holmes over here. Like, how many of us thought we were so fucking cool and that we could notice every little thing happening in a room while other people were so oblivious? And then you just realize like, girl, I think you might be traumatized. Because the more healed I become, guys, the more I don't notice what's going on around me. There's like a line between it. There is a line. There's like, you either like so ignorant to what's happening around you and you're a danger to yourself and others. And then you become so hyper-focused on everything because yes, you have anxiety, chat. You either have anxiety or you're traumatized or whatever else. Or you're like super aware of everything. And then you kind of get better. And then you're like a little bit less or like less aware of things, right? Like, I know so many people whose anxiety gives them like better manners because they're so worried about hurting people's feelings. And then like when they work on themselves, go to therapy, get meds, whatever, they become like a little more rude, but it's because they're literally not anxious. And so when you think about it from that perspective, there's always that question about like, who is me and who is the thing I'm dealing with? Who is the real me and who is this thing? And that's so interesting to my brain. Like, that's why I say introspection, extrospection. Is this me? Or is this my brain? And then people might say, but like, you are your brain. But I know for a fact when I'm on the couch and I'm just like, get up, Brittany, get up. Come on, let's go. You want to work? Go edit a video. Come on, I know you really want to. And I'm like, I can't. My body won't let me. I can't. I got to stay on this couch now and everything's horrible and I'm just going to stay here. There's a voice in my head that feels like me where I'm like, get up, come on, get up. And I'll tell even when it happens when with my partner, I'll say like, oh my God, I just want to get up and work so badly right now and I can't move. I'm paralyzed. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, this is so annoying. Come on, Brittany. You can do this. Get up. And I'm like trying to and I could in the past, especially like, get up, bitch. Just fucking get up and like do it. And sometimes I'd push through and then I'd regret it and I'd be like self-harming the rest of the week. But now I just tell myself, okay, I know you really want to get up and you really want to do this. We're going to give ourselves permission to sit down and just watch a movie. Even though I know I really want to get up and do this, I just can't. But I could. But that's the thing is like when I say I can't, I mean like I can't without it coming at the expense of future Brittany. So like I could, but it would come at the expense of me, right? Tess said, have you ever been diagnosed as ADHD? Not yet, but I have a feeling I have it. But who knows? Just autism right now. Just autism and BPD are my two formal diagnoses. And I got diagnosed with BPD before autism, so it's very interesting. Because even my autism doctors asked me, like, do you think the BPD was a wrong diagnosis? And I said, I don't think so, but who knows? I'm not the doctor.
I would say it in a way that would elicit admiration. It makes everything feel very disingenuous. And like an issue that I've had like since I started therapy is like trying to be genuinely vulnerable with people, trying to emotionally connect with people. I'm sober now, but I used to like get really wasted just so I could try to broach that vulnerability. And even when I would do that, it didn't feel real. Like there was always parts of it that I was modifying in order to get those self-esteem needs met, because at the end of the day, those self-esteem needs trump everything else. I literally can't be genuine because being admired is too important. The only thing that feels real beyond a benefit of a doubt is when I like completely lose control in like anger or something, when I'm just like screaming my head off at somebody because I'm so just pissed off. It's like I view the world through second person. I view the world only through how I might be being perceived at any given time and how to kind of maximize admiration through that. For example, if somebody's envious of me, I often view that as admiration in a way. And I become a little bit insulted if somebody's not envious of me.
Yeah, I think there's so much here. And I think, look, his level of self-awareness is really great, right? Like there's a part of that that's like really reassuring to hear. And also like now imagine you're with somebody who doesn't have the self-awareness and they're dating you. And then like, or they're your sibling or your father or your mother or something. And then, oh my gosh, right? It's like, I appreciate the self-awareness, you know, but now imagine you're not with somebody who's like, you're dealing with somebody. It's like, it's very hard, you know? And I don't think it's hard simply because they have NPD. I think it's hard because they don't have the self-awareness and the introspection to change or do something better. Right. And I've seen multiple NPD people come up on the internet and be self-aware in a way that made me feel like, okay, now would I still want to like be their friend or date them or love them? Like I might love somebody with NPD. So I don't really think it's about choosing that, but whether or not you'd be partnered with them, whether or not they could even have a relationship, whether or not it would make sense, that's all dependent on the individual. Right. And I think that's kind of important. But I can see why his like I could see. I just don't ever want to contribute to the idea that like this person is broken because they have NPD and they'll never be loved, because like just doesn't make sense to me about like, especially with the data coming out. And also he personally might be exhausting to people, or somebody with NPD might be exhausting, or, you know, XYZ, you know, it's just like, yeah, like, especially since it's from my understanding, so connected to childhood trauma. Part of me feels like I refuse. I just like giving up on that feels unnecessary, because it's like, when do I get to intervene? What are the possibilities, right? I don't want to give up on people, but what I'm not giving up on is not the individual, it's the science. I don't want science to give up on helping people, because that's what we're doing when we say like, oh, they'll never learn. It's over for them. Are you sure about that? Because science can do a lot of things. Is it over for them? And I just never want the science to give up on people.
The biggest myth that I kind of get frustrated by is that there's this attribution of malice to a lot of my behaviors. I'm not saying I haven't hurt people. I've hurt a lot of people in my life, and I try to own those things the best that I can. But when a lot of people that you see discussing it online are like, they describe the sadism that like, oh, they enjoy hurting you and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm not motivated by that. This sounds callous, but you're not important enough for me to feel like I would enjoy hurting. At the end of the day, it's not that we're out here to like cause damage and hurt people for no reason. It's just that we don't have those tools that are accessible to kind of alleviate not only our own suffering, but suffering of the people around us. It's just an objective lie that narcissists can't change. People with narcissistic personality disorder.
And I believe that because like Dr. Kirk Honda and other people who specialize in personality disorders have said that too. Like, that's not true. It's really hard, but it's not true that they can't change.
In treatment, it was over 50% of them went into remission. Don't get me wrong, that's low for any mental disorder.
I think BPD is like over 80%. If I'm not, it could be less, but I thought it was like over 80% go into remission or something like that.
And remission doesn't necessarily mean cured. These people probably still think like narcissists, but through treatment, they're better with vulnerability and connecting, and like they don't meet the symptom criteria anymore. They're more functional and everything, but it's like, okay, does that mean that they're not narcissists? Probably not. It just means that they can, they see the error of their ways to a degree, and now and through treatment, they've been able to adjust accordingly. This is a treatable condition. Now, I want to clarify, because I feel like a lot of people, when they hear me say that, their immediate thought is, oh, that means this person that I'm close to can change. Can doesn't mean will. It's like, I always tell people, you can't have expectations of people that they're going to change for you or for anybody unless they have a vested interest in it. You have to take people for who they are.
Which is why even people who are not narcissists don't benefit from therapy. Therapy is not going to help you guys unless you are ready to change, right? And you have a good therapist, right? Like, going to the gym doesn't mean you're going to get a six-pack if you're not working your abs or you're not working your core. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do it. You have to be ready. You have to make the change.
You're comfortable with this person in your life with the boundaries that you have and how they treat you in that moment? If so, then fine, keep them in their life. If not, then don't. Why do I think the word narcissist has been weaponized? Maybe it's just a cool word, honestly, narcissist. Some people started talking about the impact that somebody with narcissistic personality disorder had because so many people online are constantly talking about how I was with this person, he was a narcissist, and that has weight. And that gives people an appreciation for how much they went through.
Yeah.
But it feels like
Exactly. Like, I am deeply aware. Like, when I talk about things, I always want it to be from a place of understanding. Oh shit, I think he might have been a narcissist. Oh shit, that explains so much. Also, he's an asshole. And he's an asshole. You know? It's like, oh shit. Like, also, like, guys, I hate to say this, the reason autism and narcissism looks the same to a lot of people is because a lot of people get fucked up by their autistic parents. Which, by the way, is not unique to autism, because I don't know what to tell you guys. Most of us are fucked up from our parents. But yeah, like, I see in which ways, like, people mistake autism and narcissism. But, like, at the end of the day, you're just a person who's struggling. And that's the problem. That's why I say, like, you all make babies way too casually. And that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to say disabled people or people with personality disorders or people shouldn't have babies. I'm trying to say, like, none of you should be having babies casually. Nobody. Not one single person on this planet should be casually making babies. And everybody keeps arguing about who should be allowed to have babies. Probably not. It's not about allowed. It's about should. Is it reasonable? Is it healthy? Are you good, bro? You know? Come on now. Let's see. Any comments? Let's see. This is why I think we just got to come up with new words, but then people will just misuse the new ones. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I really, for me personally, I'm trying to, I don't know if I believe in the concept of misusing a word. Hear me out. We keep saying this, like, I keep hearing this, like, people are using the word wrong. I strongly believe words mean different things in different bubbles. And so what I would say instead is, for the sake of this conversation, how are you using this word? Because I genuinely don't think we're using the word the same. And this includes, like, are we coming from a medical perspective? Are we coming from a colloquial? Are we coming from between friends? Are we, and this is what confuses everything. Because, like, even the word love, I love you. Oh, in which way do you love me? You know, when people say, like, who would you pick, your partner or your child? Guys, these are two different kinds of loves. And it depends on the context. What are you talking about? Who would you pick, your partner or your child? Well, is it in regards, like, who would I pick as a lover? Hopefully my partner, you know, or like, who would I pick if a car was coming towards us? Hopefully my child. Who would I pick? Like, you're being so, like, assuming we all know what you mean when you say it, and we don't know what it means, right? Like, we don't even know what that means. You know how many people I know, like, remember the coffee date conversation where the girl was like, I will never say yes to a coffee date. And I'm like, why not? Because in my bubble, a coffee date's a perfectly decent date. But in her bubble, it signals something. And in my bubble, it signals something, but it signals different things. So that means when you get on the internet and make a video about, like, you know, a coffee date, it's all going to be received differently by different people. And that's what we need to understand. So when you watch somebody, try to ask yourself, oh, where are they coming from? How are they raised? Which bubble is this in? And what do they mean when they say it? And I always want there to be, like, a lack of judgment. Again, you having BPD or narcissism, like, doesn't necessarily tell me much about you yet, right? You being autistic doesn't tell me that much about you yet, but it could inform the nuances. Because, like, I've made the mistake of allowing really rude autistic people to be in my life because I thought, oh, like, they're just, like, autistic. But then I just realized, like, oh, no, you're just rude. And then I was like, oh, never mind. Like, you mean it. I keep thinking, oh, they don't mean what they're saying. They're autistic. Oh, no, they meant it. And I was like, oh, you're so rude. And then that's what I also realized I do on the opposite, right? So again, we're not excusing bad behavior, but we are explaining why people do things. And then we're making sure we're being, you know, clear with what we're observing and making sure we're accurate in what we're observing, right?
Got to kind of this tipping point where a lot of people feel like their trauma or negative experiences have to be almost validated by the fact that this person is a caricature of evil. How could I actually seek real treatment for that when that's the idea around it? And that kind of stigma has gone deep. The diagnostic criteria for NPD can be twisted so easily to just fit any arrogant person. There's a lot of things like—
And then how many parents would ever be willing? Look, if I grew up with parents who to this day, after my diagnosis, say, you're perfect the way you are. You don't have these things. That's just the liberal media. Now imagine you're born into a world where most people are like that. They are. I'm sick of people saying conservatives are not the norm. Guys, conservatives are so the norm. And that's why I'm so annoyed with everyone not realizing it. Like, they are absolutely globally the norm. We have got to keep that in mind when we do anything, because we did get, I think, a little comfortable thinking that they were not, but they are. And that means most of us are not getting the help we need. We are not getting the intervention. Parents are not taking care of their kids. They are not intervening. Like, I think about this all the time. One of my brothers literally got kicked out of school for fighting and then dropped out of high school. He got expelled from school for fighting and then he left high school before he graduated, and my parents did nothing. And I was so busy like being suicidal in my own shit that because they were paying attention to me mostly and other kids, you know, they didn't do anything. And I'm like, now I look back and I'm like, how did you not think this was an emergency? Like, but they couldn't because they had 10 kids, 4 or 5 or 6 of us, which were having emergencies. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're having emergencies, and like that's why I say, like, you can have 10 kids, but you're not going to have time for 10 kids. You know what I'm saying? Discourse said, isn't that neglect? Oh, 100% neglect. 100% neglect. Yeah, of course. And you know, it's like all these things I think are so preventable. And like now it's just like, oh, there was so much neglect. Like, if I really start unraveling my family history, but again, I don't know how to explain to you that like there is so much love in families. Like, we had such a good time. There's so much like goodness about my family, but it is so fucked up. And those two truths, for those of us who are born into those bubbles, we know this experience, and it's very weird. It's very weird. Okay. You know, it's just a very weird. I almost wish in some ways that my parents were worse people, so I could just be like, oh, fuck them like that. You know, it's so weird, but like, I don't think that would change anything, because people have like worse parents than I do and they still love their parents. I think it's a matter of how we show up for the people in our life. But I also think my family represents people, like real people, like strangers. And so I think that also plays into the loneliness epidemic and making friends. Like, we keep thinking if we leave our conservative families, we'll just magically find this really amazing group of friends who loves us unconditionally and is so much greater than our bio family. They're fucked up too. You know, so it's like, what do we do? What do we do? And that's why I say introspect, extrospect, meditate, do philosophical work, face that meaning crisis, figure out who you are. Who are you outside of the world? Who are you in relation to the world? Who are you outside of the world, just in relation to yourself? And who are you in relation to others, everything outside of yourself? You know?
Online that you read about, they'll never admit that they're...
Oh, hold on. I lost my audio. So I think I need new earphones. Something's been going on with my earphones lately. Hello? Oh, sorry, guys. Tech. Boomer.
wrong. That's not an arrogant person. There's a lot of things like online that you read about, they'll never admit that they're wrong. That's not a diagnostic criteria. That can apply to anybody. Don't get me wrong, I get defensive and I am always right, but no, I'm joking. But like, that's not part of the diagnostic criteria. This applies to a lot of abusive people. So it's just become a convenient catch-all because of the definition that's taken up nowadays, because of this need for people to feel like their trauma is valid. So it sort of plays out in romantic and platonic relationships very differently, actually. Like, in romantic relationships, there's a different expectation because, oh, I'm with this person, they're my partner, they inherently have to be my equal. So they're actually held to like a lot higher standards in regards to how I expect them to be performing. Because that's like, oh, if you can't make me look bad, if you're below average and I'm below average, why would I be with somebody who is lesser than me? And like, a lot of people talk about, oh, like narcissists are very controlling. In relationships, I'm just not at all. Like, in my platonic friendships, I can be, but that's because it's like, this person inherently has to be my equal in order for me to even view the relationship as worth it. I am criminally distant in my relationships because showing that I have this affection for them is humiliating and hard, and that implies a degree of dependency on them. Yeah, it is shameful when somebody hugs you and you can tell they think they have this deep emotional connection with you and you're just not there. There's shame in that, and there's some self-disgust. If people know that you care about them, they are going to use that. They are going to take it for granted, best case scenario.
Hold on.
Connection with you and you're just not there. There's shame in that, and there's some self-disgust. If people know that you care about them, they are going to use that. They are going to take it for granted, best case scenario, or whatever. If they don't know that you care, they'll always be chasing after you. And that gives you much more of an upper hand. What I would always say when I was younger, especially, is like, love is like a carrot on a stick, right? They hold it in front of you and tell you to behave, and if you don't, then they'll take it away. So a common pattern in romantic relationships that I typically have is it usually starts out the same way, right? I meet somebody who I'm like, oh, this person's
So he is not, from my limited understanding, he would not be like a vulnerable narcissist, right? Like Boogie feels vulnerable narcissist to me. When I think about the people in my life, they're giving like vulnerable narcissists, like, woe is me. My life is so hard. You've never had my struggles. I was there to save people. I'm always the person people need. Nobody ever cares about me. He's giving the other one, right? Like the I'm cool, like I know things, like a little bit, like, and then, you know, so it's interesting when you meet different people and what flavor of NPD they are, what flavor of whatever they are. Like there's a girl, oh my God, no shame to her. There's a girl that I check in on occasion. She is BPD, and I check in on her every few years to see how she's doing. I just checked in on her again. My girl is struggling. It has been like 10 years. And every time I check in with her, she is still super struggling. And I think about this for myself. To be honest with you guys, listen, I was really struggling most of my life. And the last 6 years have been so significantly good for me. And it's so obvious when people find my channel again, they're like, oh my God, Brittany, you're so fucking different. I'm like, thank you. I went to therapy. Like, thank you. I did my work. Like, thank you. I healed. Like, when I go back to see certain people, I'm like, oh no, like you're still in it. Now, I think the only difference between me and them is introspection, extrospection. I'm fully convinced that the only difference between me and them is that I worked really hard and focused on what was the meaning of my life. Who am I? And what am I doing on this planet? How did I get here? Why are we here? And that significantly changed my trajectory. If I did not do that work, if I did not really start to think about like, why do I even exist? We talk about deconstructing patriarchy and deconstructing racism, deconstruct existence itself, you know? So we can stop lying to ourselves that we know why humans are here, what we're doing here, you know? Like we have yet to know this. Let's figure it out, right? So I feel like that is the only difference I see in all of these people. They don't know their why. They don't know why they believe what they believe. They're just getting by, you know? And it just, yeah, I'll keep checking in with this girl for the rest of the time she's on the internet because she keeps posting. She's really popular. That's what's interesting too. She's very popular. She has a big following, but even her audience is very mean to her. They're always like, why aren't you better? Why are you always a mess? Why are you always going through it? And that's the problem. It's like, yeah, girl, like, why are we always going through it? Why aren't we joyful? But the thing is like, I think people are missing that philosophical work. I really do. I really do. Just as relatable, my ex is that best friend is struggling so much and I can't help them anymore. I check in on them time to time and they're still trying to figure out how to live. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. You know, I just think like, yeah, I just think that people are going through it and we just got to hope that they'll figure it out. But either way, like it's still, they have to do it. You know, they have to do it.
perfect. This is somebody that can actually understand me. This person is on my level, so to speak. This person is superior like I am. But what happens unconsciously when you kind of put somebody up like that and you're like, oh, this is an ideal person who I admire, and then by association, I'm also special, is that it's very easy for that kind of illusion to break. It'll be like the most minor thing. I remember once, there was this girl I was very, that I cared a lot about in the moment. I was very excited about this person, and like I showed pictures of her to some of my friends. And I remember one of my friends just kind of said, oh, she's not my type or something like that. And it was like a light switch. And I knew it was happening. I didn't want it to, but it was like at that moment, because it wasn't this perfect idealized image of somebody, because somebody else had an opinion that different, it like changed my opinion in terms of like, oh, this isn't my soulmate. This isn't the perfect person. This is somebody that's beneath me. I can't stay in this relationship. Then, started pushing them away and like being a dick, like I do. and that eventually ended. Or alternatively, what happens is they'll see a moment in me that's too real. But I remember once,
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I do struggle to watch him a bit because he just reminds me of somebody I know, and I'm just like, oh, like the mannerisms, the way he moves, his clothing choice, his hairstyle, like it reminds me so much of this person that I'm like, and a big part of it is like, I see it and I know it's there, and a big part of me is like, man, are we just stereotypes? And I know we're not, but like some people just fit so perfectly. And like, I'm like, ooh, you look like the default Barbie. You know what I'm saying? Like you are the caricature, but not the caricature of all NPDs, which is like really funny, or all this type of guy, or all this type of thing. But like So interesting.
Was in this relationship with somebody. The beginning of the end was we went to this party and like I was pretty wasted, and we got back to her apartment and like I started vomiting in the toilet and just sobbing about how I was broken and defective, etc. And I was like yelling at her, but then like secretly wanted her to like comfort me. It was like a whole thing. I hated that she saw me that weak and pathetic, and like I never brought it up after that. We literally never talked about it. I was like she's judging me. She thinks she can take advantage of me now because she realizes that I'm weak. She probably thinks that she can do better now. So I blew that relationship up. Those are typically the two ways the romantic relationships go. My platonic relationships, as long as I keep you at a distance, like we gotta grow, like it can go on indefinitely. Typically, I can manage those because there's a less of a demand for emotional intimacy a lot better. I have one friend who, it was funny, where I asked them once if they ever had watched any of my videos. I don't like it when people I know in real life do that. And they were like, no. And they had kind of like a very strong reaction to it. And I was like, okay, I'm glad, but like, why? And they said, you know, I know you well enough to know there's a lot of things that go on inside your head that I'm better off not knowing. If somebody can look at me and my behaviors through the lens of me.
Oh.
Okay, I'm glad, but like, why? And they said, you know, I know you well enough to know there's a lot of things that go on inside your head that I'm better off not knowing. If somebody can look at me and my behaviors through the lens of me and not through the lens of my disorder, I know that that's somebody that's good to have in my life. If I'm going to get into a relationship with you, no matter how recovered I am, you deserve to know what you're getting into to some degree. When I am withdrawing from admiration.
Wait, is he saying, isn't he saying the opposite of what he just said? Isn't he saying, if I knew the stuff about you that you share on your YouTube channel, I wouldn't be your friend? Or is he hearing that I want to see you past your disorder, and when you share stuff about your disorder, it's not you, and I know you more than just the person you share about because your disorder is your content? Okay.
So to speak. It's falling back into those vulnerable narcissistic patterns, I would say. I get really paranoid. I get really neurotic.
Wait, Chad says he almost seems proud of his inability to feel for others. That's the NPD, guys. That's what he said earlier. Yeah, he said that. That is the NPD. It's not a choice he's making. It is a part of the way he came up, the way his brain formed, the way he processed information. And that's why I say, like, how much free will do we even have? Like, how much free will do we even have in the world? If like something happening to you in your life, this is why conservatives, by the way, don't admit that bad things have happened to them, because they want to believe that everything they're doing is their free will and that no part of them is being controlled by their mental health in quotation marks. I said it the other day. I said, there are women in my life who literally got beat by their ex-husbands and never went to therapy, and want to say that that's not going to impact the way they mothered or participated in life or dated. Like, conservatives especially they deny themselves because, again, they don't want to fall into the bubble, which I agree with. You don't want to fall into the bubble of like, I never have free will. I never have choice. People always control me. I can't, guys, I'm telling you, introspection, extrospection is the key to unlock a deeper relationship with your biological experience. And when you unlock that deeper relationship with your biological experience, forgive me for making this analogy, but it's like a dog who has no training and a dog that has training, a dog that grew up wild and a dog who grew up domesticated. Okay? And we are always somewhere in that spectrum. And I'm saying, I grew up medium domesticated. I grew up a little wild, a little domesticated. Okay? And I'm trying, okay? I used to chew up toys and chew up the sofa, but now I just kind of like pick at it a little bit. And now I'm trying to stop that. Okay? I'm even trying to stop like even looking at the couch. Okay? That's the idea, is like we're all like little animals experiencing existence, and everything that comes into our life changes our relationship with self, okay? And then our relationship with others. And then on top of that, there's like all these other like predispositions and limited circumstance and so on and so forth. But this idea that things that are not happening to you, okay? The idea that like your life happening to you isn't going to impact you in some way, and you have this ultimate free will and it's all a choice, and at the end of the day, come on now. Come on now. If,
very distressed. Sometimes it's like I'm being reminded of everything that I hate about myself, and it's all more real. It looks like psychosis, like if somebody on the outside were to see it like that, just because of how paranoid and angry and distraught I become. I also tend to withdraw socially a lot more. Like I'll isolate. It sucks because it's like I'll isolate myself because I'm not getting the attention I think I deserve and I desire and need. But then, isolating myself makes it so I literally can't get those things.
Ooh, employment. I'm so excited to know more about this.
People with narcissistic personality disorder struggle vocationally when it comes to having a job. As for my previous jobs, I was in the Army. My first job ever, I worked at a nursing home actually as a dietary aide. I washed dishes, but I always say dietary aide. It sounds better. Did that for 2 years. Went to college for a little bit.
I love that. Dietary aide sounds better. He was a dishwasher. Hilarious.
And went to the Army. I was a MP in the Army, but that was the Ohio National Guard. So I came back, went back to college for a semester. But after basic training, I was like, I don't have the headspace right now to do college. So I was a corrections officer for 2 years. I worked at a prison. I can't actually talk about my current day job because it's actually a stipulation in my employment. So I'll just say I work in tech. A lot of the times it's like it causes dysfunction in your work. I think a good example of this is when I was in the Army. I couldn't handle it being at the bottom of the totem pole all the time. There's like this objective hierarchy, and I was always so resentful and bitter and just like paranoid and insecure because it's like objectively I am lowest tier that there is. That conflict when you have this drive to be at the top causes problems in basically any work environment. It makes it kind of impossible for you to work as a team unless you're in charge. If my experience does match a job, but I view it as beneath me, as like menial work, as something that people wouldn't respect, I won't take it because I view it as beneath me. There was a time in my life actually where like it got really bad because I was having a hard time finding work. I was behind on my mortgage. I'm going to lose my house, and I would rather die than be humiliated with a job that is pathetic and beneath me or be homeless and stuff like that. I do my best not to tell anybody around me, like in my professional life, my diagnosis, just because it causes more problems than it's worth.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that working out well to tell people.
I mean, people close to me obviously know at this point. And it's also just kind of embarrassing to admit that like I have like this condition that like makes me sound like an edgy teenager or trying to articulate it. You know what I mean?
True.
I would say society rewards narcissistic traits. And I'm emphasizing traits because I don't think it rewards pathological narcissism.
I agree with this. I don't think society, you would have to be a very skilled, because NPD is basically a disability. It really is. Like if you have NPD and you're suffering from it, you're probably not very successful. And if you are successful, you're probably just like high narcissism. But I couldn't imagine you have the personality disorder. It is a disorder, guys. It means your life is disordered, right? Like my BPD, I was so, even the autism, I was so like successful, but I was so fucked up. And I wasn't even that successful. That was like such a big eye opener for me when I thought about my life. Like I always prided myself in being a good worker and holding down a job and paying for my rent and paying my bills. And then when I really looked back at my life through my autism assessment, I was like, oh, I'm not that good. Like, uh-oh. Like, actually, wait. And like, that was really an eye opener of like how burnt out I was all the time, how I was always self-harming, how like there was a correlation between like when I would spiral and like how work was doing or like how these things were going or how this was and I was like, I mean, the girls, if my friends just canceled plans on me, I was like, the universe is ending. Like, I can't go on. Like, what is even the reason to exist? Like, I'm like, girl, relax, you know? So all of these things play a role. But yeah, I can't imagine that NPD. That's why, like, you know, the conversation about like, oh, he's a narcissist. Like, you know.
If you're a little
like, they talk about Andrew Tate having narcissistic personality disorder, maybe. I mean, maybe. But who knows?
Again, you're half the battle is, you know, taking chances, right? Is putting yourself out there. That kind of grandiosity and arrogance that thinking that, oh, this thing's going to go well, and putting yourself in a position like where you're actually willing to take that chance. That's a very objectively a good trait to have. Extroversion can be very good for the grandiose narcissism. The superficial charm can be.
Oh, Chad said, Britt, people with grandiose are very successful and rarely diagnosed. Oh, note to self. Okay, good to know.
Very useful. That being said, the things that get you to the place that you want to be at aren't the same traits that are going to be able to maintain where you're at, if that makes sense. If we're talking about healthy narcissism.
You know, this is, I think, the mistake everyone makes. Like, people think like your diagnosis should garner empathy, and I don't know why you think that. Like, that's what I've always wondered is like, why do you think a diagnosis requires like, oh, like it doesn't. It just explains a behavior. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that there's like a fine line between an awareness of what this means and how it impacts your life and a desire to like pity somebody or infantilize them a bit. And there's always a fine line, right? And I think, or like to objectify them, be like, oh, I just think schizophrenia is so interesting. And I just want to know how your brain works. Like, that's so interesting. Like, do you mean that in a weird objectifying way? Or do you mean that literally because it's a medical health problem? But also like, you need to be okay, like, you need to relax. That's why, okay, example. You know how he makes a living now talking about narcissism? Like, that's his thing. He does interviews about it. Da, da, da. I could do that. I could be Brittany Simon, autism. Brittany Simon, BPD. I could literally change my whole career, pivot to only making BPD content, and then be on these channels and be like, what's it like living with BPD? What's it like? What was your childhood like? But like, I don't want to do that. And a big part of it is because I don't think it defines me. But if I made it my career, it would be sort of like defining me by BPD or by autism. And I'm not saying that's bad if you make autistic content, because I love my autistic content creators, but also I'm kind of more than that. Same with being even LGBT. I could make my whole content just LGBT. But the thing I love the most, the thing that I want to be most known or identified by, is my love of philosophy. And that's why I do philosophy stuff, because I just love it so much and it means so much to me. And it is still, you know what it is? It's about thinking and problem solving, you know? And I think that's the point. Chat says the red nail is kind of it, not gonna lie. Okay, tell me right now, does this make me feel more powerful? How do you guys perceive me? Am I tough and strong? Do I look beautiful? Do I look strong? Do I look mommy? Do I look like vampire? Do I look like boy with painted nails? Because honestly, I've been thinking like, yeah, I think I kind of like it. I thought it was too bold, but now I think I might like it. Now, is me thinking about how you perceive me narcissism? But yeah, I think there's something about it. You know, there's something about the nails. And who would have thunk? Like, even my thumbnail, I looked at it, I was like, oh, my nails completely changed the vibe. That's why I think perception is such an interesting thing. So how people perceive you, how you perceive yourself, puts you into a different category. People treat you differently. You know, thank you, chat, says it does give boy with painted nails in the best way possible. I was getting that vibe too. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, oh, it's giving that as well. But this is what I think is so interesting about perception. Did one little change make all the difference? You know? And that's what I think is interesting. Yeah. That's okay. That's why I'm like, the way he look. Okay. Can I tell you the thing that stands out the most to me about this guy and the way he looks? And please, I mean this so respectfully to anyone who fits into this category, because not all people who look like this fall into this category. But let me show you exactly what about this man's aesthetic stands out to me the most. Let me show you.
100% it does. If we're talking about pathological, there's just too much dysfunction that comes with it for it to possibly be rewarded.
Okay, watch this.
I went into
Okay. It's the shirt, the jeans, and the leather jacket combination. There is this type of boy who tends to think he's better than everyone else, who tends to just be in this certain category where they think they're really cool, where they have this haircut with the fade, but specifically the jean pants with the random t-shirt and the leather jacket. What are we doing here? But then a part of me goes, okay, and please do not take this offensively. One of my most eye-opening moments, and thank you, Moonlight, for the super chat. Thank you so much. One of my most eye-opening moments about being autistic was really realizing, and again, I look autistic. I would look at people and be like, oh yeah, you look autistic. Like, you are autistic. And I wouldn't see myself. Because guys, the way I saw myself in my head was not accurate to how I looked. And then I would start to see myself for what I look like. And I was like, oh, I look autistic. Oh, I'm autistic. And I was like, oh my God, like, I'm autistic. And then I realized like, oh, and then it's like, can you look at somebody and know something about them? No. And yet, okay. And yet, you know, like, there is something, I don't know how to explain what it is either, because people will say like, oh, you can't know that. You can't know that. But I mean this like in a very powerful, like, self-ownership way, in a way that makes me feel like so seen. I look autistic and I get it. Like, I was like, oh, I get it. Yeah. Discord said, did you see your mask when you were imagining yourself? Yes. When I imagined what I look like, I saw the mask I thought I was like projecting, and I got reassured by all the the interactions I was getting back, that it was working, because everything I wanted, like everything that I felt was like kind of working. But then like when I look back on it, I'm like, wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. And then it's like, so even, you know, those girls who get on TikTok and they go, I'm conventionally beautiful, but I'm autistic. I'm like, girl, you are not conventional. You're autistic. I can see it. No judgment. All these girls with their blonde hair and big eyelashes who get on TikTok, especially white women, who get on TikTok and talk about being conventionally beautiful. Girl, your eyes are so bugged out. You're autistic as fuck. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Don't come for me, bro. Come on now. Girl, you couldn't pass as conventional if your mother paid you, okay? Come on. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think conventional is not just blonde hair and white skin, okay? Please. And like, that was a little much. That was a little autistic of me. I'm sorry. That was a little much. But you know what I'm saying? Like, don't make me, okay? Girl, you look autistic, okay? But out here bragging, okay? Sit down. And I say that as somebody whose like partner has literally described her as, he's like, man, your eyes are bugging right now. I get it. People said that was one of the criticisms I got, especially when I was in the debate. Bro, her eyes, she got BPD eyes. Oh my God, those eyes are crazy. It's just relax, ableism, okay? Relax, okay? But I do, like, but it's not a bad thing, okay? Just relax.
Therapy to impress the girl that I had this on and off thing with. It's like, look how healthy and mature.
And I think things have a look the way that gay has a look. You know, they're talking about that gay might have a look. And I was like, I believe it. Because I just feel like you know it when you see it. But it's not universal. There's different types of gay looks. There's different types of autistic looks. I actually do kind of believe this. Like, and same thing with boy girl. Like, again, deconstructed version of gender. I think I know a boy when I see one, even if everybody else swears it's a girl. I'm like, that's a boy. Like, people tell me, Brittany, you don't know their gender. I'm like, it's a boy. I'm telling you it's a boy. And then I talk to them. They're like, I am a boy. And I was like, boom. But like, not in the like binary sense, like in the spiritual sense. You know, I'm like, Like, there's a look. I'm not always right about it, but there is a look people have where I'm like, it's a vibe. It's a whole energy.
Sure I am. I go to therapy. I'm great. That obviously didn't last. And while I was still in therapy, but not in either of those relationships, I just started thinking, why did I sabotage a relationship that was, relatively speaking, actually good for me? And around that time, I started thinking more about my childhood stuff. And I was like, I should probably get to the bottom of some of this stuff. And so I ended up staying in therapy. 2 years go by. And the entire time, it's like this defense against vulnerability. It's like the shame catches the words in your throat and you just lie through your teeth the entire time. Until one day, I was complaining about somebody in my life. I was frustrated because it's that feeling like you can only be understood by other special people. They could never understand me. And like I sit back and I think for a second, and I just like start chuckling and just kind of blurt out, well, I can't blame them though. I mean, they're also stupid. And my therapist kind of was taken off guard because I had presented as rather mild-mannered and polite.
No. Chad said it's called stereotyping. No. Hold on. This is too advanced. Every time I try to have this conversation, I'm sorry, people cannot have it because they're so afraid of stereotyping. Guys, stereotyping is defined as an oversimplified and generalized belief about a particular group. We are not overgeneralizing or simplifying. We are being very specific. We're zooming all the way fuck in and being very specific. The same way my parents knew exactly which kids were gay and which ones weren't. How did my parents know that? How did my parents know that when we were babies, when we were young, they were like, are you gay? I'm like, why are you asking me, not the other kids? What part of me was giving gay? I'm telling you, it's so specific. Like people can see it. Like they'll say, oh, it's your mannerisms or your like tone of voice, but you guys think that doesn't also work with bodies? You think that doesn't also work with your posture? Fun fact, I learned that posture is so related to autism. That's what I mean. The way people look, the way you stand, the way your ears develop, the way you like people's features develop. I will look at the way people do. I'm like, autism? They're like, how'd you know? I'm like, your ears. They're like, my ears? And I'm like, yeah. Sometimes autistic people have really thick ears. And they're like, oh. And I was like, what? And they're like, oh. And I was like, that's how I knew. You know, like I'm not saying I'm always right. I'm saying there's a look. There's like an aesthetic, your features, like because the way I developed, as example, my own posture, the way I developed is like, there is, and that changes the way you hold yourself. It changes the way your body, like the way you know what I'm saying? Anyways, I'm just saying like, I don't want to be reductive. I want to be like, oh, can we also intervene and help people, right? Like, can we all, again, I'm not saying it to discriminate. I'm not saying it to hate people. I'm not saying it for a bad thing. I'm saying it because it made me feel so seen to realize it about myself. Like, oh, I look autistic. Like, I remember one time I went to an event with a sibling and I showed up like in my, my red jumper you guys see me wear sometimes. And I had these big glasses on and my hair was out like this. And I was like walking down the road and I walk autistic. I'm loud autistic. Okay. I'm just like walking like, and my sibling was like, oh my God, can you please, like, you are drawing attention to yourself. And I'm like, what? And they were like, you're so loud, you're so vibrant, your glasses are so obnoxious. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, are we like conforming today? And then it was like, I realized like, oh yeah, I'm in a professional setting. It's their workplace. What am I fucking doing? But I was like just being myself, but I wasn't reading the room. I wasn't being aware. I was being obnoxiously rude. I didn't dress professional. Like, and I didn't even think about it, but they're right. Like I came to their professional setting, their workplace. It was their job that was going to be threatened if they were bringing, people to work that weren't professional. It was going to reflect on them. And like, I was just busy thinking about like how cute I looked and how like, but that's what it is. It's like there's even a decision to like, that's why when people say like, oh, I'm just rebellious, like this is just how I look. Is it though? Because if you're doing it without awareness, that might be an indication of something, right? If you're doing it because you just look cute, okay, but what does that matter when we're talking about like professionalism? If like, it's like, there's so much more to it than just that. But I know people might hear it and say like, because again, everyone falls into a category. Nobody is special. Like Chad said something earlier that was interesting, that's there's only like 15 voices in the world. Guys, people's voices, the way they look, phenotypes, when I look at faces, I'm like, oh, you look like everybody in this category. You look like everybody in this category. You know how like sometimes people will say like, oh, all this ethnicity look the same? And it's like racism. Separate from the racism, there is actually a look not races have, but categories of people in all races, which is why growing up, my brother who's Assyrian and his bestie who was black look like twins because they both fall into the same category, but they're different ethnicities. Like, and I was like, oh, you guys look like the same person, but they only look like the same person because they both fit that same thing. So it's not like black people look the same, white people look the same. It's all people in this category look like this and people in this category look like this. If you put me in a room with a bunch of people who look just like me, you would realize like, oh, like we're all like tropes in stories, and like that's what's so funny, like that's what's so interesting when you look at people. And I know we're special and I know we're unique and I know we're beautiful, but also there's not very many variations of people. Like we don't come in a lot of Barbie options. There's the default Barbies, which is like the majority, whatever the like expectation of the beauty standard. And then there's all the other Barbies, but there's not many variations of people. We all kind of look like the other people who look like us, which is kind of what I was trying to say the other day when we talked about if my personality was a person, I'd look like this. Like I am in a category of person that I identify with. Like, those autistic girlies that are like, I'm conventional. You're not. But they see themselves as conventional. But when I look at them, I don't see conventional. I don't. And I'm like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think any man in a conventional bubble would look at them as conventional either. And that's another thing. Ask yourself who's around you. Again, I used to look around at my friend groups and think like, yeah, like I am friends with all kinds of people, popular people, not popular people, conventional, not conventional. But the more I zoomed out, looked at my friend group, I was like, why does everyone play D&D? Wait, why is everyone a Kingster? Wait, why is everyone gay? Wait, why is everyone nerdy? And I was like, why did I think my friend group was so diverse growing up? Most of my friends are literally like alternative, nerdy people. But in my head as a kid, I was like, yeah, I'm friends with everybody. And that's because throughout my life, it was true. The few years I went to public high school, popular cheerleaders would come talk to me and get my advice about dating boys in high school, but they would never talk to me in public. Nobody would ever know they talked to me. They never acknowledged me in friend groups. They only came to me for advice and would leave. But in my little autistic teenage brain, I was like, I'm friends with all kinds of people, so I must be somewhat normal. But I wasn't. I was a theater kid. I was a queer kid. I was like the kid that like again, people love to talk to and get advice from, but like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, that's the autism. That's the othering. That's the othering. And look, again, all good, but it really starts to like play into like even how we see the kids. Like even now, my nieces and nephews were all making bets about who's gay, who's ADHD, who's autistic. And all we're trying to do is like give them some language to help them figure it out, you know? And that's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because to be honest, those popular girls that came to me for advice, I hope they're happy. Because they were right. I didn't want to be friends with their friends either. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. We were never going to be friends. That's why it freed me so much to recognize what category I'm in, how I socialize, who are the people I should be gravitating towards, and also why I have the bad habit of gravitating towards neurodivergents who haven't gone to therapy, because there's something spicy and blunt about them that my brain likes, until I realize the bluntedness is cope. Like this guy, his bluntedness is cope. I'm not like other people. I don't cry at funerals. Cope. I'm a debate bro. I don't get my feelings hurt. Straw man. Cope. And then I had to learn as a neurodivergent person that like, yes, we like bluntedness, and yes, we like honesty, but we also like compassion and empathy and thoughtfulness and introspection. So be careful about which neurodivergent group we're attracted to, you know? All right, back to this guy.
Light up until that point, and she was just like, what? And I was like, I mean, look at them. They all complain that I think I'm better than them, but I'm smarter, I'm more attractive, I'm more charismatic. I mean, I am better. How could they possibly understand me? And she's like, and these are your friends? And I'm like, yeah, just because I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? And I stand up to go, and I'm like, oh, that felt good to finally get off my chest. And then she was like, well, I'm humbled. And I said, are you mocking me? And then diagnosed shortly after that whole thing.
Damn, bro.
Because after the dam broke in that regard, it became a lot easier to kind of be genuine. I mean, it's still hard. I'm a lot more truthful nowadays, but it's still not something that I'm good at, even in a therapeutic setting. The current DSM criteria kind of neglects the fluctuation in self-esteem. A lot of people know that narcissists, despite their grandiosity, have a very chronic need for attention, specifically admiration, because basically our entire self-esteem is regulated externally. Either I feel like I'm better than everybody else, or I feel like I'm worse than everybody else, and I need constant feedback to kind of...
Yeah, everything about his aesthetic is so like, he's got like the runner shoes, it looks like there's traction on the bottom. He's got jean pants, a t-shirt that's green, which I think is important, and then a brown leather jacket. Like, it's like an attempt to look like something, but it doesn't quite work. And then the hair, right? It's almost like I want to look like something, and he almost is like, he's like halfway between two different looks. And I think that's the indication too of like that's why, okay, this goes back to dressing your age and growing up and kind of like showing maturity. It's not that you want to dress your age, i.e. modest or conservative. It's that you want to say that I'm well aware of how things work together and what things look like and how I'm expressing myself. And of course, this plays into like having access, right? Having the money, having the privilege, having the ability to even get help if you can't do it naturally, right? And I think that's what plays into sort of how we view and judge people too, because whether we like it or not, our brain is always calculating for us. And then we have to ask our brain like, okay, what's the data? Let me look over it in case you made mistakes. Because our brain is it's just like a little machine that's like, and it's our job to go through it and make sure like, nope, this is wrong. This is bad. Take this out. Yep, this is right. This is good. Wait, what is this? Hold on. How did we get here? Like, it's our job to check ourselves. That's how you check your bias and your prejudice, is to say like, hold on, the data I'm getting, because your body's you're already signaling. Your body knows, like, you know what I mean? So you have to make sure you know what's going on. Already, I'm judging the way he looks, but not like in a, oh, this is the worst man who's ever existed way. More like, okay, your aesthetic signals to me XYZ. Now, what do I do with that information? Is it accurate? Is it not? Now, of course, we know he's a narcissist. So then we're like, oh, see, I was right. He's a narcissist. But we already knew he was a narcissist. So then the question is, am I right that his clothing reminds me of the guys who are trying too hard but can't pull it off but think they're pulling it off? Or is it because I already know he's a narcissist that I think I'm correct?
Prevent myself from slipping into this cycle of self-hate where I can get rather bad. Self-destructive usually is the word that I would use. I do actually recommend instead the...
Yeah, chat. I love the categories you're putting him in. Military greaser, what is this? Aging out comedian? Wait, where's that comment? I saw it and then I lost it. Like, he has so many different aesthetics that he could be applied to him. But yeah, it's interesting, you know? Yeah, look at him. He really is a person, huh? But then again, like when we look at him and we look at everyone else in the world, just know like everyone's going through it. You don't know what people are going through or who people are. And then ask yourself why there's a loneliness epidemic. We're not having a relationship with self. And see how like we only know ourselves in relation to the bubble, where we're from. What about the planet? What about the universe? You know, like who are you in relation to existence itself? It's very hard, you know? It's very hard to know. Like this guy's just busy worrying about like the things that are focused in, and I get it. The interview is about his life. So he's reflecting in relation to that life. But what if you reflect even larger?
The DSM-5 alternative criteria in the section 3, it's less of categorical, and it's like a spectrum model where it's like, okay, they recognize varying severities and presentations aside from your kind of classic, oh, this guy is full of himself and manipulative and kind of a dick. Don't get me wrong, I'm all of those things, but the disorder...
See, like the whole like, yeah, it's kind of like a brag, but not a brag.
in itself.
Or he thinks he's being funny and it's also a brag.
It has to focus more on some of the interpersonal dysfunctions. The DSM-5 criteria for narcissistic personality disorder is, the first one is grandiosity. There's arrogant and haughty behaviors, interpersonal exploitation, which I do want to touch on because a lot of people hear that and they're thinking, oh, exploiting somebody for money or something like that, which is probably where my mind would go as well. But this is associated more with, again, the self-esteem regulation that I mentioned earlier. For example, let's say dating somebody because they make you appear higher status or gives you connections to people.
Well, hold on. Chat said he's literally getting paid to get his supply. If you mean for this interview, I think that's great. I think it's a win-win. Get your supply, give me the information. It's a win-win. You know what I mean? I'd rather he get his supply through interviews than his supply through dating people. You know what I mean? But also, I don't believe in this idea of narcissistic supply. I think it's like a really dangerous notion. Like, yes, energy vampires, yes, narcissistic supply, but also damaged people with childhood trauma who have like a lot of problems. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about excusing his behavior. It's about humbling ourselves in the way that we look and judge people. You know, again, I think people really struggle too when I reference people in my own life, like to fellow loved ones, where I'm like, he needs to be held accountable. They're like, well, how will you hold him accountable? Not through punishment. I don't want to punish him. I don't want to punish people. I want to get people on a better trajectory, and or you got to be honest, like, you might not be the safest person for people to be around. Are you aware of that enough? Right? Like, this isn't a video we're watching so we can like love this guy. It's a video we're watching so we can humble ourselves when realizing like, man, we really don't know what people are going through, and is this preventable? You know, like, yeah. And again, it's not about redeeming people either. It's about seeing the flaws in all of us. I don't know. I think we just need to humble. Like, there's a humility. We have to be, I don't have it either, guys, but like, we have to aim for humility. And it takes a crazy amount of wisdom to do it. Like, it's so hard, you know? So this is you know, and again, humility does not mean walking all over you. I said this to my gay brother because he was really going through it. And he was like, I don't know what to do. Like, when I find my husband, which I hope he does, right? He's like, what if like I want to see the family, but like they won't see him? Is like being the bigger person, like going to the family's house without my husband? I said, no, being the bigger person is saying, I love you guys so much. I see where you're at. We're going to have Christmas with our family. If you guys want to join us, please do. But otherwise, have a good Merry Christmas. It's not about being the bigger person is not letting people walk all over you. Being the bigger person is not going to a bigoted Christmas dinner. Being a bigger person isn't abandoning your spouse at home to go spend time with your bigoted family. Like, being the bigger person is saying, I see you. I see where you're at. Okay, here's where I'm at, right? Like, I told my sibling the other day, like, you know, I just really feel like this is my family now. And when my partner dies, if my partner dies early, God forbid, like, I will be a family now. Like, my family was my main family, and now I'm old enough to make my own, whether I'm married or not. And that's the part that I want us to grow into. Now, I understand it sounds like individualism versus community, but just a reminder, and this is the flaw I think people have when thinking about community versus individual, is you have to remember community is a very loaded term when you come from a background where there's multiple predators in the family, and those predators are invited to the get-together. So again, okay, you have to be very careful with this pressure you put on people, okay, to, quote, stay with the family or build community, like love your family. And again, on the other side of that, I don't want to hear from people who are like, you should never talk to your family again. They're bigoted. Both of you be quiet. You're both wrong. Okay? It's not so black and white. You're both wrong, period. You can, if you would like, talk to your bigoted family, or you can, if you would like, to stop talking to your bigoted family. You can, if you would like, to form an independent community of an individual. You can, if you would like, to form a new chosen family. You know what I mean? Like, do what is going to work for your joy. Are you joyful? Do that. But this whole idea, this beautiful fantasy of a community is only as good as its members. And let's be honest with you, everyone's too fucked up. Everyone's too fucked up. Okay? So everyone get your shit together because we're all too fucked up.
That make you seem higher status. There is also chronic envy of others or believing others are envious of them. I fall more in that second category of believing everyone's envious of me. That one sucks. Then there's entitlement. This one's probably my weakest trait, personally. How it usually would present for me, though, is expectations of extreme loyalty to people, and it would be rationalized with me where it's like, oh, I deserve better friends who will be loyal and fight my battles for me because I'm such a loyal person. That's not really true if I'm being honest with myself, but that is something I believed at the time and how it was really rationalized. Grandiose fantasies of unlimited success, wealth, power, brilliance. There's a lot of maladaptive daydreaming actually that occurs in this disorder, and a lot of our personal goals are based around these grandiose fantasies. Like a very common example is you see somebody who maybe they're in middle management of a company and they're dreaming that, oh, I'm going to like own this company one day. I'm going to have this conglomerate that has all this wealth and power. Or I guess with me and my social media, it's like, oh, I want to be famous and stuff. Unrealistic kind of goals for themselves kind of arise from this. And yeah, lack of empathy. So this one's kind of weird because it's one of the a lot of people consider it more of a hallmark of the disorder, but recently that's come under a lot of scrutiny. We have a good awareness of what other people are thinking and feeling, but we can't emotionally connect with that. Like if you're sad and your mom died or something, like I can recognize, obviously, oh yeah, that's a sad thing to happen to somebody. I can't feel anything though.
That's interesting, I can't feel anything though.
I have spent years explaining my disorder inside and out, trying to make sense of it. When I started kind of telling my story online, people were finding help on this, and that wasn't even my intent. My intent going online was being like, hey, you guys are dumb. This isn't what my disorder is like. Fix it. But then people were like, hearing your lived experience, actually, this makes a lot of sense for, this thing I experienced with XYZ. It did let me look at a lot of my behaviors from a third-party perspective, right? I wouldn't get defensive because this wasn't about me, but it's like, oh, I can relate to that and I can see exactly.
Like, I think ultimately, this goes back to this idea of like the loneliness epidemic and men aren't finding partners and men aren't this. It's really difficult because I think like if we looked at the general population of the world, I'm not really sure how many people at this current state, frozen in time, would actually be like healthy partners. At any given time, I don't know how much of the population is actually like healthy enough to be partnered or ready enough to be partnered or safe enough to be partnered. And so a big problem is that we're pushing a lot of like people together that maybe should be doing other things. And then I look at him and I think like, if he can't feel anything and he can't empathize and, can he still be a good partner? Maybe. It would be very difficult for me to date somebody like this and I wouldn't do it. We wouldn't be compatible. Our values wouldn't be in line because so much of my value like comes from the logical conclusion I'm making, but also comes deeply from how I feel, right? And so if I feel this is wrong and I feel like, no, like I don't like this, let's find the data, let's understand the data. Like, why do I feel this way? It feels like, you know what I mean? There's just something to be said about like, it's not, and look, his whole life shouldn't be defined by him getting partnership either. But I can see why like people are like better off that he's single, like better off that a lot of people are single. More than we probably would be willing to admit, but also sure.
How that could have impacted this person so I can see how my actions impacted other people around me. I will say at first it definitely did embolden my grandiosity a bit, but there's also the hypersensitivity to criticism that comes with this disorder. It also would like turn me into those vulnerable states a lot where I would just get so pissed off and just ruin my day because I got one bad comment.
Chet said you don't need to be healed to be partnered. You don't need to be healed to be partnered, but I do think it'd be better if you were more on the healed, even baby healed side. Like healed is not an end goal. It's a relationship with. I think it's very hard to have good relationships with unhealthy people. So it's healthy, unhealthy. If you're still in the unhealed, like meaning unhealthy stage, then I would argue you're probably not in the best place to be in partnership, you know? But I do think there's a point you get where you're like in the healthy and still healing stage. And that's what we're aiming for. That's what I call healed, right? No, chat. Don't lecture me because you don't know my language, right? You said healed is a journey, binaries, babe. No, it's not a binary, but it sounds like a binary because you don't know the chart. I have a chart for this. It's a spectrum. And there is either healed or unhealed, healthy or unhealthy. You're either healthy or unhealthy. And yes, it's a journey either way. Healthy is also a journey, but I don't think we should be encouraging people to date unhealthy, unhealed people. I think you end up rescuing people or falling into toxic relationships. And it's exactly the messaging you're going to send to people, right? Who think I can fix him, I can fix her. You do healed. Healing is a journey, but you must be healthy. And that's why I'm so stringent about this, because if you hear it the wrong way, you will do the wrong thing. Now, I'm sure from your perspective, you're probably thinking, I feel broken, I feel awful, I feel unloved. And therefore, if you think I'm unhealed, nobody will love me. Well, let's talk about it, right? So like, maybe, but also if you're going through that cycle of looping, not knowing where you stand, you probably should be focusing on therapy and other things. But yes, once you get to the point where you realize like healing is a journey, you'll also be healthy enough to recognize that they're not talking about you. That if somebody came to me and said, oh, unhealed people shouldn't date, I'd be like, okay, that has nothing to do with me. Even though I know I'm still working on stuff, even though I know everyone still needs therapy, even though I know like there's things to work on, I just don't consider myself in that category anymore because I've already been the other category. And I'm saying, well, you're in that category, you are more likely to date people who are not good for you than to date people who are better for you. Right? So like that's what I'm saying, right? You said I'm talking in general. Well, then so was I. Don't correct my language because you heard it a certain way. And then especially since you wrote binaries, babe, don't call me babe. Right? Like I'm talking about a very specific thing and you're using very specific language, which is telling me what to say to change my behavior. And you called me babe. All right. So unless you're my mother, I don't know why you're calling me babe.
Or whatever. I had a tendency that in sharing my vulnerability online, that was a way for me to kind of regain control over it and make it not vulnerable anymore. Going online and being reduced to a caricature of myself in order to disseminate information, that reinforces and rewards some of the things about my disorder that are the most distressing to me. Social media, because of like, you know, it's a numbers game, it really plays.
That's why I don't want to play a character of BPD or a character of autism. It's really hard not to fall into it though, because that character is what makes people feel reinforced in watching you, which is why I don't like, they said, didn't mean to trigger you, damn. See, now you're blocked because it's exactly what you meant to do. And I caught it and you're lying to yourself. You didn't trigger me literally, but you did do that subtle language thing that I knew I was right about. You had an attitude and I saw it through, bro. This is what I'm saying. Girl, don't mess with my pattern. I see a pattern. I know a pattern, okay? This is why I don't like Dr. Ramani, because she like characterizes narcissistic like NPD, right? And that's why I don't like her stuff. Like we're not characters. Like BPD is not a character. I'm not a caricature. Okay? And that's why I think people don't like is it Caitlin, the autism girl? I think people don't like her content because she kind of characterizes autistic traits and it feels bad. You know, nobody wants to be a character. And yet, separate from what we were talking about earlier, like fitting into a category, yes, you're a character in a story, but you're not a caricature necessarily in an objectifying way. So there's a balance. You don't want to be objectified and whittled down to, oh, you're such a stereotype. And yet you want to be seen like, it's like kind of being like a genre of music. You know, let's say you're like emo grunge, emo metal, but people are like, oh, you're rock and roll. It's like, what? No, I'm not rock and roll. And they're like, oh, so you're like grunge. You're like, well, like emo, grunge metal. Well, you're like, well, what's that? It's like, I am music and you are identifying some relationship to that music, but I'd really like to be known as this, like, I really am this specific category of music. And in that way, it's humanizing people, right? In that way, you're humanized. You're being seen. The nuances of you is being seen. And that's kind of like where high compatibility comes in with friendships or with lovers, is like you want people to see you not as rock music, but as the specific kind of music that you are. Because then you'll be like, oh my God, I finally feel like someone gets it. And then that feels really good. Just make sure they're also getting you in terms of values. They're getting it in terms of, you know, morals, you know, ethics, you know.
On some of the worst tendencies of mine. It's like obsessing over, why am I not at this number yet? Why is my watch time lower in this video? Oh, did I stutter in this? Whatever. I can't rewatch any video I make. I literally cannot. I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, I don't really want to spend all of my life talking about the worst thing about me. And so, and I think that, like, earnestly, my experience online would have been largely more of a net positive if I wasn't so young. I think I started YouTube when I was 23 or something like that. I mean, and I'm only 26 now, and I was diagnosed for maybe a year before I made that YouTube channel. I do not think I was ready in the slightest to have a public presence like that. I never really viewed doing social media through that lens of social responsibility, not at first. I was just like, I'm just a dude on the internet putting my voice out there. And like, I kind of maintained that kind of headspace for a long time where I was like, I can say whatever I want. This is my YouTube channel, this is my TikTok, this is my whatever. But then there gets to a point where it's like, oh, I know the things that I post, you know, hundreds of thousands of people might see it. And there is a degree of responsibility there in terms of like the messaging and the real impact that it does have. And it's something that I do shy away. Like, I'm very careful not to give advice because I don't feel comfortable giving advice because my life is a wreck. How can I tell you how to live your life? When people are like, oh, there's narcissists in my life, XYZ, what do I do here? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know enough about your situation. I don't even know how to handle myself, let alone another narcissist that I've never met. And then there's also the fact of like, I feel a degree of responsibility to the people who also have narcissistic personality disorder because I know that growing up, I would have given anything to have somebody that I felt like I could actually relate to, especially at some of the dark times in my life, right? I've had a lot of people like say, DM me and be like, you know, you helped me get diagnosed, or like, it's so refreshing hearing somebody else that like I can actually relate to, stuff like that. That's something that honestly does keep me going in a little bit more earnest nowadays, just because I'm like, you know, that feels like something that I can feel good about doing that's not purely tied to my own grandiosity. I want it to be understood through the lens of that I am a sick person and that I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be demonized for it, but I don't want it to be something that is viewed as acceptable. All those things, it does get very difficult to balance. And it's not something that I ever think I'm going to master balancing, but whatever. I need to be able to recognize that, like, you know, I can be in recovery from this and still maintain a public presence and be able to speak very well on the disorder without.
Spooky with the super chats, a donation to your quality content. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Happy New Year. Hope you guys are having a great holiday season. I hope everybody's having a great holiday season. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate that.
Like, that making me fraudulent somehow. And honestly, now that I've worked on them a lot, it's made me really not value the presence as much as I once did. It's something that, like, once I get to a...
Wait, pause. Chad said this is the first person with narcissistic personality disorder I've heard that doesn't sound like they're low-key bragging. Bro, the whole thing has been a brag. Really? This whole video has been a brag. Am I here? What do you guys think? Bragging or not bragging? Because I feel like everything he says is a brag. Ooh, I'm so curious what you guys think about that. I don't know. I feel like he is bragging. He's humble bragging. It's humble bragging, you know? But that's interesting. Isn't that fun? How, like, we hear things differently? I don't know. But that's interesting.
In my life where I'm ready to, I do just kind of want to walk away from.
Oh, you came in halfway through? Okay, I think that would change it. If you came in halfway through or recently, it would change it. This is like a 32-minute video. You really have to watch the whole thing because, like, he's bragging, he's insecure. He's definitely, like, typical to me, but very interesting. Like, yeah.
Treatment for NPD takes a lot of forms, and therapy is only one piece of that, right? If you go to your appointments and, you know...
Yeah, Chad says it sounds like he's trying to temper it, though. I do think he is trying to not let it go. Like, I think he's catching himself in the moment when it's happening, but I do think, like... There's this other guy. There's the other one. Do you guys know that? I'll show you after. Do what
I was doing and lie through your teeth and do nothing else. You know, you're not going to get very far. Treatment typically does look like there's classic psychoanalysis and just counseling in general. I know that there's various forms of therapy for it. I hear schema therapy is very effective. Mentalization-based treatment is actually one of my favorites. Sometimes they'll put you on mood stabilizer. That's where I was. They also put me on an atypical antipsychotic for the same reasons, just to act as a mood stabilizer. Depression can be very common with narcissistic personality disorder, so that has to be treated most of the time. And also substance abuse. It's a very high percentage of people with narcissistic personality disorder have a comorbid substance abuse disorder, usually alcohol followed by cocaine use. I've always had a weakness for alcohol. I'm sober now, but like I had a really bad problem with it because it enables you to kind of a lot of the anxiety that I mentioned earlier around social interaction, and it gives you a little bit more social boldness. And I was also using it because I was like, this is a way to be able to get vulnerable with people. Not sustainable, obviously. It's going to be different for everybody just because there are, when it's a personality disorder.
Girls, boys, they, thems, don't DM this boy. Don't you do it. If any of you slide into his DMs after this stream, okay? Absolutely not. Don't you do it. None of you, my autistic girlies, he is not your vampire king lord. Don't you do it.
There's so many aspects to work on and so many things that you have to address that unfortunately, there's not just one thing that's going to work for everybody with the condition. And especially since comorbidities, borderline personality disorder, histrionic, and antisocial personality disorder specifically, are very, very common. It's like, if you have one personality disorder, you more than, like most people have, I don't know if it's most, but it's like a very high amount have a second comorbid personality disorder. Now, it's treatable. It can be managed. It can go into remission. There's some clinicians that seem more optimistic with how far that can go. There's some that are just like, you just have to manage symptoms, and that's basically the most that you can do. I don't think it can be cured. I don't like using that term because I do think there's a lot about how my brain functions that, yeah, it's not going away. Progress is slow. You have to look at it over a very long period of time because it's like you're going to feel like a lot of times that you're not making progress until you like look at yourself a year ago and you're like, whoa, that was a different person. That's crazy, actually. When I first got diagnosed, it was like, all right, how many times have I yelled at people this month? Just when that started going down. It's gradual, is the thing. It's a lonely disorder. It really is. I've always been acutely aware of my loneliness, and like that was always my goal. I didn't want to be lonely anymore. If I'm being honest, it doesn't bother me as much nowadays, just because it's like, as I've grown older, it's like the repeated failures to like really connect to people really started to just like grind on me. But that made me realize that for so long I was trying to force it, and in the wake of that, it allowed some friendships that I didn't expect to be as meaningful as they are to slowly gain importance over time.
Hi, I'm a producer and authorized account. If you enjoyed
Sorry, that sounded so AI. Wait, what?
this video.
To slowly gain importance over time.
Hi, I'm a producer and authorized account. If you
What does that even mean? I'm a producer in an authorized account? What does that even mean? Okay, hold on. I'll share this video in the chat, but I want to show you the other NPD guy that I see on TikTok sometimes. I don't watch a lot of his content. I'm not a very big NPD girly. Like, I don't really care about it, if I'm going to be honest. I think in my 20s, I was so into this stuff. Like I said, I've read multiple books on narcissism, multiple books on personality disorders, multiple books on the... But as I get older, and I am kind of in my more healed stage, it's less of a special interest of mine personally, you know? But this is the other... narcissist guy who's on TikTok. He does fairly well for himself.
I have a lot of new followers, so I feel like I need to do another video. My name is Damon Hammock. I go by Lee Hammock, and I am a diagnosed narcissist. I have narcissistic personality disorder. The point of my entire channel is to bring awareness to narcissistic personality disorder, to try to get more people into therapy, and to validate victims and survivors of narcissistic abuse. I have been in therapy since October of 2017 for NPD. Psychotherapy. I'm not a psychopath. I've been in psychotherapy. I've been married for 6 years. I have 3 kids, 13.
Okay.
4 and 5 months. My entire life, I've known I was different. My thought process was different. My emotions didn't connect like normal people do. And I thought I was okay with that. That's just who I am. That's how I was made. That's how I was created. I'm just different. When I discovered narcissism through a huge argument with my wife, it just made sense to me. She didn't force me to go to therapy. I chose therapy on my own. You can't force a narcissist to therapy because they are going to therapy for you and not for themselves. I'm an open book. I have a YouTube channel with long reviews.
So, like I said, I don't watch his stuff. Like, I'm just not interested in watching people talk about their personality disorders, if I'm going to be honest. But that's the other one, Lee, mental healness. I don't know. Like I said, it's interesting. I can see why it's very helpful. I can see why people like watching it. Like I said, it's not my bubble, but it's there. It exists, you know. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break. I'm also realizing that I'm running out of time and a bit of spoon, so I'm gonna make sure we do the next story here together because I'm very interested, but I'm gonna cancel out the Hank Green story I had planned. We'll do it tomorrow. So this is the Chronically Online will become the new underclass. This video was doing so well. People are loving it. It came out like a few days ago, and like this girl is just, the comment section alone, I haven't watched it, but the comment section, she is really hitting something. Like, people feel very seen by this woman. So I'm very interested. My Discord shared it, asked me to review it. So when I come back, we'll take a little bit break. When I come back, we'll watch it together. I'm sure it'll be great. Okay, so I'll leave you with some music. I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back just on time for the end of the song. All right, girls, let's watch this video together. Okay, so I've never seen her before. This is Magic. That's the name of the channel. I'm very interested to see who this is, learn more about her. The chat seems to love her, like her comment section. So let's see what this is about. The Chronically Online will become a new underclass. I will say, okay, we're going to watch this video. Apparently, according to the comment section, she recorded this like on tape and then uploaded it to YouTube. So check the aesthetic out. But also a little confused on the title because aren't the Chronically Online already the underclass? Did something change and nobody told me? So very curious. I'm very excited. Let's watch it.
I'm actually going to take some time to talk about the digital pollution theory. This is an idea that I've been, I guess, being planted seeds for about half a decade, but in May 2025, I was able to get my thoughts together in a cohesive way. So basically, the reason why I'm making this is because I made a TikTok series telling people everything I'm about to tell you right now, I just wanted to make it fit for YouTube. So I have my notes here. They're not really notes. It's more so quite literally a script. And I'm just going to be reading from that while adding my own anecdotes. And I have my notes here. But like I said, I'm on tape. I'm doing this real old school. So I have to get into this because I don't want to run a tape and stop the video for you guys. So here we go. So I've been subconsciously gathering information about this for years, and I finally feel like I'm in a good place to describe what I have called the digital pollution theory. I'm going to put the actual things. I'm not going to read them word for word, but I have them.
The digital pollution theory: social media is a place distinct from the physical world, but still an environment we inhabit that impacts how we communicate and live. 2, this place is currently being contaminated with pollutants that negatively impact and exploit aspects of our daily life and human nature. 3, the only real solution is abandonment unless full collective investment exists, which won't. 4, the future of the contaminated digital environment is one where privilege determines who gets to log off. Okay. Human beings do this thing, and I'll just say it right now. We go through cycles. And again, I warn you about this desire to be offline. Because again, as a person who is online and loves the internet, it has never been cool to be online. I've never stopped hearing it from the people in my life. Your job isn't real. Your life online isn't real. Real life isn't online. I don't know anyone who is online like me and doesn't already get flack for it. You know what I mean? So it is really interesting. But also, I don't know, like I'm already feeling like a little apprehensive about the concept already, but okay. And I do caution people from this idea that like, oh, rich and privileged people will be like, oh, being offline is the real thing. Being offline has always been the real thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. And like, the real thing is on the internet. But let me tell you this, just like rich people, when poor people could afford logos, they were like, no more logos. Now subtle wealth. Now wealth you can't tell is wealthy because no logos. Guys, it's just kids, and like adulthood is just high school kids with money. It's just high school with money. So I'm just asking you, like, do you want to still be in high school or you want to do something else with your life? Because a lot of these people are just building statuses. They're just saying, I'm not online anymore. But like, that was always a status symbol. Not being online was always a status symbol. Or not being offline. But not being online was always a status symbol. And I'm just saying, like, I don't believe in the status symbol, but okay. I refuse to engage with it as a status symbol, but you keep doing it if you want to.
Right here. Y'all take a look, pause. Okay, so the digital pollution theory is a theory that treats social media like a place, an environment that we inhabit solely when we are logged on, even if it's not physical. Let me make one thing right. Okay. Some people don't believe that social media is a place because of how interwoven it is in our daily life, but I believe that social media is still a place, yet it is one totally separate from the reality that we live. It is a reflection of society, but social media does not sit in the same reality we experience.
Also, can we define social media? Because every time we have this conversation, like, my online spaces are real communities. They are real places people go. Like, people have real relationships there. Heck, people get married through this space. But like, at the end of the day, like, this is just a space. Like Walmart is a space. Like the library is a space. This is like a library or a coffee shop. So like, what do we mean by social media? What counts as social media? Because I just get really confused about that word. To me, all the internet is social media. If you're on the internet, you're on social media. Like, if you're on a website where there's a comment section, social media. You know what I mean?
Experience in the real world. Okay, that's a big point. They live real world. So I first realized this as a DJ. I've been a DJ for 10 years, and the main thing that I've seen across all social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Vine, I wasn't DJing Vine, but kind of same idea. A lot of people would criticize DJs, be like, oh, y'all playing the same music over and over again, are playing the same overplayed songs. But when you actually get behind a DJ turntable set and you're playing for people, it's those overplayed songs that people on the internet said they're so sick of hearing that evoke the most energetic emotions out of people every night. For example, they say, we're tired of hearing Can We Talk, but Can We Talk is a really great record that gets a really great reaction every time. And there are many examples about songs like that. It's not what I'm here to talk about, but that's when I first...
Like, people used to say, like, I can't believe people watch streams. And to be honest, I never watched streams before until I realized streams are like radio shows. And I was like, oh, why aren't I watching streams? Because I loved the radio growing up. I used to call into radio shows. I would love learning who the DJs were. I would love when they do like contests and call-in shows. And like, that's when I realized streaming was like a radio show. I was like, I should stream. So Chad asked me, what do I envision like this stream is like? I think this stream is like a club you belong to in high school, only it's like maybe a better version is more like a entertainment club, like a comedy club, almost like a place where there's a stage and there's obviously the entertainers, and a place where there's an audience. But what good is a comedy club without its audience? Like, what good is a streamer without an audience? So like, yes, we need each other to make it work, but also the reason people show up is for the entertainment. So heck, I better be entertaining, So it's like, this is what I imagine it as. Now, my Discord is a little different. Discord feels like a place where like I am not necessarily required to be there. Like my Discord is so poppin' sometimes. I don't even keep up with the threads. Like I don't even keep up with everything happening there because I literally can't. But it's nice. It's like a little, like a store, like a cafe, like a coffee shop I created. And I show up, I'm like, hey girls. And sometimes I'm working and sometimes like the shop can run itself. And then sometimes I get pinged, like Brittany, show up, something's going on in the Discord. And I'm like, I'm here. So like my Discord feels much more like a community, much more like a cafe, much more. But the stream, it feels like the stream can't exist unless I'm here in a big way. Not that my Discord would technically exist if I didn't exist, but something like that, something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
Saw that there's just something different about the experience that we live in versus the experience that we may observe on the internet. So now more than ever, I'm starting to believe that the once liberating space of social media, that once fostered community, is now deteriorating. Social media just feels so much more unsafe than it did 10 to 20 years ago. I feel like this space is no longer a normal place to live for an extended period of time.
Pause there, right there. Like social media is no longer a safe space. I don't know when it was ever a safe space. The only thing that's radically changed about social media is now you can't post without us figuring out who you are, which yes, it's a level of unsafety, but also the reason it was such a wild, wild west before is because like Ethan could make a fake pedo bear account and go troll people about incest and pedophilia. Like now we know who it is. So like, is that the way it doesn't feel safe? Because even if you say like, oh, it doesn't feel safe, people can find you and stalk you. I mean, people are doing that in real life too. Do you know what I mean? Or also when I was a younger person, a lot of very inappropriate things happened to me because of adults on social media. So like, I don't know, girl, age, sex, location, Yahoo pool, AOL chats. You know what I mean? So the idea that the internet or real life, like it's all the same. The internet can be just as dangerous as real life. Real life can be just as dangerous as the internet. It's just another space. To me, it's all the same. It's just like a different, now my job is different. I log off my job, but I don't log off the internet. So it's an interesting idea, these conversations, but let's hear her out because I keep pausing.
Personally, especially with what I've been dealing with this year, social media is truly unbearable. It really is. So if we're going back to the idea that the internet is a place, I think the digital environment that we live in today is horribly polluted, okay?
But also the digital environment is so full of pockets. Guys, I come across YouTubers all the time with 20 million subscribers I've never heard of. You're using the internet wrong if you think it's one place. That's like saying Europe is one country. That's like saying America is one state. You're doing it wrong. I'm sorry. With peace and love, you're doing it wrong.
We're viewing it as an environment, a land. It is possible for that land, that environment to be polluted. So here are just some examples of said pollutants in this digital environment. And I'm going to put that on my screen here. Number one, echo chambers, vitriolic mindsets on both ends of the political spectrum. They are pollutants because they erode our empathy and eliminate the possibility of true dialogue, especially if you are deeply entrenched on either side.
She wrote echo chambers on the screen for those just listening.
And this is not just political. It can just exist on any axis. Some people disagree that it's not possible to have echo chambers on each side, but that's just my opinion. Okay. Another pollutant.
Each side of what? What side? Who are the two? What's the dichotomy she's using? What sides?
The big one, anxiety. By fostering constant comparison and fear of missing out. This creates a persistent fear that you're missing out or not doing enough, leading to stress and dissatisfaction with your own life and maybe even identity distortion. Another pollutant, cycles of overconsumption. Platforms manipulate users' identity to drive endless purchasing disguised as self-expression and wealth signaling. So example, you may not need the Sony G7X to take a good photo, and you don't need to look rich by flashing whatever item is popular on TikTok at the moment. Next pollutant, cultural extraction and hyper-visibility. This one's a little bit complicated, but in brief, it is niche, local, or marginalized cultural spaces are mined for content and engagement, often stripping them of context, nuance, or accessibility. There is a really great video on YouTube about the matcha phenomenon and how that is essentially cultural extraction. And I think she does a much better job of describing what exactly I mean when talking about these things.
Going off script here, the beauty and the fugliness of TikTok to me is its power to show a lot of people things
While also its power to overexpose. So you can examine this with the matcha trend, which is why I should really watch the video. She dives deep into it. It has extreme cultural significance in Asian cultures. And yet it's been commodified and now they're selling matcha gel in a toothpaste.
But that's not the internet. That's capitalism. Right? Why are you blaming the internet for that? That's capitalism. You think that shit didn't happen before the internet? That's what I'm saying. Nothing is unique to the internet. It's not the internet. It's not the online communities. These things existed outside of that.
Can.
With peace and love.
Or also if you ask somebody off the street, what's Gen Z slang? And it's ballroom slang from Black.
Chat said it accelerates it though. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I don't think that's what it matters though. Right? Like, I think that's the problem. It's like, before we had internet algorithms, we had TV algorithms. We had TV commercials and info commercials. We had addictive info commercials that people would get suckered into buying things on the phone all the time. Their house looked like a hoarderville, and your grandma would lose her retirement to these TV shows. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it's more insidious, and yes, it's more exploitative, but it's not different. It's not different. It's just, that's why I'm trying to say, like, if we understand everything is the same always, then we will be able to actually tackle problems. But if we keep saying like, oh, things are different now, they're not different. They're the same. But, okay, like we've always had problems. It just looks different. They're just adapting. They're just adapting. The question is, what are you going to do? If they're adapting, what are you going to do? And then what is it going to look like? Because you know what I mean? Like the same tool that subjugated some other person might be a form of liberation for others, i.e. the internet. But again, it's like, that's what they're exploiting. That's how they're exploiting you. That's how conservatives exploited people. It's the internet. It's the algorithms. Don't trust these Democrats' social media. I'm Elon Musk. I saved Twitter. He used the same logic. That's conservative logic. Conservatives use the same talking points to convince you to get off the internet and not to use it, or to convince you the internet's an evil place, even though the internet is where they radicalize people. Even though the internet is literally where people could have found liberation or brainwashing. And that, you know what I'm saying? Like the same queer kids and trans kids who need the internet to find community have to share space, but not necessarily ever see these conservatives. Just because conservatives were better at weaponizing the internet doesn't mean it's the internet. The internet as a function is the problem. Okay? So I am concerned as like a neurodivergent kid who the internet was so important for her. I do get concerned for those kids where I'm like, where are those kids going to go? Where are those kids going to go? Explain it to me.
Communities, you know? So for those both examples, they both have extreme cultural significance, cultural context, cultural history within communities, and then that's often erased after it's been overexposed. And it's often overexposed to feed an algorithm or to feed engagement. And I think TikTok is really good for that. But yeah, I just wanted to take some time to explain that a little bit better. Y'all should watch that video that I mentioned. It's really good.
Also, I do think there's like multiple categories of people who use the internet. Entertainment seekers, which is fine. Education seekers, which is fine. Like tutorials, community, all of it is fine. But like, you can use it to your benefit. Like when people always ask me, Brittany, how do you know all these recipes? How do you get your ideas? TikTok. I go to TikTok and I go vegan recipes. TikTok, vegan pasta. TikTok. Okay? Like that's where I get my ideas. Like they're not coming from me. They're coming from this thing that, so when one person goes, TikTok is horrible, XYZ, I go, yes, but you can use it. Like, I understand when I'm on Instagram, sometimes I'm like, ooh, this is triggering. Ooh, this is making me want to starve myself. Okay, I got to change my algorithm. So I see things that are not triggering that like, ooh, negative self, like image feelings, right? I get it. And then I go to and I switch it up. Okay, I go DBZ memes, anime memes. Boom, algorithm changed. You have so much more power in the world than you think, but also all of those weaknesses you have is what's being exploited. Because human beings are the same forever. If you find the right, like if you know Disneyland, this was always my favorite fun fact about Disney, and it's so true because I used to be a pass holder. Disney would make fans and get the air to smell like food to make you more hungry to buy food. And this is why I say, like, not like a capitalist or not like a conservative would say, it's your job not to fall for it. It's within your power to go, oh, I see you, Disney. Joke's on you. I packed a lunch. People would think it was so funny and they would call me poor for going through Taco Bell and stuffing my purse full of tacos before going to Disneyland. And then I would say to them, aren't you in like $30,000 of debt from Disney while I am enjoying my tacos at Disney? See, like you think I'm a loser for eating tacos at Disney, and I think you're a loser for falling for their bullshit and buying food that's, first of all, overrated. For the most part, there's some good restaurants at Disney. Most of it's overrated cafeteria food. And second of all, you're the one who's going into thousands of dollars in debt to just show up and look cool at Disney. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, like, when you're ready and you're able to, you can have the other relationship. Also, I just learned, you know how in stream I always say it's not your coffee once a day that's making you go broke. It's your coffee 3 times a day. I just found out that the average drink is $8 at Starbucks. That's like a few $1,000s a year to get coffee once a day. Girls, we got to stop that habit. If I had an extra $3K a year, you know what I'm saying? Like my $6 bag of coffee, I think it's €7 total, lasts me a week. A week. I did not know. I have not been in a Starbucks in a long time. I did not know it was $8. Like what? I did not know that. That's crazy. Okay, I did not know people were paying $8 at Starbucks for anything. I mean, I thought in my head I knew because you were getting like fancy stuff. I didn't know like basic ass drinks are $8. I'm so sorry. I need to touch grass more. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that. That's crazy. That's insane. Okay, but you do you. You know what I mean? It's not the reason you don't own a house, but it might be the reason you're still in credit card debt. You know, right?
But overall, culture of marginalized communities get mined for content and engagement, but then lose their nuance and their meaning. Heated debates about these cultures often overshadow the real lived experiences of these communities. Meanwhile, content creators capitalize on these moments to boost their own visibility, turning cultural conversations into personal promotion, manipulating these conversations to sell products, to sell themselves, or to sell their skills. This cycle, for some, extracts value from communities without giving back. Cultural extraction. Okay, that was a big one. Let's move on. Next pollutant, addiction. The design of these apps keep you scrolling, fosters compulsive use, reducing time for genuine connection and rest, while also increasing stress. And finally, you guys, the big kahuna, rage bait. High engagement, no matter the context, indicates quality and relevance to an algorithm. So when users interact with something, it signals to the algorithm that the content is valuable and is then shown to a wider audience. So there's more direct, aggressive rage bait than I'm sure we've seen. 20 liberals against outsmart one conservative, or 10 Christians versus 10 atheists. Y'all seen it. And I think there's a new kind of rage bait that's getting popular on TikTok. Say there's someone making a video walking through a neighborhood in New York or casually sharing a controversial opinion about whatever, but the context behind those same posts hit deep topics like cultural erasure, sexism, racism, homophobia, etc. Essentially, what comes out of that is a trap where people are compelled to respond, explain, defend themselves, or argue with other people, thus creating endless loops of unproductive conversations that look on the surface like dialogue and conversation.
Okay, I'm going to say something controversial. I think these videos are the same. I think making content about being offline and how the internet's a bad place is actually just another version of rage bait because you're on the internet posting it. Get off the internet, touch grass, stop being obsessed with social media. Let me post this as social media. Like, it just feels like the same to me a little bit. Because now I'm reacting to this because I think the concept is funny, but I wouldn't be reacting to this. Do you know what I'm saying?
But are really just cycles of stress and outrage. So both of these things trigger engagement cycles. And what's the end result of this cycle, y'all? More attention given to the social media and more money given to the social media company. So those are the pollutants I have: echo chambers, anxiety, overconsumption, cultural extraction, addiction, and rage bait. Okay? These are just some of the pollutants.
And by the way, I think all of these problems are real, but I still think the solution is philosophical work, introspection, extrospection. So I agree, all of these problems are real. I just don't think the internet, the billionaires, this thing, all of these things are symptoms of philosophical evil and a lack of philosophical joy, including the billionaires, because they are obviously philosophically evil, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to exploit you. Because like no person who's joyful spends time exploiting billions of people for funsies and for money. Okay, this is why they say like money's the root of all evil. But the truth is like it's not money as a tool. It is your desire for money and money alone at the expense of everybody else that is the evil.
Digital airspace. So overall, the overarching metaphor, I think, is that the right word? Comparison. Let's just do that. with this theory is the idea of land. So I decided to compare social media to the physical land environment because it reminds me of how industrial capitalism in the US exploited land and marginalized communities. So in the early 1900s, polluting industries were built near Black neighborhoods to access cheap land, cheap labor, and because racist zoning laws left Black communities with no choice but to live near hazardous sites. This resulted in the exploitation of their labor and their land and caused direct harm to their health as a result. So for example, a lot of Black and brown youth in Los Angeles have suffered from reduced lung function due to prolonged exposure to industrial pollution in their neighborhoods. So
housing, like they talked about this with that how houses were made, black mold, lead in pipes, like all of these things that you don't think about. It really is represented so perfectly through One Piece, but that's a whole other conversation. But like, yeah, different neighborhoods get different quality of life, which is why like you don't realize how good you grew up until you like realize how bad other people grew up, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you should say as a result that the system needs to do something about that because that's bullshit. Instead, people say, oh, well, those people put themselves there. They didn't put themselves there. They were put there. And that's what's so insidious about the system is the system. See, even with the social media stuff, like, oh, it's the internet. It's the internet. Guys, the internet has been one of the greatest tools for like liberation movements. It has helped so many people communicate. It's not good to convince us not to use other forms of communication. Like them convincing us to stop communicating. That's like them saying, guys, the phone is really bad for you. It causes cancer if you hold it up to your phone or your head, which, you know, or like they'll say like, oh, newspapers, don't read newspapers. It's like you're just eliminating one way to get information. And I'm saying, just like when you go into a library, not every book there is valuable in the same way. Just like when you go to the internet, not every channel is as valuable. Not every person is contributing the same way. It's like, but it is still a method of communication. This is why you don't want to ban books, even bad books. You don't want to ban the internet. Even though the internet is a place where bad things happen, I think the internet is a place where people get exposed. Look, I really believed at one point in my life, similar to those people that like, oh man, the internet is not influencing adults, it's influencing children who become adults. But without the internet, it's also their family members, it's their communities, it's their schools, it's movies, it's media, it's who the celebrities are, it's their parents, right? So like all of this to say, like, again, I really agree that there's a problem. I just really disagree with who we're pointing the finger at. And again, philosophically, I would say, well, you should point the finger this way. Because the better relationship you have with this, the better relationship you have with this. And if everybody, and it's not doing it alone, because we still need community, we can't do it by ourselves, but that's the point. How can our community heal if we're not first setting the path?
remember that. Pollutants exploiting labor and land, causing direct harm to whoever it reaches. So this connection leads us back to what I believe is digital capitalism. Now, I think further I go in my theory, this might be more so techno-feudalism, but I'm going to be honest, I have not read that book yet. I'm so excited to read my book, but I didn't want to read that book before I made this video because I wanted to put this video in 2025. So there's probably some pieces that are techno-feudalism, but I just call it digital capitalism. So digital capitalism, where similar patterns of exploitation are present, just not in the physical world. So going back to the pollutants.
And also, I think Chet said something, Chet says, I feel like with so many other things, we can't assume kids or people will just learn by example. We need to teach kids to use this tool successfully and safely. And like, our parents are falling for scams. Old people are falling for scams all the time. I don't know why we think like kids are targeted because they're the most vulnerable, but like the adults are the reflection of that targeting. But the targeting is just other humans who want to take advantage of you. And that's not just billionaires and elitists. That's everybody. That's people in your neighborhood. It's people in your school. It's people, because again, we are animals on a planet evolved over, billions of years. And so we're having like a disconnect, like a lack of relationship with. And so it feels like really just reductive to be like, it's the internet, it's books, it's everything. It's us though. It's really us as a species, as a people,
Each pollutant exploits something about our daily lives and our nature. So in this world of digital capitalism, echo chambers exploit our capacity for empathy, our relationships. Anxiety exploits our mental health, our sense of self. Overconsumption exploits our identity, our insecurities, and basically all the money that we earn. Extraction exploits certain cultures, communities, and their creativity. Addiction exploits our time and attention. Rage bait exploits our emotional labor. And all of these things that are being exploited by us are for profit. Okay, this is how social media companies make money, and this is also how creators gain financial rewards and digital social capital. So the more content taps into either something enraging or outrage or aspiration, the more it spreads. Platforms reward this cycle, and creators are incentivized with either money, fame, or just opportunity to continue to feed those cycles. So in the world that we know, the physical world.
Yeah, but I think in some way, like how you engage in the internet and on the internet is also how you engage in your job. Like, this also applies to people in regular jobs. This isn't unique to the internet. Newspapers have been doing this forever. Articles have been doing this forever. TV has been doing this forever. Social groups have been doing this forever. Like, again, like, it's not unique to the internet. It's us, you know?
Industrial capitalism, poison land, and harm communities in pursuit of profit. Today, on the internet, digital...
And it says something about those YouTubers who would even do it in the first place. Yeah, guys, I'm leaving a lot of money on the table by choice. That's what I'm saying. We want to live in a world where, like, oh, the world is a reflection of us, and the world is so good. Look at human beings. But, like, in order to make it in the world, you have to exploit other people. And that's why I say the myth that they're setting to us is that is what making it looks like. And that's what you keep buying into, right? That's why you're getting the brand new cars and the brand new phones. And you're trying to do, actually, to be honest with you, no, that's a whole tangent. I won't go into that. Oof. But like, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying go crazy, like, you know, into the forest, off grid, no vaccines, but also don't go crazy where you're like, consume everything, consume everything. What is that old saying? Balance. Where is your sense of balance?
Capitalism poisons our relationships to each other, our attention spans, our mental health, our sense of self, our labor, our sense of empathy. It harms our communities and leaves us behind with burnout, misinformation, cultural...
Exactly, chat. Exactly. Christians in their satanic panic while the pastor rapes children in their congregation. You guys are so worried about the internet while there's predators at your dinner table. Please focus. It's not the internet, it's you.
Erosion, loss of empathy, loneliness, anxiety, depression. I could go on forever. And this exploitation is for profit. And this is not just happening in the physical anymore, and it's killing us digitally. So that's mostly, that's points 1 and 2, okay? And I hate when people talk about the doom and the gloom and the darkness of the world without providing something that we can do to feel like we're in control of this.
Okay,
nonsense.
let's go.
So we're going to go into point 3, which is the only real solution is abandonment, I guess, unless collective investment exists, which won't. I guess that's kind of doom and gloom. I don't care because I actually have solutions for you guys. How about that? So where is it? I believe that the internet can be an enjoyable experience. Maybe that was this is my May script. In my December script, I'm not sure. We just can no longer allow the extraction to take place for the monetary benefit of social media companies and for the social benefit of content creators who are seeking fame off of our engagement, whether we're outraged by it or whether we aspire to be it, and money themselves. So I'm personally working on this a lot in 2025. I have a long way to go, but I have come so far in the past year. I mentioned earlier that I just don't think that the environment in our digital space is safe enough for quick fixes. Like, I don't believe in taking your screen time from TikTok to Substack. I don't believe in curating your feed or being on less stressful social media sites like a Substack or for some people a Reddit. I think that pollutants are so pervasive, the only tangible solution is to completely abandon them. And there are 2 exceptions, mutual investment and accessibility, but I'll dive into those a little later. So we're going to go pollutant by pollutant, and I'll provide my potential solution. So echo chambers, as you know, they exploit our relationships and our capacity for empathy. So we all know, and I'll add in anxiety too. We all know the solution to this one. Reduce your screen time. You don't need a phone locker, an app, a shortcut, line graphs. You only reduce your screen time by participating in your lived experience. Find something every day out in the world that you can do to bring your version of happiness into your life. For me personally, I like to treat every day like a Saturday. I have phone-free times throughout the day. I do not look at my phone in the morning. And just whatever it is to pull you into your lived experience, not your digital.
Oh my God. I don't know who this is for, but it's not for us. That's what I'm saying. This is not for us. It's not for us. Okay? Like this whole like go outside and touch grass. Build genuine relationships with people, whatever that means. Okay? I don't know who this is for, but it's for somebody and those people need this kind of content and it's fine. But I just don't think it's for all of us. And I think that that's the point too. Look, again, I don't mean to sound like, oh my God, we're so much cooler, but there is something really unique about this audience that I have here. I really think so. I really think I might have brought together at this stage of my life some of the most interesting chatters, the most interesting community, who like is genuinely trying to understand their place in the universe and who is trying not to rule on fear or make decisions because we're afraid. You know what I mean? Like, we are living in one of the greatest opportunities for minorities ever in terms of like accessibility and like resources. And you are trying to like talk about how this thing is ruining our lives. I'm so sorry that you don't know how to use it. But like, also I get it because like, you're probably not doing the philosophical work as well. And so like, I don't know about you, but like, you know, this whole like, okay, I'll give an example. So it's like, okay, my job is on the internet. And even if it wasn't, I already lived my life off the internet. I was already a millennial. I already did it. And I'm telling you right now, it is not that simple. Because like the uniqueness of connection with people is predicated on the uniqueness of the consciousness. The uniqueness of the consciousness is sometimes in a different country. And so if I can collect a group of my friends who live in completely different places, and on occasion we physically see each other, but mostly we can't because we live in different fucking places, that comes true because of the internet. And that's the reality. The reality is like my partner was in a different country. Half my friends live in a different country. All my friends live in a different country, right? I moved. I live in a different country. But like the people in my life don't live in the same place. And even when I lived in America, all my friends lived in different states. It was because of the internet we stay in touch. And like you're saying, oh, well, go outside and meet people in your local community. I've already done that 1,000 times. That's a great opportunity to have very casual, very superficial, very lovely friends. But I am too autistic and too unique caveat, too nerdy, too specific, to just be out here making friends with you know what I'm saying? You can't just be out here telling people you're autistic, BPD, kinky, you know, anime free. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be out here being casual about some of these things. So you have to go to the internet, and the internet creates offline opportunities to meet those people. But most of the time, this is also pretty good. You know what I mean? And so I think it's just kind of funny, like the way we think about the internet. Also, like, what about reading books? What about like audiobooks? What about music? Like, what about all of the ways we like get opportunities to see great pieces of art? Like, what about the connection that I use? I use the internet to watch shows with my partner. We go to the movies. Like, even when you have in real life friends, which is so valuable and you should have that, we go to do something together. That thing you do together could be the internet, gaming all in the same room together, or video games at home together. Or it's like, it's the thing. Internet is the thing, you know? But ultimately, and I think this is the problem, is like, I really think this proves so much the work that I think I'm doing, even though I know it's not like mind blowing, like whoa, you know, but I think this is exactly it. How can I have a relationship with this thing and your relationship thing is this? This sounds like nudity to me, where like some people are like, oh, nudity is so sexual, it's always sexual. And I'm like, it's literally not. And they're like, it's always sexual, Brittany. And I'm like, no, it's not. But how would they know nudity isn't inherently sexual or obviously sexual or always sexual if they don't have the experience? And so what I did is I deconstructed away from purity culture. I moved into all these niche bubbles where I was like, oh, I knew it. It was real. But if you're not doing that work, and yes, it's on a small scale, but the point is that it works. And the fact that the small scale that's working isn't what you're latching onto is the problem. All you're latching onto is the fact that it's not working. But as people who like, and maybe this is my science brain, but like, if it works, that means we have to go harder into the thing that works, not further away from it because it's not working for most people. Yeah, most people aren't going to have the, you know what I mean? I don't know. Chat says you said something the other day when are we going to take responsibility for how we consume our media? Well, and without blaming yourself as well. When I say responsibility, I mean like when you're ready, you will start saving. Guys, I'm not exaggerating to you. It took me all of my life to change my relationship with money. I didn't make much more money, though I did have to make more money. You do have to make more money. You can't save your way out of poverty or save your way into buying a house. You do have to make more money. But I didn't make that much more money. It took a very small pay bump for me to be like, okay, small in relative terms, for me to change my trajectory. It was my relationship with money that changed. And now I see it. I see the slow but steady change in my money. And I'm like, oh my God. And it was like, that's what life is. The slow and steady change of your relationship with your friends, the slow and steady change of the kinds of people you date, the slow and steady change of your relationship with insert alcohol, drugs here, the slow and subtle change of the way you show up in the world. Okay. It's slow and it's steady. It's like working out. You're not going to build muscle overnight, but one day someone will look at you and completely identify you as gym bro. And you're like, when did that happen? When did I go from like not gym bro to being identified as gym bro? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like one day you start and one day you're there. And that's what the internet is to me. The internet is this place where you're either having the worst time possible or the best time possible. And yes, it works just like that in real life. And that's the illusion. The illusion is the internet is this horrible place and real life is where the fun stuff is happening. I'm sorry, isn't real life where the genocide is happening? Isn't real life where the Holocaust happened? I'm sorry, isn't in real life where the predators are sitting at the dinner table? Like the internet has those things too, but you know, like real life has those things too. Because the internet is a reflection of, you know what I mean? There is just us. It's just people. It's like this belief that if I move to the right country, my life will somehow be without bigotry. No, there's bigotry everywhere. The question is, where is the harm reduction? How do I engage with these things in a harm reducing way? And that's on us. You know, that's on us.
It recovers your empathy. It recovers your sense of self. It recovers your relationships that might have been harmed as we spend way too much time in the polluted digital environment. And you also have to be okay with being bored. In order to fight that, you have to, number one, be bored, and number two, do things. Yeah. So echo chambers and anxiety. I think that's a good solution for that.
Yeah, this isn't for us. Like, the world is so interesting. I don't have time to be bored. I'm way too interested in things. That's the idea. If you're at a place in your life when you are coping and numbing yourself with the internet, you might as well do cocaine. I'm saying when you're ready, use cocaine to actually have fun. Use the internet to have fun. When you're ready, use the tool to stop numbing yourself and actually enjoy. You know, I used to numb myself listening to music. What, am I going to stop listening to music now? Or am I going to go to therapy and stop numbing myself by listening to music for hours on end and not interacting with the world? Like, it's not the music.
Next, overconsumption. This is my favorites because TikTok is like, it's QVC now. So they're going to keep taking from you if you keep giving to them. So do not be so easy to give up your personal capital out of insecurity and wealth signaling. So everywhere, every product is marketed as a solution to a feeling. I guess now.
Also, it's not the end of the world if you're bored. Like, if you're bored, great. But you also don't have to be bored. But also just don't distract. Don't numb yourself. Don't numb yourself. Live, feel, see, enjoy, smell, you know?
Insecurity, aspiration, class anxiety. But once that solution becomes basic, the algorithm moves to the next item, leaving you eager to buy the thing that will provide the solution that you're looking for. Once you buy the item you think promises you the perception of wealth, the perception of desirability, or the perception of stability, that another item is going to be popularized. Once you buy the thing that you think is going to give you what you are seeking from that, like me personally, I want to buy those jeans because I want to feel stylish. I want to buy this perfume so I can feel rich or desirable, you know? There's going to be a new trendy thing. So here's some quick rapid fire examples. Lululemon Aloe Matcha Kits, Labubu Sunny Angels Panda Dunk Sambas, walking pads, bar carts, Stanley Cups, Owala bottles, Baggu. I could go on forever. I'm not going to read my whole list, but I'm not trying to be mean or contrarian, you guys, with this. I am a victim. I have a Baggu. I have Owala.
What is that? I don't even know what those words are. What are those words?
Okay. I love a good fragrance that I think is going to make me smell like a member of the Roy family. I'm just going to be honest. If y'all watch Succession, I'm just being honest with that.
What is that?
I love personal finance. I don't believe it's an issue of like if you can afford it or not. And I know we have like a consumer issue as it pertains to consumer debt. It's more so a matter of why you are buying the thing.
Oh, I agree with her. It's why you're buying the thing. Oh, it's a bag? Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, why are you buying it? Don't buy a Labubu because it's trending. Buy it because you think it's cute like a Furby. Right? Like, I agree with her on this. Like, buy it because you want it, not because it's trending. But also understand that sometimes it's okay to buy things that are trending. And sometimes it's okay to be like, oh man, I bought that because it was trending, but I realized I didn't like it.
Are you buying it to feel a certain way about yourself? So I think the best way to fight this.
Actually, wait, do you know what it is? No. I refuse to engage in this. Hold on. You know what it is too? I think for a lot of neurodivergent people like myself, I think we spent our whole life excited to have adult money to buy things we never could buy for ourselves when we were younger. Because if you had parents like mine, you didn't get to buy things you wanted necessarily. because they couldn't afford to, or you had hand-me-down clothes, or like you couldn't get name brand. So when you get older, you want to buy the stuff you never had. You want to dress like the punk goth girl you never were allowed to dress like. And then now that I'm past that stage, because that did happen to me, now I'm past that stage. Now I don't worry too much about like wanting to be who I was as a teenager. I think I'm done with that. Now I'm like, okay, now that I've like healed my inner child, who do I want to be in my 40s? Because she still has taste. And who do I want to be and what do I want to invest in? So now I'm thinking about quality clothes. I'm thinking about aesthetic. I'm not buying any new clothes. We have bought minimally only underwear and socks. Okay. Everything else, unless it's an emergency, we're not buying new clothes. We're trying very hard to minimally buy absolutely anything for the next couple of years. And it's like a no buy thing. But like, okay, the idea is not no buy, like a trend, no buy, if you know the trend. It's more like, does this help us get to the next stage of our goals? And what do we want to put money into? Every single thing we want to do goes into a desired budget. Like I want to get my ears pierced. Okay, that goes into the budget. We don't just go get our ears pierced anymore. Where in my 20s, I would have just gone and go get my ears pierced, put on a credit card. No, you want to pierce your ears? You put it in the budget. When do we have extra money after everything else is taken care of? Where on the priority list is this? When can we get ears pierced? It goes into the budget. Okay. Same thing with buying a house. Now that buying a house is a priority, it has to be put into the budget. Now, buying a house is a big purchase. So there's a priority for it, but it also, because it's such a big purchase, is a different kind of line of priority than like the ear piercing. Like I'll probably get an ear piercing before I buy a house, but if anything gets in the way of buying that house, it's not an option. So the question, okay, so it's like, you have this limited amount of money. So again, same thing with the internet. If you really notice like the internet isn't serving you, then find another tool that is, but don't poo-poo my thing because it's not good for you. This goes back to marijuana. This goes back to sex work. This goes back to everything else. Don't be the boomers who are like, well, it's not good for me, so it must not be good for you. Or most people have problems with drugs. Most people are really suffering. I'm sorry you guys are so bad at doing stuff. I'm sorry that you were struggling to have a healthy relationship with drugs, but some of us had a very good relationship with them. And I'm saying we need to figure out how that happened. Okay? Chet says, do you take things out of the budget in order to do something as a one-time purchase like piercings? Not really. I mean, not for something like that. If there's obviously if there's like a unforeseen like emergency that isn't covered by an emergency budget, or if there's like I don't know, like something we didn't foresee coming up, but not for something like piercings. It just wouldn't be responsible. Like it wouldn't make sense, right? It's not important. It's not life-changing. It's not a need. It's not mental health related. I can wait on it. Now, maybe you're at a stage in your life where getting this piercing feels like mental health, right? So then get the piercing. But for me at this stage, it feels like a fun, I think it'd be cute. I want it. So it can go lower on the priority list. But also if I don't put it on the list, then I'm not going to think about it. So I also have the kind of brain that won't reach for goals unless I write them down. You know, Chessa, so when you say put it on the budget, what do you mean? So we have a priority of things we want, and it goes on the list of like priorities. So there's all these things in this area of my brain that I want, but none of it is as important as these things here in front of me. And it's on the very bottom of the priority list. But first, before we get that, we want a Roomba. Before we get that, we want like XYZ. We want this, we want this. And then once we get all those things, now we can look at my piercings. Does that make sense? So when I say put it in the budget, I don't mean there's any money getting allocated to it yet. It means it's in the queue to get money allocated to it. Does that make sense? So it's on the list of things that will eventually get money thrown towards it over something else. But then here are the top 5 things that have money getting allocated to them. Does that kind of help?
Pollutant is to have deep introspection and to have functionality inform almost all of your.
Oh, she said introspection.
Have deep introspection.
Ooh.
And to have functionality inform almost all of your purchases. Almost everything you buy, you have to be informed about its functionality, and you have to look within as to why you may want that.
Why can't you do that with the internet? Why can't you do that same thing with the internet? I don't get it. In the same way you become introspective about what you buy, extrospective about how you exist in the world, why can't you do that with the internet?
That thing. this was a resolution of mine. I think I'm doing a lot better than I did in the past. More tangible solutions, doing no buys for the month. The one that I do is I'll buy one and then two have to go. So if I need a new, or if I want a new pair of shoes, 2 pairs of shoes has to go. 7-day waiting period before.
Pause. That is against my values. Example, if 2 pairs of shoes have to go to buy new shoes, all I'm thinking is those are going in a landfill. No new shoes until the shoes have holes. No new clothes until the clothes, and then we have to do something with them. Because like getting rid of the shoes to buy more shoes just puts more shoes in a landfill that we're not done living. Right? Like that's the problem, is like my values right now, where I'm at right now, my focus is like to harm reduce that, right? And so like that's interesting that, yeah, that's her rule. But see how this still plays into consumption for me, over consumption? Yes, Discord said all my old clothes go into a spare fabric bin. Exactly. Make it a rag, make it something, clean the floors with it, figure it out, you know, and then eventually when it's really done, give it away, you know?
Buying something, getting creative with the things you already have, learn to be functional with the things you already have, go to the library instead of buying books, buy secondhand, or don't buy at all. And then this is a personal thing. Buy the thing that you want. If I see a $60 pair of jeans and I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy the cheaper pair of jeans for $20, that's just trendy, then I'm spending those same $20 when I really in the back of my head want the $60 pair of jeans, but didn't want to pay for it up front the first time. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, buy the thing you want. Those are my solutions for overconsumption. Now, cultural extraction is interesting because when talking to a family member about it, they're like, well, involve cultural appreciation. I think that is a great solution. Appreciate, not appropriate cultures. And I'm mentioning the matcha video again. There's a way to appreciate what she was saying in the video and then not to appropriate it. So, but what I said originally was to participate and contribute to your IRL community. So on the real life community side, many
Chat says my daughter started doing clothing swaps. Wait, that's so cool. Like her and her friends like swap with each other instead of buying new clothes. I wish I did that with my friends growing up. I mean, a lot of my clothes came from my older cousins, but wait, that's such a cool idea. Like, okay, girls, who's like ready for like, oh my gosh, coming together with like our bags of stuff and like who wants what? Oh, that's so cute.
Community events are paywalled, often for valid reason. They take place in venues that need to survive, run by people who need to get paid. And let's be honest, especially talking about some communities, some businesses don't want certain communities in their spaces to begin with. On the other hand, some community events do not need to be paywalled. Free options do exist, and if they don't, you have the power to build them instead of building unproductive conversations that look like dialogue, but are actually cycles of stress and outrage. I know that's like controversial, but I'm sick of people asking, oh, I don't have this, I don't have this. If you have the idea, God bless you with the idea, execute it, you know? And I feel like there's people in place that will help you to get there. Maybe that's privileged of me to say, but that's just from my experience. So that said, though, it gets tricky when we talk about proximity and accessibility, which I'll discuss for the tin hat part of my theory. But overall, the model is participate, don't observe. And if you're producing these spaces, keep the wall low, don't get greedy. It's easy to hike prices up because you know that you can get some money off of it, but just keep it cute. Invest your time in smaller communities where mutual investment and care is the default. That could be a group chat with your friends, with their comic books.
Did she just say a group chat with her friends? So social media? Am I stupid? I think I'm dumb. Is WhatsApp social media? You mean a group chat with your friends? You mean a place where you text your friends memes from the internet and you share videos from the internet and you talk to each other? I'm so confused. What does any of this mean? What does this mean?
Local dive bar, your local coffee shop, a film discussion group.
You mean a film discussion group where you consume media to talk about it later? You mean the internet? Hello? What's the point of having a film group isn't that just the internet? That's what we do on the internet. We watch movies together and we talk about it. That's what we're doing. Like, I'm so confused. Are you not doing this on the internet?
That meets at the library, book club, you know, if you want to produce something. Also,
oh, my sister just told me she's reading Bell Hooks' book. I told her, I was like, oh, you should read Bell Hooks. She goes, oh, Brittany, I'm reading Bell Hooks. I was like, you should, really, you reading? And she goes, oh, yeah, I'm in a book club. I was like, oh my God, my book club did Bell Hooks. And now my sister and I get to talk about, because we both had book clubs where we did Bell Hooks. But mine was on the internet and hers is in person. See how it didn't matter? Like, it's still Bell Hooks. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Create what you don't see already, or work with someone to create what you both don't see in real life. So, and I mentioned this, of course, this gets a little tricky when we're talking about accessibility. And it gets tricky when other people aren't necessarily invested in building real life community that you pay attention to. There have been so many times I've been to parties or even hanging out with my family where everyone's together, but everyone's on their phones. And not to be that girl, not to be that old man, but you guys, like, can we play a game? Like, having...
Your family doesn't like you. Your friends don't like you. If you have to beg your family and friends to spend time with you, but they'd rather be on their phone, hello? I don't think I've ever been to a sibling event where that was the case. And when the one or two siblings were attached to their phone, yeah, they didn't want to be there. I'm like, go home, bro. You don't have to be here, bro. And they're like, yeah, bro, I'm kind of bored. I'm like, go home. You know what I mean? Go home. But like, you did not just show up to mom and dad's house with all this good food and you're not going to play games with us or hang out with us. Just go home. You don't have to be here. You know what I mean? And they're like, okay, cool, bro. They feel bad. Or they stopped doing that because they started to feel a part of the family. So they stopped being on their phones. I don't know, girls. I just feel like, what are we talking about right now, right? What are we talking about?
Screen free.
I'll rewind it for people who didn't hear.
Girl, there have been so many times I've been to parties or even hanging out with my family where everyone's together, but everyone's on their phones. Not to be that girl, not to be that old man, but you guys, like, can we play a game? Like, having screen-free quality time with the people that you love or the people that you appreciate is something that I just cherish so deeply.
Yeah, but they don't cherish it with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, my sister came to visit, right? And we spent all of our time together. We weren't on our phones except to have our me time, which my sister was like, hey, do you mind if I'm on my phone? I want to do my me time. I was like, go for it, girl. Do you mind if I'm on my phone? I want to have like my me time. Because me time is like, you know, parallel play and stuff like that, right? So it's like that kind of stuff, right? Look, I think this girl generally feels very sweet and very nerdy and very focused and very like confident. But also I think she's missing the forest for the trees. I don't think she is intuitionally wrong. I think she is doing what everybody does. She's like everybody else I hear who complains about the internet. It's your relationship with these things and you're projecting it onto everyone else. But also it's the people she's around. When I'm with my friends and family, we're not worried about phones. We don't have to have these conversations. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe I'm just lucky that I don't have to have these conversations with the people in my life. But we actually want to spend time with each other. Like, we really like each other. So, like, why would I be on TikTok unless we are parallel playing or unless, like, I am sharing? Why would I be on TikTok if my brother's in town? Why would I have my family? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I be at my mom and dad's house and they would rather be on TikTok than hanging out with me? Now, if my dad is like, oh, Brittany, come watch this YouTube video with me. I'm like, okay, cool. And then we sit on the couch and we watch a YouTube video. Now the YouTube video is an opportunity for us to play together. That's the game. The game becomes the video we're watching together. You know what I mean? So it just feels like really strange, I think, when people say like, I really value a relationship with my loved ones, but when I'm at their house, they're on their phones. They don't want to spend time with you. That's how I hear that. That's how I hear that. Now, if somebody says to me, I have crippling anxiety and I really need my phone to feel comfortable and I just want to be here, that's okay too. But I just can't imagine a scenario where we are mutually enjoying each other and mutually love each other and we're having problems. You know, it just feels very interesting. You know, and what's worse is like she just described her real life community and I'm describing both my in real life and online life and they're better than hers. See how it's not the relationship with the community? I would never tell you the story. Have I ever in my life told you this story? Have I ever complained to you on the internet that when I'm with my family and friends, they're on their phones and they're not paying attention to me? When have I ever made this complaint? Never. Never. And that's the point. And I am what they would call like an online person. And I've never had this complaint because I learned to value the connection I had with individual people and to build community through that. And to recognize relationships can be hard, but it's not because people are on the phone or on their internets. It's because of value differences, politics, issues with like valuing people as a person, you know? Yeah.
And it's kind of gets really sad to see the former. In this part of the theory, I say the only real solution is abandonment unless full collective investment exists digitally, which will not. So here's what I mean by that. You can argue that digital communities are powerful because they promote new conversations and promote visibility, but they can only be productive for the digital environment when both parties resist the cycle of outrage that platforms are quite.
And by the way, when I said her family doesn't want to hang out with her, I'm saying like, that's okay. Go find a chosen family that will. Go find one person that will. That's the other thing. Listen, I know I'm autistic, but I don't need a group of friends. I need one. I need one. Somebody said a TikTok the other day, normalize moving cities for your friends. I've been doing that since day one, girl. Every time I've moved to be near friends. Or I've moved to be with a partner, sure. But like, I've already done that. I always move where I know at least one person. I have never moved to a place where I didn't know at least one person, most of which were friends. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the internet is having this realization, like, why don't I move to a city just to be near my friend? Okay, girl, we've been doing that. I don't know what you've been doing, but I think we've been doing that. Most of the people I know who had roommates or lived with their friends also moved for their friends. My brother just told me he's thinking about moving to a different state to be with his buddies. I don't know what you've all been doing with your life, but I think some of us have already been doing that. Most of the people I know moved for jobs, but also for friends, because that's your community. Or they moved to a city that would have more people they could meet that were similar to them. Do you know what I'm saying? And you know how they found those cities and those rental properties? The internet.
Literally designed to provoke. It takes effort to not immediately react, to post, not to perform, and digitally it takes effort to treat.
Exactly, chat. Thank you. It's a little ironic that she recorded this video on a tape recorder to put on the internet where people on the internet are connecting with her. And then people in her comments were like, this is so authentic. This is so cool. I love that you recorded this on tape instead of using like a filter. This is so organic. Girl, it's still the internet. Welcome to social media. That's what I'm saying. You don't hate the internet. You hate your relationship with it. So have a better relationship and stay. Okay? Have a different relationship with it and stay.
Each other with grace and curiosity because we aren't physically seeing someone. When everyone is trying to go viral or win a debate or look smart or look careless, actual connection becomes impossible. And this is what I mentioned. Like my partner, they have never had an Instagram. Okay? So when they have to catch up with someone, they have to physically call them or physically,
Okay, my partner's never had an Instagram either. It's not a brag. They have a Discord. Okay, and they have a Discord. That's still social media. They have, YouTube. They had a TikTok. So? And then, you know what I mean?
Text them or physically hang out with them. And I feel like that the whole Instagram culture of like, oh my gosh, let me check up on them. And it's just kind of seeing them through a glass wall. That's freaking weird, And I just prefer to just try and text people like, oh my gosh, what are they doing? Instead of looking on their Instagram and like, oh, they went to Italy. It's like,
that's what the disconnect is. I never do that. I never check my family and friends' social media to see what they're up to. I do call them because my family and friends aren't on social media like that. Like they have an Instagram, but they don't post. They have social media. They don't post. We call each other. Everybody in my life who has a social media, it's privated. And I don't even follow them. I don't follow any of my siblings on Instagram. I don't follow any of my besties on Instagram. They might have those things, but that is none of my business. Because they're privated. They're not for me. They're for their other friends. Their other friends. I'm a close friend. I don't need Instagram. I call. I text. I don't need to see your Instagram, girl. Text me. Send it to me. But also, that's like, or send it on Instagram in DMs. Use Instagram, but send it through DMs. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, show it to me, Rachel. Show it to me, Rachel. It's just like, I don't know.
We take some time and say, hey girl, how you doing? I think that's really disappointing to see out and about, but like I said, I do it too. We're all working on this together, you guys. I really do think that the only tangible solution is to abandon these spaces because they're the glass wall. Social media is a glass wall. There's a possibility for us to have community. We just cannot build it offline. We cannot build it online, in my opinion. I know community is like the buzzword of 2025, but let's actually start doing that shit in real life and not just saying it to sell products and things and experiences that are overpriced. Okay, that's my solution for that one. Okay, My solution for rage bait is probably my favorite. Do not engage. I do not argue with people on the internet. If a TikTok pisses you off, don't comment. Do not.
I mean, I agree. Like, I do not engage with rage bait on the internet. I mean, I make videos about it on YouTube because I'm a YouTuber, but I would never, like, I don't get in the comments and yell at people. I used to, but then I was like, this is not good for my mental health. And so, like, yeah, girl, don't argue with people.
Do not contribute to the cycle of discourse. That's a big one. You can at least try to control what you see and take back control.
Well, I guess I'm contributing to the cycle of discourse by making reply videos and like talking about it. That's for sure. But also, I think that's always how life has been. And you have to keep doing that. You have to talk about pop culture. You have to. I agree we shouldn't platform people, but you have to talk about it because, like, talking about it is the point. If you don't talk about it, then we're not actually having the conversations. And that's why kids get stuck in these bubbles because, like, no one in their life is talking about it. And they go, oh, that's silly stuff. That's the internet. And the kids go, oh, my parents aren't paying attention. I guess I'll figure it out on my own. And boom, they're Andrew Tate fans. So, like, you have to talk about things. You have to know what young people are seeing. You have to engage, but you don't have to engage with the direct source. You don't have to message Andrew Tate, but you should talk to your kids about Andrew Tate, and you should watch him and know what's going on so you know what your kids are watching, right?
Control of your emotions. Yeah, a lot of people, what they say on the internet is just to prove that they know more than you, or to be hateful, or to just poke holes. Like, it's just pointless. You're not really trying to have a conversation with me. You're trying to battle me. You're trying to debate me, and no one wins from a debate. Okay? If any of you guys watching are interested in mutual investment, I'm gonna put my email. I'm gonna go old school, put my email in the caption, and we can have a conversation.
Boo, girl, do not share your email with the internet, girl. No, girl, do you want to die? Girl, the internet's gonna kill you. Do not give people your email. Next thing you know, she's gonna meet up with a bunch of randos. Like, come on now. Oh my God. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, you know what? She feels like she's like moving for nostalgia. Girl, break your nostalgia bubble. Pop it. Stop, pop it. I don't know why we pretend we can't get stalked in real life. We can't get killed in real life. I'm sorry. Did husbands only start killing their wives when Twitter was made? I'm sorry. Did our boyfriends like only start raping us after Instagram baddies showed up on the internet? I'm confused. You know, come on now. Come on now. Like, give you my email. We gonna give you your home address out next? I don't know.
About it off 100% public platform, because that kind of cycle of whatever is.
Also, isn't email social media kind of like it's still a way to talk through the internet? You know what I mean? Like, to me, I don't know.
Performance too. That is performance too. At the end of the day, I don't believe we can truly heal our digital world. So as long as a space exists, it will be exploited. It will be exploited by platforms that make money off of our time, off of our attention, off of our emotions, and by incentivizing.
I mean, look, I don't use Reddit except on occasion to like get stories or something. And I don't use X. And I agree, my life is better that I don't use X, but my life is also good that I don't use Blue Sky, even though I post on Blue Sky my videos. I don't like the format of Blue Sky. I don't like the format of X. I really like YouTube, and I really like Discord, and I really like a lot of the social media apps. I love TikTok. Like, I'm sorry. TikTok is so good for my brain. I don't know what y'all are doing on TikTok, but I am really loving the videos, the food videos, the fashion videos, the gay videos, the muscle mommy videos, the dance videos. Like, I just age appropriate dance videos. I watch people my age dance. Okay. Just for the record, it's like skilled dancing. It's like talent dancing. Okay. I just like so much anime. Oh my God. You know how many anime videos I watch on TikTok? I watched a whole episode of JJK on TikTok. I just sat there. I got lost in it one day. I was making myself coffee and I was like, oh, episode of JJK. And I just watched the whole video. I was like, that was fun. Like, I don't know.
As users, as they chase fame, money, an easy full-time job, or social capital. So if both creators and users aren't collectively committed to care and clarity, then any attempt to improve the space will collapse. And the truth is, some people thrive engaging with these pollutants. Rage bait, cultural extraction, and performance are appealing for some people. They're the goal for some people, to make communities outraged for money, to steal the creativity of a community, to milk you of all your money. As long as these incentives remain, the digital environment will never heal. And that's why, in the end, the only real solution is abandonment. These solutions are tricky, though, for reasons I will explain.
Yeah, what does abandonment mean if you're right here in front of me, girl? Hold on, let's look at her page really fast. This was posted December 24th. Here's her video. Let's see, more about this channel. Nothing. Okay. Videos. Okay, so she doesn't really have like, she's just randomly posting. Like there's no thought, which is fine, valid. Okay. Beach B, Chicago. Okay. Is she making a speech here? No. Who is this? Is she a musician? She's definitely neurodivergent, right?
Taking Zicam, oil of oregano, drank a gallon of water, and slept like maybe 9 hours. That's really what helps you rest, but nobody really gets sick days anymore. It's embarrassing.
Oh, okay. Chat saying she's a DJ. Oh, yes, like she's a cool. Oh, DJ Diaries. It's clicking. It's clicking. Ooh, pretty. See. If you want to get off the internet, why are you posting this? She posted this 5 minutes ago. Why aren't you out there living in your most present? Because I know what it is to set up shit, to record it, to share it. It takes you out of the present. That's why I don't do it anymore. Because I tried and it totally ruins the moment for me. So I'm like, I'm not doing this. You know, vlogging for me ruins it for me. So I stopped doing it altogether. I tried it and I was like, no. So that's what I'm saying. Like, but I didn't sit there and say like, you can't vlog. I just sat there and said, not for me. See how she's making a prescription? We should abandon the internet? Girl, don't abandon the internet. You seem to like it. This is cool. Like, this video is cool. Like, recording it the way she did, showing up the way she did. Like, I really like that. She has so much potential. She could be a great YouTuber. What if this video gets 1 million views and she's like, just kidding, I'm back. Like, this video, last time I checked, was like doing pretty good. It might not be, let me see, is it her most popular video? It's 70,000 views in 5 days. That's what I'm saying. 70,000 views in 5 days. That's doing better than all my videos. Welcome to YouTube, girl. Welcome to YouTube. That's so funny. That is so funny.
Explain in the official tin hat part of my theory. This is the final part of my theory. Buckle up. Point number 4. The future of a contaminated digital environment is one where privilege determines who gets to log off. This will sound crazy, but I'm standing tall on my theory. I wanted to document it in 2025 so that when this happens, if it does in 10, 15 years, y'all be like, oh my gosh, they predicted it. Okay?
Oh, they predicted it? They, them? Are they a queer, neurodivergent person? They said they.
If it does in 10, 15 years, y'all be like, oh my gosh, they predicted it. Okay? Let me drink my water for this, because it's going to be a doozy. For real. Like, seriously. In this theory, we are saying that a digital space can be polluted. Is it possible for a digital space to be zoned, redlined, colonized, gentrified? Going back to what I said before about industrial capitalism, polluting industries often situated themselves near Black neighborhoods, both to access a cheap labor force and because racist zoning laws left Black communities with little choice but to live near hazardous sites. These polluting industries were prohibited as zoning violations in neighborhoods where whites lived, and that was solely to keep their properties from deterioration. I cite the color of law in this. I kept mentioning that my solution.
I do love that she's such a reader. Chat said, are you automatically monetized for YouTube? No, she's probably not making any money off of this, which actually kind of sucks. But in order to monetize, you have to have a certain amount of subscribers, a certain amount of hours watched, and it has to be like, you have to keep it up. So she's probably not going to make any money off of this, which is too bad. She would have made she could have made some money off that.
Solutions from the last part are tricky to navigate for some people. It's tricky because these solutions are only available to those who have the time, the proximity, the privilege.
Like, even if you see an ad on a video, it doesn't mean the channel is monetized, which is very interesting because when my channel wasn't monetized, I was still seeing ads run on it. And I was like, you suck, YouTube. So they can still monetize your content, but it doesn't mean your channel is monetized. I don't know if that makes sense.
And the money. So today, those who spend the most time in the polluted digital environment are often stuck there out of necessity. Exploited labor and unlivable wages leave little time for real life communities, pushing people towards addictive platforms. There, we're being fed sensational content by creators incentivized by profit or fame to fuel stress and outrage, whether intentionally or unintentionally. When I see some rage bait on the 25th or the 26th of the month, I know you're trying to get a TikTok check. Blocked. Do not engage, okay? These creators are rewarded to keep posting, to keep being present, and to keep contributing to the—
Wait, girl, isn't that you? Didn't you just do that?
Okay. These creators are rewarded to keep
She didn't make a rage bait video, but she did make a very interesting video on Christmas Eve at the end of the month that is doing very fucking well. She, unknowingly to her, ironically enough, made the perfect YouTuber move. She made a video that hit before the end of the month ended up, so she'd get paid. If she was actually a YouTuber, even though she posts, that's what I'm saying. How are you out here posting YouTube videos and you're not a YouTuber? Like, I don't know why anyone posts anything on the internet if you don't want to be a content creator in a sense. But like, yeah, like it's so funny that she did it subconsciously in a sense. Unless she's lying to me. I think she feels organic. I think she feels authentic. I think she literally didn't know this video was going to do so well. I think, I really do not think, yeah, I don't think she was malicious. So, yeah, huh.
Posting, to keep being present, and to keep contributing to the endless landfill of content. This is because attention is the currency. We've been saying that for a very long time. Your attention is currency. Attention is currency. These platforms need to be making money off of our human nature at all times. They need to be making money off of the things that the pollutants exploit. Our relationships, our empathy, our attention, our insecurities, our emotional labor, personal capital, creativity, cultures, etc. So in this case, the online community is very similar to the black and brown neighborhoods where pollution industries were built. In those environments, they were exposed to exploitative pollutants that cause direct harm to whoever it reaches. So with that in mind, I'm starting to believe that there will be privilege in being able to be offline. The people who can afford to visit these dive bars, these libraries, these third spaces, the people who make enough money to have the time to engage with their communities or afford to live in dense, walkable communities will inevitably live healthy.
It already is a privilege to have a family you can go home to. It already is a privilege to live in a family where nobody's a predator at the dinner table. It already is a privilege to have, okay, I don't think people understand this. The family you were raised in sets up everything you're about to experience throughout your life in so many significant ways. It's not just the things that happen outside of your family dynamics. Think about all the kids. Okay, here's a question. How many of you ate dinner every night with your parents? Okay, I'm assuming 2 people came together to make you. How many times in your life growing up did you have dinner with your family every night, whoever that family was? Every night. Me, every single night, unless I was at my grandma and grandpa's, unless I was with my friends, but almost every single night, my family had dinner together. No TV on, no radio, no distractions. We ate together, talked about our days, talked about how we were, okay? People in my life, people I know, not once in their childhood had dinner with their parents growing up. Not once in their childhood had dinner with their siblings growing up. Not once in their childhood remember a moment where they ate with their parents. And you're going to tell me that's not going to set up a completely different relationship with life? Interesting. And by the way, that has been confirmed by the parents when I talk to them. Because I'm always asking parents, like, why'd you do that? Why'd you raise them this way? Like, what is up with that? And they're like, we just didn't think about it. They're like, yeah. And I'm like, damn, that's so different. Like, that's such a different experience, right? Now, okay, think about my family. You talk about my family in one way. Amazing. We get along. We're so funny. I've never laughed harder in my life. The banter is crazy. Adventures. We have so many cool stories. And now see where we all are now that we're adults. Now that all the family like dysfunction is being unraveled and we're seriously discussing it. And now we can't even call each other on Christmas because people in the family are blaming the children for the predator's behavior. And one side of my story, without any of the dysfunction, we had a loving home. We were constantly shown affection. We watched anime growing up with our parents. We went on vacations. I mean, the vacations were local, but we camped. We had cool toys growing up, even though they were hand-me-downs or off-brand. We had friends, we were socialized, we have amazing memories. I have photo albums after photo albums of all of our great memories. And on the other side of it, we have predator, like family, uncles, siblings, problems, molestations, like trauma, suicide, drug addiction. You know what I'm saying? And then that family is a reflection of society as a whole. This obsession with a perfect community, whether it's online or offline, is a myth. Stop trying to create a fantasy of a friend group the way you tried to create a fantasy of your family. Stop. Radically accept that we are people on a journey so you can enjoy the internet, girl, so you can enjoy life, so you can actually enjoy TikTok. Because if you keep chasing some fantasy of what human beings are, instead of accepting them for what they are, you're never going to be happy, no matter if you're offline or online or protesting or whatever. Joy comes from accepting your role in the universe, finding your sense of meaning. Everything else is a distraction, and you're never going to enjoy life until you do that. And then until you do that, it's always going to be something else, something else, something else. Okay? And this is why I do philosophy, because I think philosophy really is the answer, because it's the love of wisdom. It's everything that came before. It's what sets up the foundation of your relationship with life. And if you keep blaming the internet for the reason your family's on their phone when you get together with them, instead of asking your family, like, hey, do you want to hang out with me? Hey, like, I just drove all the way here. Are you guys going to stay on your phones? It's not the phone. It's you. It's your family. It's our relationship with self. It's okay that you value connection with your family, but if when you go to see them, they choose their phone over you, that's why we say priorities. If you're dating a person and they choose their boys instead of hanging out with you, that's called a priority, girls. You know this, yeah? Everything we do is about priority. If my friends came all the way to visit me, imagine if my friend came all the way to visit me from America and came to Croatia, and then the whole time I just worked. I just stayed here for 12 hours a day. What? No. I'm going to work a double shift so I can take time off so I can see you. And that's what I did. I worked a double shift so I could take time to see my friend. Okay? Now, yes, certain friends might come to town and I might choose to work while they're here, but I'm still going to take some time off while they're here. So some friends also get different priorities. My sister is going to I'm going to go on vacation to see my sister, but maybe my friends that are close, but not my besties, I'm going to take a day or two off or work in the mornings. Sure. It depends, because I also have to pay my bills, so I can't always afford to take off work when people come to visit me. But to be fair, my sister coming to see me as an example was a well planned out event. Okay? So that's the other issue too, is like, these need to be conversations. We need to have conversations about like, who's getting a priority? Who am I spending time with? Because look, when I moved like to Seattle and I was coming into my like liberalism and my progressivism, that kind of more liberalism, I would say, when I was there, I thought like, wow, I'm never going to have a community who sees me better than this community I joined. Insert niche community here. And then I outgrew those communities and I was like, what's this? And it was because my identity wasn't this community anymore. My identity became something bigger. And then I moved. It doesn't mean that some of those people, there are some of those people that I knew 8 years ago in Seattle, I do catch-up calls with every 6 weeks. The community location changed, but we are still in community with one another. And thanks to the internet, thanks to social media, thanks to Discord, we can still send each other photos and call each other because we want to see each other when we talk. This is cool. This is better when it's a friend you haven't seen in a while and you want to see, hey, what do you look like? What do you look like now? You got a new tattoo. Oh, you got a new haircut. Oh, you got chest surgery. You know, it's like, oh, wow. I will never not be grateful for this thing I call the internet, because this thing I call the internet is just a tool that I use to stay in touch with my community that natural life takes me away from constantly. My normal in real life takes me away from my in real life community. And I can't move as much as I do and keep making in real life communities everywhere I move. I'm not that person. So we need to stop making prescriptions for everybody to get off the internet when some of us are literally vibing. I'm sorry it's not working for you, but some of us are literally vibing, bro. We're thriving, vibing, okay?
Healthier lives than those who have to be online. There will be a class of people who have to be online out of necessity due to geographical isolation, economic uncertainty, or lack of access. I believe that the online class could potentially become a lower class of people, maybe build.
And look, those rich people who are like, I'm offline, I don't have to be on Twitter. Cool, bro, we weren't gonna be friends anyway. Why would I want to? And I've had to tell my friends, you got to stop judging me for being online all the time. Because again, my life is good. You're the one whose life is miserable. See how you're offline but still sad? I'm online and very happy. But also it's because this is like, again, it's like, you got to stop comparing our lives and stop thinking, well, my life must be better because I'm offline. Because that's you. That's a you problem. Any friend in my life who's ever judged me for being online too much, I go, that's about you. That's not about me. No, because you're looking at me and saying, well, if Brittany's doing all these weird things, why is it working for her? No, this isn't about me. Exactly like your conservative parents. You can't be that. You know how many times I heard growing up from conservatives, you can't possibly be that happy and gay. You can't possibly be happy in this kind of a marriage. You can't possibly be happy and dressing half, in a bikini. You can't possibly be happy. Girl, please go talk to your priest about whatever this is or your therapist. Again, this has nothing to do with me.
Out the idea of a digital caste system. And I just finished Careless People. Oh, just finished Manifesting. I actually have 20.
My mom literally said to me once, Betsy, you'll just feel so much more feminine and in your joy if you stop wearing pants. I was like, Mom, I'm not going to stop wearing pants. Okay. And not just because women fought so hard to wear them, but because I like them. I'm not going to stop wearing pants. She goes, I just feel like I am so much more liberated in my skirts. I was like, look, you're really ruining the skirt for me because I love a skirt, but like, I'm not going to wear skirts. And my mom has nice skirts. But the idea that like, I just feel this way, so you should feel this way. Stop it. Stop it.
Pages left. And it was talking about a lot of the Facebook executives didn't even allow their children to post on Facebook, or didn't even post that much on Facebook by themselves. So it's like, the nonsense you're spreading. Look at the Campbell Soup guy. They know the unhealthiness that they're peddling to people, but they just think you'll be stupid enough to buy into it because by themselves. So it's like, the nonsense you're spreading. Look at the Campbell Soup guy.
Is she talking about the CEO that was like secretly recorded by a whistleblower? And he's like, I'm not eating that shit. It's gross. Like things in that, like the synthetic meat or whatever is in that soup. I don't mean to say, no, Brittany, stop. No, Brittany, no, listen. Eating Campbell's chicken soup, or like the soup in cans, eating soup out of a can is like eating Kraft mac and cheese. It hits, but really? Did you think it was good for you? You know what I'm saying? Like it hits, but did you at any point think it was good for you? It's also not that bad for you, but it's also not that good for you either. But it's not that bad for you either. But also it's not that good for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. The way people sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, girl.
They know the unhealthiness that they're peddling to people, but they just think you'll be stupid enough to buy into it because you don't have the privilege to.
See, now am I stupid if I enjoy Campbell's soup? I hate this shit. I hate the judging. Bro, with peace and love, move over, let me eat my soup. If I want to hit a box of Kraft mac and cheese, bro, fuck off. I mean, it's not vegan, but like, you know what I mean? This isn't Annie's Kraft mac and cheese, or, not Kraft, but mac and cheese, but I feel like there's a layer of judgment that comes with this that I'm not interested in. Let me eat my hot Cheetos. Okay? I don't know. You know what I mean? Just let me live my life.
Be off. In this way, the internet becomes digitally redlined, not through physical segregation, but by who can afford to leave and who has to stay. And much like the history of discrimination.
Hey, when it comes to this point, are people going to stop saying YouTube is a privilege? YouTubers are so privileged. You're in a privileged job. But then when it becomes the underclass, is it now going to be like, oh my God, it's so sad you're on YouTube? Guys, I don't know what to tell you. It's always been sad you're on YouTube. Most of the people literally I meet are like, are you so, like, what do you do for a living? I'm like, YouTube. They're like, oh, you're still doing that thing? You mean my job? You mean my job? Oh, yeah. And I'm like,
labor exploitation, the system.
I think maybe that's the chronic online thing. When you're online, you think YouTubers are like, whoa, YouTube. But like when you go back to like offline, they look at you like you're a stripper. Are you still doing that club stuff? Are you still working nights? And it's like, yes.
Disproportionately harms marginalized communities. So I think we are at risk of creating a digital caste system where a privileged few can log off and build healthier, happier lives, while the rest of us are left to mine content in a polluted digital world. In this digital lower caste, both the content creator and the users are still workers. Content creators pump out the content, the user consumes, the user responds. So on the creation side, depending on what they produce, they may fuel the digital pollutants and what they exploit in search of their own money, attention, fame. Some people get paid, y'all know how the influencer market is. A lot of people get paid a lot of money to be an influencer. There are some people who don't get a lot of money, usually people from marginalized communities. And then there's some influencers that don't get paid at all. And some just get paid in cultural cachet. But as for the users, it is their attention they dedicate to these addictive platforms that allow both a platform and the creator to gain wealth. So like I said, the influencer marketing bubble, these influencers can make so much money, so much that they fuel an industry. What do you think the social media companies are making off of their ads,
True.
So now.
True. If Charlie made $34 million, how much do you think YouTube made? Because like, I cannot even believe they paid him out, to be honest with you. Like $34 million. Just a reminder that most of us are not doing that. Okay, YouTube is just like art. Some people are Banksy, selling millions of dollars for their art. And most people, if they're lucky, are barely paying rent with their art. Okay, most YouTubers are barely paying money. No, not Charlie Kirk. Charlie Penguin Zero. Penguin Zero made $34 million. No, so that's just a reminder there. You know? Like, you know what's so funny is, you know, there's this idea like, oh, you should pay independent artists to help you with your channel or your art. And then where do you think I found those independent artists? Like, I'm just so curious. Like, where do you think I found artists to make me art? Where do you think I found this painter? Where do you think she came from? That I bought 3 of her paintings and one of them she gifted to me. Where do you think I found these sketch artists that I bought their art from? Do you think I ever would have come across their work if it wasn't for social media? I'm so confused when people are like, pay local artists, pay people. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Before we dive into the digital lower caste, I wanted to talk about.
Oh, thank you, Chad says your amazing earrings and my amazing earrings. Inspired by Mia. I follow her on Instagram. Inspired by Mia. I love her earrings. I'm obsessed with her earrings. Do you know what I'm saying?
What caste is. So I wanted to cite the book Caste by Isabel Wilkerson. I Will Be Coming Clean. I did not read the book. I just read Origin, but I know the pillars. So
okay, this girl keeps sharing a lot of books she hasn't read. She keeps sharing all the books. She's like, I haven't read this one yet. Why, girl? She's funny. I do think she might be really young. And this is like, I think we were taking, I don't know why I thought this video was going to be like from a different perspective, but if we just look at her as like a girly on a journey figuring it out, then she's not coming from an authority, like a person with authority. She's not like an older, wiser person. She's just a girly on the internet being like, hey, I don't like it here. Okay, vibes. Okay, but like this is like a serious sounding video that ended up popping off and it got a lot of views, but like, you know, there's nothing much going on here, but like, I feel her. I think she's struggling. I think a lot of people are struggling, right? Like, it's okay. But also, I'm just here to counter everything she's saying because like, I'm a happy girly and I want her to be a happy girly. And I just want her to know there's so much beauty on the internet if you're in the right places. You know, all those Jubilee videos she talked about earlier, you know, those Jubilee videos, you know, like, one guy versus 30 guys. This is what I do. I don't watch them. Hey, my mental health is so much better. I watched one of them recently with my Discord and all of us were like, I think we're losing brain cells. The only Jubilee videos I watch are 5 gay guys and 1 straight guy. The only Jubilee videos I ever give a chance to are like 1 goth, 7 vegans. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? The one with I don't know, insert conservative talking head here, I do not watch. Okay? That's it. The end.
Might be a little off on this one. I just want to be honest with you guys. She explains how caste systems like in the US, India, and Germany are built on fixed rankings of human value, placing one group above another. She outlines 8 pillars that uphold these systems. The one I want to focus on is occupational hierarchy, or what I call job desirability. In the US, enslaved Africans and later Black Americans were forced into the most grueling, low-status labor because they were seen as property, not people. They were seen as solely a means of extracting resources to generate wealth. This creates the thought that what you do in society proves your inferiority or superiority. In this theory, if the digital environment is polluted and unsafe, and only the privileged have a means to opt out, then those who must stay and work within it, whether as users or creators, end up holding undesirable roles. They will end up having dirty jobs. This automatically places them into a lower caste.
So she's basically thinking that YouTube might one day look like or feel like the way people make fun of like fast food workers or janitors. She's saying that will be social media in the future. I think it's already there. I think people do feel that way about social media. I don't know why, like most YouTube people say like, oh yeah, that's how we were treated. And by the way, I'm treated like that still because I'm not rich. Until I become, and if I ever become, and I probably won't be, but until I become, in quotation marks, a millionaire YouTuber, I am basically a janitor to most people when I talk to them, which is bullshit. Because what's wrong with being a janitor? Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's how people treat me. Oh my God, you're a YouTuber? Do you have like millions of views? No. Do you get like, hundreds of thousands of views? No. Oh my God, do you make like $100,000? No. Oh. See, now it's like, oh. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's like, why do you even have that judgment? I make literally more than you. I pay my bills. And on this salary, if I stay the same way I am, like, I'm going to buy a house and shit. It might take a long time, but I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? So like, why are you coming at me, bro? That same thing with like being a janitor or anything else. Like, people are working. At least we have jobs. Mind your business. Like, it feels like this weird thing. It's like, oh, I can't believe you don't have a job. And then you get a job. They're like, ooh, I can't believe that's your job. Bro.
Within the digital hierarchy. We've seen this happen to other industries. Capitalism has a way of manufacturing dream jobs, then oversaturating those industries until they collapse.
Actually, true, chat. To be honest, her argument isn't new, and I feel like it's trendy to talk about this topic. So it's not shocking she had got many views from it. Exactly. How insidious is that? For them to make this content about being authentic and organic while actually writing on a trending topic I have seen in the last 2 months. All I see is this dead internet theory has always been a bullshit. Oh, the internet's not this page, touch grass. That's what I'm saying. Does she even know though? I secretly kind of think she might actually think she's the first. And I'm like, girl, do you know the internet's already done this? I've seen this video. We've already watched a video like this so many times on stream. We get it. The internet sucks. You're not having a good time here.
Look at what a tech job looked like 20 years ago versus today.
Which, by the way, is great for me because then I can make content on it. It's a lot of fun. And that's why we still will have the same conversations about, what is love? Because all we're doing is repeating conversations forever. That's what human beings do. We repeat conversations forever. That's why the joke is, what's a conversation between two fives? Silence. What is there to talk about? The only thing we ever talk about is the same shit we've always talked about. And we love it, and I love it, and I'll never stop. And I'm so grateful that I get to do it for a living. But we're going to be talking about stuff forever. Chess said, what's the conversation between what? Fives on my level system, 1 through 5s. Links in the description. 5s is like, it's a joke if you know, but that's the point. But the best problem solving comes from these discussions. That's why we have them, because some of us are actually getting somewhere with it,
That's all I'll say about that. Or think about what gig work looked like 10 years ago in 2015 versus today. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash. And you can even talk about the music industry and freelance work or whatever. But specifically, Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash, all of those things. No benefits, but you could set your own schedule, but they're going to do absolutely everything they can to make you work like a full-time employee without giving you the benefits of being one. I think that content creation right now is positioned as a lucrative path. And I'm going to go on a quick tangent about this. They offer fame, money, attention, or success. Just post that content. Someone probably told you, luring you in with nice packages, nice vacations, expensive clothes. And that's an advertisement to get you to participate in an industry built to oversaturate itself. Creators need to earn their money by contributing to the digital landfill through telling the user that if they contribute to the digital landfill, they too will be rich like them or famous like them. That's how I feel. I'm just so against short form DJ content because y'all are just not getting my gems. Especially if y'all don't go out. I believe that creators and users alike will become mostly desperate workers clinging to visibility or survival. Larger creators won't want to get a 9 to 5. They don't want to stop being famous, so they bring you down a level by provoking you with a pollutant. They do this because they too have become...
I have a friend who works in an industry that's kind of dying, and it mostly caters to like a older audience, and they really want to get people, through the door. And I'm like, get on social media, make it cool, and young people will show up. And they're like, no, I don't want to make it like, I don't have to rely on the internet to make it cool again. And I'm like, okay, but like, that's how you do it. And they're like, I just want people to like it for the love of the craft. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, what are you, 5? I love you. What are you, 5? I just want people to like it because I like it. Grow up, okay? I love you. With peace and love. Grow up. Like, I'm so sorry. That sounds so bitchy, but like, I love my friends. I love people in my life, but like, grow up. Like, come on. Human beings have never done that ever. Never. Everything is marketing. Everything you think you're organically interested in, every person who's like, I liked anime before it was cool. Did you like it because nobody thought it was cool? Did it some part of you think you were cooler because nobody liked it? Like, come on now. It's like, come on. Like, you don't even know why you like that thing. But if you only like it because it's like, it's organic and people have to find it, you're basically saying you like it because you think it's better than other things because it isn't being satirized on the internet. And then that's why the art is so, it's just make it pop off on social media and you'll get people through the doors. You know? It just feels like, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. I just feel like sometimes people think what they're doing is super cool and organic and like, oh my God. If you really love it and you want more people to see it, use any method you can within reason to get people involved. Because otherwise you are just gatekeeping it. And it is a form of gatekeeping. If you're privileged enough to afford it, if you're privileged enough to see that it is happening, if you're privileged enough to live in the area, if you're privileged enough, just stop gatekeeping and invite people in. Okay?
Desperate workers, and you, the user, indulge and react, giving both the platform and the creator wealth. In the future, in this theory, the role of the user and the creator will inevitably become dirty work. No benefits, no time off, no stability, just an endless push to keep filling the digital landfill with content and discourse. In the future, I believe that a digital cast normalizes how some people's lives are more online than lived, not because they choose it or even become addicted to it, but because they cannot afford to log off. Their labor, their attention, and emotional energy.
You mean like a job? This already exists through capitalism on our normal jobs. The dilemma with social media is that this is why I say stop telling your kids social media is easy. Stop telling yourself social media is easy. It's just a job. It works like every other job. Most of us can't afford to log off. It's already happening now. It's always been the case. I don't know any YouTuber who can afford to log off. Even the ones that are rich and famous and popular, it comes at an expense to log off. Just like any other job that has a high demand, like a celebrity or an actress or an actor or a painter or a CEO or whatever else. That's why we all have to make decisions about how we have and how we do labor, like how we make money, right? I think that's what's missing is like, that's why I guess because I got into YouTube knowing it was a job. Every time I hear from a YouTuber who's like, I just started it, I didn't even know I could make money off of it. That's insane to me. There wasn't one day that I never got on YouTube for fun. Never. I never even before I did it for free because they didn't have the partner paid program yet. Right? Like I was on YouTube before they were paying people, but I never just did it for fun. It was always supposed to be towards something. Because why else would I put myself on the internet? For people to make fun of my looks, to harass me, to stalk me, to threaten my life, to come find me? Like why else would I publicize my most deepest vulnerabilities? Why else would I even, you know what I mean? Yes, it was community and yes, it was great, but like also, you know, it just feels like really weird that people thought to get on the internet and share themselves and didn't even like, but then I don't know if it's because I was on the internet before YouTube. I also knew what the internet was. You know what I mean? Maybe for those of us who are old enough to remember like older internet, you know, I guess I always thought about, I don't know. My parents also encouraged me to go online. I don't know if it's just growing up in a conservative bubble as well. Like conservatives do turn everything you love into a job. So maybe it's also that. Like, oh, this is a hobby you're doing? Make it into a job. I don't know. Chess has reminded you of the people who shame underground artists for gaining notoriety. Why would you not want an artist you support to see the fruits of their labor? And it's because in their mind, and I think this is somewhat true, once it goes mainstream, it gets diluted. And I do think that is true. But I also think it's worth it. I felt that way when the BDSM community got publicized because of 50 Shades of Grey. I was like, it's getting ruined. But the truth is, it didn't really ruin the community. It just meant vetting needed to be more rigorous. It just meant that it's like anime. Oh my God, all these people like anime's ruined. Anime's being ruined. With peace and love. Okay, it's not being ruined. Okay, like, people keep saying that. They're just mad that their thing that made them unique is going viral. And I'm saying, yes, people will dilute some variation of the thing you love, but that doesn't mean like you're not going to have options. Okay? You will have options. I don't know. People are high school with money, high school with money, high school with money, high school with money. Just like high school was, right? This is my niche community thing. I don't want it to be popular. I'm not a popular kid. Like, it sounds like it's almost like the movie Mean Girls. You know, everybody in that movie's a mean girl, even Lindsay Lohan. And then it's like what people are watching, like Mean Girls, and being like, no, Lindsay's actually the good guy. She's the main character. The point of the movie was to talk about how everyone's a mean girl. The point of the world, I think the point that you have to get to is realizing, like, you're not the only good person in the world. The world's a reflection of us as a whole, and we're all participating in this group project. You know, yes, some people are better than others, but generally speaking, it's not like better, you know? It's not like that much better. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, somewhat better, but not like, you know what I mean?
Becomes fuel for a system designed to keep them scrolling, to keep them posting, and to keep them reacting at all times. That will inevitably affect everyone, but more harshly, people of marginalized communities. As long as we exist in the framework of profit over people, I don't...
Plus that original YouTube group, you mean the one that sold out and all wrote books back in the day? Come on now. A lot of those YouTubers who were like, oh yeah, I just didn't even know I could make money off of it. One, I do not believe them. And two, okay, a lot of those people... They sold you authenticity because that was the vibe, but come on now. Have we not learned? And again, girl, I could rant for hours.
Believe that we can heal polluted.
It's still a great place. Even with all the loser YouTubers in this space, it's still a great space.
Environments. I do not believe coexistence in this digital world is truly possible, but I do believe that we can take back control by abandoning them while we can. America and everywhere in the world, do not engage. Reduce your screen time, take the time to ground yourself in real life, participate or build real life communities, resist buying too much crap. All of these things could be very productive.
I like the last one especially, like stop buying so much crap for sure.
Their hope is to help others find their way out before it becomes a question of privilege. I really wanted to drive this point home before I go back into this conclusion. These tech people are so evil and they are very aware. Cal Newport has an amazing video. Hopefully I remember it. And he is saying that we often think that the addiction, the anxiety, just the emotional manipulation that we experience on social media is a byproduct or a side effect of the intended functionality of these social media. That is the functionality of the social media platform. So with that in mind,
hold on, I gotta rewind that.
Product or a side addiction, the anxiety, just the emotional manipulation that we experience on social media is a byproduct or a side effect of the intended functionality of these social media.
Oh, kind of like how capitalism is working just fine. Kind of how like patriarchy is actually working. Kind of like how everything is working the way that it was intended. Because it works on us, because it exploits our vulnerabilities, and because we don't do the philosophical work. And so there is no chance of us actually doing the work to have a better relationship with these things. That flashing the word sale actually gets people to buy things, even though the number has not gone down and it actually is not any cheaper than it was yesterday. Like, so again, it's a game of tug and war, because like that's how the world evolved to be. This is how humans evolved to be. Not all humans are doing these things though, but we are all participating. We are all participants. Okay. And in the same way that our communities worship the same God that like their slavers worshipped, right? The same way that women uphold the same patriarchy that subjugates them, the same way like Blair White gets on the internet and talks about how conservatives are better than liberals, even though she's literally trans. The same way, like, we all exist in the world. Like, it's us. It's us. And I feel like that's the problem. Like, these systems are a reflection of us. Just like I don't believe in trickle-down economics, I don't believe in trickle-down systems, but I do believe the systems exist because we think they're working, or we don't understand how they work. You know what I'm saying? Like, patriarchy works because we don't understand how it works. Like when men say we live in a matriarchy, like when people say like, oh, like, you know, they'll explain capitalism and then call it communism. I'm like, they don't know. And because they won't learn, and because they won't deconstruct, and because they won't educate themselves because it's too scary, they go right to, no, I don't believe you. So this is the other side of this. Like when you say like get off social media, you basically are saying don't educate yourself. Because that real life world that you want to go back to has bullying, has harassment, has stalking, has racism. I mean, you didn't need TikTok to enslave communities. Before there was TikTok, we still had patriarchy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is so significant about the internet that you think it is worse or any different than any other system you have to fight off the internet? Except to say that these same systems that you are so convinced are keeping us on the internet, actually, we use these systems to stay in touch with each other and come together and rally and meet together. You know what I mean? So it just feels like a little bit weird to me, I suppose. It feels like she's saying, don't pay your taxes. With peace and love, that is only going to work if we all, you know what I mean? That's not going to work. Okay? Like, you can't be like, oh my God. Again, I'm not plant-based because I think it's going to make everyone else plant-based. I'm plant-based because I think it's the right decision. If you think it is the right decision to get off social media, take your channel down right now. Take it down. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying move within your own values first, and then we can talk. I love the internet, and I plan to be here forever. I love it here. I also love my life off the internet, but I love it here. And I think it's a beautiful place with beautiful people. And I think we deserve to utilize technology for the benefit of building those communities and making those friendships and falling in love and doing all of the good, nice things and educating ourselves, right? But yeah, if it's not serving you, find another tool.
Yeah. That is the functionality of the social media platform. So with that in mind, and especially after reading Careless People, their manipulation is deliberate to line their pockets to make money. That's completely unacceptable. And the thing that makes me feel a little bit optimistic about it, I'm not really too tech optimistic in the sense of we are going to find a solution in tech. I do not believe that. But I think what makes it optimistic is they can only find you digitally, you know? So why not reject?
What?
Believe that. But I think what makes it optimistic is they can only find you digitally.
They can only find you digitally? What?
You know? So why not reject digital aspects of our life where they can find us, where they can exploit us?
Girly, they can find you anywhere. Yeah, Chad says driver's license, taxes, hospitals. Girl, that's what I'm saying. Habibi, where do you live? Is this a flat earther? Does she live like in the Matrix or something? Is she one of those girls who's like, the Matrix is real? I don't think so, right? What are you talking about? You can't live off grid, girl. Like, what do you mean? Even if you did. What are we talking about?
You know? So that's the intention of this video, is to let you guys know what the world is here, and that y'all can wake up and not let them exploit who you are as a human, literally just to make money. That's crazy.
But that's what is human. It is within our nature to exploit one another. Your family is doing it to you right now. Guys, here's a question. You're in a family dynamic where there is a predatory person, and this predatory person hurts a child. And then the people in the family go, is it that big of a deal? I mean, you don't feel that bad about it now, right? You're grown up. You're over it now, right? Well, what did you do? Didn't you egg him on? Didn't you do something? Aren't you Oh, I had kids so they could work on the farm. Exploitation. I had children so they could pay for my retirement. Exploitation. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, girl, you keep telling yourself that, you know what's funny? Is if she already had this off the internet, she wouldn't be making this video. I think if this was her belief, plus she had community offline, why would she make this video? Why would a person who already has these things do this video? So my theory, she doesn't have it. She doesn't have the answer. She's posting the video as a part of her journey to find the answer. And in 5 years, she'll have it maybe. In 10 years, she'll have it. Who knows? But she doesn't have the answer. But she's making a prescription. This is why I don't make prescriptions. Because I'm saying I don't have the answer, but I feel pretty good about the way I'm doing things. You know? But I don't think she's malicious. I think she's on a journey.
And while we're on the topic, I actually have two more notes. Number one, beware of the grift. It's a trend right now to talk about analog living, to talk about what it's like to abandon social media. And
Oh, so she's self-aware about it. Oh, so now she's saying, but I'm not one of the grifters.
all of that content is literally just the same principle I talked about before of adding content to a digital landfill. You know, the only solution has to be rooted within action. It's not going to exist right here. You know, I'm just here to spread
So let's see if she abandons her whole channel, I guess.
this information to you all. But the real truth, the real solution, the real freedom is when you take that information and pull it out into your lived reality, the plane that I'm physically in right now. Okay. Number one, beware of the grift.
If I call my friend on the phone, am I not in a real reality? She just gave out her email in this video and said, email me. Is that more real than this? Do you know what I'm saying? How is email or talking on the phone that much different? You know what I mean?
Another thing in my personal testimony, this has been a 5-year long process for me. And maybe this is worthy of more videos, but it's sparked by kind of a meltdown.
What?
This has been a 5-year long process for me. And maybe this is worthy of more videos, but it's sparked by
Maybe this is worthy of more videos? You mean to make more videos to put on social media?
kind of a meltdown triggered by Instagram 5 years ago in 2020. Who wasn't having a meltdown in 2020? And my appreciation for tech criticism and social media criticism.
Actually, I did have a meltdown, but not in 2020 and not because of COVID, but because I literally got sick and so technically I did have a bit of a breakdown over the fact that I wasn't going to have kids anymore. Actually, good times.
Has grown from that and thus leading me here. I'm only on Instagram for business purposes because I DJ.
Oh, so you are on Instagram for business purposes. So if it's for business and social media, then it's okay. I love her. She's so sweet. I know she's just the most lovable. If she was my sister, I'd be like, I love you. This is a stupid video. Take it down. What do you mean? You just made this whole fucking 40-minute video about how we need to get offline. And then you said, I do have an Instagram for work. What do you think we're doing here? I'm working.
So helpful. I'm only on TikTok because I personally love TikTok.
What?
I'm on there for like 30 minutes a day, 15, 30 minutes a day, and that's helped. I'm not wasting.
So I guess we're not abandoning ship. What? What?
TikTok. I've been on there for like 30 minutes a day, DJ. And that's been so helpful. I'm only on TikTok because I personally love TikTok. I've been on there for like 30 minutes a day, 15, 30.
Why did she say abandon ship? Yeah, chat. Why didn't she just say moderation? This whole video was about abandoning ship. Why didn't she just say She's funny. Does she make me just watch a 40-minute video so she could get paid? She's the ultimate grifter. She's funny. This is funny.
Today, and that's helped. I'm not wasting time on these places. Eventually I want to get to a place of full abandonment, but I'm not there yet. It's a long process. So I say that same thing for you, y'all.
Oh, okay. So she's working towards full abandonment. Okay, so she's getting. I got you. I got it. Okay.
Watching, it is a process. It's not something that you can just make your winter arc to become a better person.
I feel like she probably should have started with that premise. You know, I would have been a lot more. My reaction would have been different. You know, sometimes I feel bad about my reactions, and I say, no. You should have made your content different because you set me up to react this way. If you had started with that, our reaction the whole time would have been so different.
In 2026 or beyond, it's not going to take 2 months. You know, it is a very deliberate practice, and with the knowledge of knowing how much they exploit you, I feel like that should give you the patience to be like, hey, you know, it's going to be a process, but knowing that in my mind, I will be a more free person, a more secure person. I'm a more person who's in alignment with their goals. All in all, what I'm saying is I'm not trying to be on a high horse here. Like, we got this, y'all. We all have been exploited by these systems, and we also all have the power to leave them behind to live better lives. So we are literally in this together. I'm not trying to preach. I just want that to be known. This is why I posted this on.
I mean, I don't think she's wrong. I just think the system isn't social media. The system is patriarchy and capitalism. The system is exploitation. The system is our participation in it. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. Yes, but I don't think us as a whole getting off social media is going to fix a world that prior to social media already sucked. So
YouTube as well. My other hope is to help others find their way out before This is why I posted this on YouTube as well. My other hope is to help others find their way out before it becomes a question of privilege. Because according to my theory, if only the wealthy can afford to be offline, then the rest of us will be trapped in a caste system that we did not consent to, yet we're addicted to, and potentially won't be able to move ourselves out of. We can still build places rooted in clarity and care and connection. I just think that that exists in real life. We can still build places that are transformative and more transformative than performative. If we don't imagine something better and abandon this space, a future will be built for us digitally, completely without our consent, against our interests, and against our human nature. That is a digital pollution theory, you guys. I fall for many of these harmful things myself. Y'all, it's all love. Like, I have suffered so much from overconsumption and rage bait and addiction. You know, social media has been in my life since I was 11 years old. Let's stop this cycle together. If you made this...
Is she my age? I feel like we might be the same age, actually. Because the internet's been in my life. The internet's been in my life since I was like 11 or 12. But not social media, obviously. Like, social media didn't, well, not the social media we know today. But I want to know how old she is.
Thank you guys for listening. I hope that you join me in stopping the cycle together. Reduce your screen time. Don't engage in your real life community.
See, she's making a prescription.
Hug the people next to you. If they will allow you to, because they're probably scrolling on TikTok.
Yeah, she's trying to get control in her life and make sense of it, but I don't think this is the answer. Yeah, I don't think this is the answer, but I appreciate her attempt to find the solution. Okay, let me see. Let me reset the video. Give me a second. Okay, so let's see. We're at 73,000 views. Almost 10K likes. Top comment, do not feed the trolls. Used to be the first rule of the internet in the 1990s. The irony of me finding this gem of a video because I am chronically online. This aligns with an older study that found that lower income families did more gaming and online activities compared to higher incomes, being out, taking vacations, events, and gatherings. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I could see that. But also, you know, well, I think this plays into the role of responsibilities as well. Like, richer and wealthier people might also be doing these activities, but are they fully present in the moment? Is your dad actually there? Or is he thinking about work? Are your family there because they want to be with you, or are they networking with other business clients? Like, are they taking you to family events, or are these work events? So, like, again, there's so much to be said here. Okay, let's see. I think there's something to be said. I think there's something there, but I would want to talk about it more, you know? Let's see, I think we should start talking about chronic comments, reading online, which leads to changing opinion and views. I'm not sure what that means. Building community has become increasingly difficult because many hardworking people are trapped in a cycle of survival mode where the constant pressure of financial strife and personal stress transforms into defensive, mean-spirited exterior. This collective exhaustion has made people prickly and on edge, causing them to view social interaction as a burden rather than a relief, and leading to the lonely paradox where those who need support the most are often too angry or overwhelmed to engage with others. Well, again, I think this goes back to this idea of like, guys, if I really believe if social media didn't happen, we would still be in a loneliness epidemic. I really believe we were already in one and nobody was talking about it. We were just silently alone. It's just now social media is making us aware. Did you ever like live in a neighborhood where you thought all the families are so nice and there's no dysfunction? And then you started to see that we started to talk about it more. Like, I don't know if people understand the millennials were the first generation to get on the internet and be like, my dad's a pedophile. My uncle did this. My mom did this. Actually, I'm gay. Like, we were the first group of people that are like, my dad hit me. Like, we came out and we put it to the internet and we said, we're going to talk about it. My dad doesn't actually go to church. My dad owes taxes. My dad's in prison. Like, we actually got on the internet and started like exposing our families. Like, actually, this is what's happening. And then everyone started realizing like, oh, I think we might all be fucked up. When I was growing up, my mom would be like, shh, we're not like other dysfunctional families. Our family's great. Our family was fucked up. And then I used to believe it too. I bought into the propaganda too, where I was like, yeah, our family's great and everyone else's family's fucked up. And then I was like, wait, why are we fucked up? We're so fucked up. it feels like that meme of like graduating to the big kids table to learn the meme about like the lore about your family and realizing like, uh-oh, I think my family might be the villain family. I think my family might be fucked up. Like, look, I don't really believe in bad guy, good guys in that binary sense, but like, we're fucked up. Humanity's fucked up. You can't keep running away from humanity because you're just running away from yourself. You have to face humanity face on, you know, head on, so you can face yourself head on. You can't keep running away. It never works, you know? Red Song, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for this lovely community I found by not logging off by complete accident. Here's to the next new year with the girlies. Let's go, girls. Thank you for that. So again, I think what this ends up being is a running away. This is, I'm building a camper van and I'm living off grid. This is the camp in the woods, the camper in the woods. I get it. I used to think if I would get off, if I would just move somewhere, I could afford a home. If the home I wanted was a tiny home. Oh my God, do you remember that? Do you remember the tiny home craze? You can't afford a real size home? Don't worry, get a tiny home. I'm a homeowner. I own a tiny home. Girl, nobody want to live in a tiny home. Okay, tiny homes are cute. They're very like, you know, trendy and cute. But literally, if you've ever been in one, girl, I am not doing that forever. Okay, it's so cute, but no thank you. Okay, and I get it, like a home that is tinier than the average, sure. A tiny home, it is so cute. But let's be so fucking realistic. Like, it is very inconvenient to live in a tiny home. Most of the tiny home creators that I followed over the years, they end up like realizing like, oh my God, the bed to the loft, I'm old, climbing up the ladder. It feels like desperate. Again, my partner and I have a rule. We are not going to get it just to get it. We're going to get it because it works and we want it. We're not going to settle for a home the way we're not going to settle for a relationship. I told my partner, I am not going to buy a home just to say we're a homeowner. I'm not doing it because that's what I keep seeing people do time and time again. Let's just buy it so we can get it over with. Let's just get it so we can buy a house. Let's just get it. It's like, no. Yes, and then if you have a tiny home, you have to have the land. Exactly. So then if you have a tiny home, you still have to have the land. So again, we are running away. We keep running away. And it's what everyone keeps doing forever. And I'm saying stop running away, have the hard conversations, and let's heal. But also, I don't hold on to the attachment that will happen, because how can that happen in a world that is so convinced that running away feels like a better idea? I get it. Running away seems like a really good idea. I've done it a lot in my life. But man, I was tired of doing it. And it was either run away and to the point where you're going to kill yourself or stop running. And so I stopped running and my life is wonderful and I love the internet. I'm going to sneeze. Oh my God. Ooh. Okay. So the point is, like, I understand that you want a backyard with chickens and you want freedom and you want to have the lifestyle that signals that. But nothing is more free than being free of spirit. I'm like, what am I, my mom? Nothing is more free than being philosophically free, bro. When you find your place in the universe, you leave survival mode into living mode, but you still gotta pay your bills. Survival mode isn't the responsibility of paying your bills. Survival mode is being paralyzed by the weight of despair because you never feel like you're above water. Okay? Once you leave survival mode into living mode, you still have to clean the pool that you were drowning in earlier. The water is still a part of your reality. You're just not drowning in it anymore, but you still are the caretaker of it. Your life is the water, guys. You're drowning in your own life. And I'm saying one day you won't be drowning in your own life if you do the philosophical work and go to therapy. You know, figure out what's happening with your brain. Figure out what's happening with your body and figure out what's happening with your spirit. And when all three are aligned, nope, that's the Illuminati sign. When all three are aligned, it all comes together. I almost made the Beyonce Illuminati sign. Whoops. Woo! Okay. That's it, girls. We did it. That's all I wanted to talk about today. Well, that's not true. I was going to keep going, you know, But I'm out of spoons. I'm hungry. It's past 10. I'm trying to get off at 10. Look, I looked at my invisible watch. I'm not even wearing a watch today. But anyways, with that said, hey, great video. I wish this girl the best. I'm sure she's on a journey. You know, what are you going to do? I'll even link her channel because, you know, wish her the best. I don't think this is the answer. I can see, though, why it's grabbing people's attention. People are looking for answers. We're so desperate for answers. But this is not it. This is not the answer. Your best skill this 2026 in terms of discernment is being able to tell when something isn't the answer, even if it sounds good. That's our challenge for 2026. Ooh, this sounds good, but I know it's not the answer. Okay? All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.